Welcome back to another special episode of Enter the Nerdom. I'm here with co-hosts
Stan Morensani,
Watson Bradshaw,
and I am obviously Chad Cook. And we are graced here today with our always amazing GM, preferably, I believe, Tim Bannock. And we're going to be doing a Jurassic-themed episode here. And, all right, Tim, we're going to go over to character creation, and we'll let you take the lead here.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so characters in this, Mork Park is how it's pronounced, because the Merc is Swedish, the rest of it is Park, so we know how to pronounce that. Okay. And there's a reason for that. I'll get into that a little later. But so characters are super simple in this. What you're going to do is you're going to actually grab a handful of D6s. There's some on the table, and I know some of you already have some of your own. I'll tell you exactly how many in a second. Okay. And you're just going to roll the D6s, and each one of those is going to be the modifier you put into one of your attributes. So just like D&D and stuff like that, where you're going to be rolling a D20 all the time and adding the modifier from one of your attributes, and that's like all your rolls. Then you meet a difficulty number or exceed it, and you succeed at whatever task. So you have, I believe it's 5 attributes on your character sheet: agility, knowledge, presence, strength, and toughness. So grab 5 6-sided dice, roll them. And then, however you want to do, you can roll one at a time in order. You can place them. You know, don't worry too much about placement. There's no one ability that's going to be like the best one. So
check that out.
So do it however you want.
I literally got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I didn't hear a roll there though.
Yeah.
So
I was quiet, but
that was pretty quiet.
That happened.
You should hear that.
So roll 5 6-sided. Yes, roll 5 6-sided dice.
That's incredible. Okay. I just got
and
flush.
and put them. Put each die goes into one ability, and that's the modifier. So if you got a 6, then you know whatever your first thing is plus 6.
Okay.
Whatever the second one is plus 3, or whatever the next die is.
Ooh,
don't think too hard about it.
Oh, okay. So I can just put them anywhere.
You're probably going to be tearing through characters like crazy, so don't be like, I'm going to have the guy with the most toughness. You'll still get eaten by a dinosaur, you know?
God, okay.
That's how it works.
Okay. I'll go plus 6. Okay, so we got agility, knowledge, presence, strength, and toughness. So now we have to take our die numbers and put them in each one of them. Okay.
Exactly. So there should be 1 die for each ability score or ability modifier. That's the modifier. So think of it like it's plus whatever the number is on the die. Okay.
And what exactly does presence stand for?
Okay, so really quickly I can go through this. So agility is your defense, balance, swimming, fleeing. Knowledge is like science using technology, stabilizing injuries. Presence is used for perceiving, aiming, charming things, not like magically, but you know what I mean, just like fast talking people. Strength is your ability to crush, lift, strike, and grapple. Nice. And toughness is used to resist environmental hazards, survive falls, overcome fatigue or toxins, stuff like that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so I think you guys got abilities and everything. So now you will roll a D8. You'll add your toughness modifier. So whatever you put in toughness, you'll add to the D8. And whatever that total is, that's going to be your hit points.
Okay. Can I use one of yours, Watson?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm going
to actually go grab mine in a second here.
Oh, I can throw some on the table too.
Thank you. A D8. Okay. I got a 6.
Okay. Add your toughness to that, and that's your hit points.
Add toughness to that.
I got a 6 as well.
That's 12. Okay, so I got 12 hit points.
I got a 2. I'm gonna die.
You're good. You're gonna be the one that survives everything.
Right.
So wait, we add that number to what?
To your toughness,
hit points.
Oh, okay.
And that's your hit points.
Where did hit points go? Oh, here it is.
Yeah, there should be a spot for all this stuff. Unless I really messed up these character sheets.
A light breeze can kill me right now.
Yeah. Is it under maximum hit points or current hit points?
Maximum. So you can record it under both, and then you just tally hit points under your current. Or you could do it however you want. You can add up your damage. I know some people prefer to do it a certain way or another. Just make sure you're consistent. Easiest way to do it is just put it in both, and then subtract from the one in current whenever you take damage.
Okay.
You shouldn't ever have to worry about subtracting from the maximum. Your maximum just tells you how much you can like heal up to when you rest and stuff like that. We'll get into that in a little bit.
Got it.
Do you mind throwing these in that tray? There's a whole crap load of dice. Okay, so you'll note on your character sheet there are 2 things. You don't have to do anything with these, but I'm just calling them out. You have 2 weapon slots, so you can only ever carry 2 weapons at a time, and you have 10 item slots. There are a certain type of item we'll get into later that are called supply. Things like batteries or clips, for guns and electrified nets, cool stuff like that. Those you can group those. So if you get a thing of batteries and then later on you scrounge through a car and find another thing of batteries, you can just record that you have more batteries under the one entry rather than putting them in different slots. Other than that, though, unless I tell you otherwise, assume anything new you get takes up a slot. So each of those 10 slots are all you get.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't start with any gear. It's very important that you realize that you need to get gear. Okay.
Make it.
Shit.
Okay. Okay. So now at the top of your character sheet, you have a panic mode listed. There's fight or flight. You get to choose one, and you'll put a check mark next to that one. And that's how you primarily respond in a panic. I'll tell you about that in a second.
With my 1 toughness, I can tell you which way I'm going.
Sorry, one more time. Sorry, what happened?
Panic mode at the top of the character sheet, or near the top of the character sheet. You choose one. It's fight or flight.
Okay.
And just put a checkbox in the one you.
Massive check next to fight. Me.
We know you. We know.
Oh yeah.
And
Shooter.
I think the last thing we actually have to determine here is luck. You're going to roll a 4-sided die. It's one of the little pyramid triangle dice. You're going to roll one of those, and that's all the luck you start with.
No shit. I'm dead.
2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be the number on top, I think, in those lists.
Come on, 4. 3.
Hey, there you go. Not bad.
Okay. So luck.
Got a 1 again.
Oh, so you got no hit
You're
points and no
so
luck.
good,
That
dude.
makes sense.
I am.
I think where it says luck tokens,
Oh,
right?
luck tokens.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as it says in the box there, you spend a luck and you can re-roll any die. It doesn't have to be yours.
Oh,
You can
okay.
you can cause other people re-roll. So if I get a critical hit against you or something like that, you may want to consider having me re-roll a die, or you can re-roll if you missed or whatever. All right. So that is character creation. Other than the things you should fill in now that are personal to you that you decide on. So you get a name, you get an occupation, and you get pronouns. Those are all pretty self-explanatory.
Okay.
The only thing I'll interject, I guess, as a GM is that you don't have to worry about the occupation being something like Jurassic Park themed, from the movies or anything like that. Don't worry about that. You can if you want to, by all means, but it's not gonna help you. This literally just tells us who is your character. So pick something that you think would be fun and might work with any kind of personality you may or may not have in mind. You can go in this as a blank slate, and that's totally cool.
Okay.
The most important thing is that you have a name and you have your character's pronouns. And the occupation is just there for kind of flavor.
Okay.
Gives a sense of who you are and what you do. And that's it. That's a character. You'll see, I'll ramble on while you guys are writing down names and stuff like that for just a second. You'll see there's 2 sections, I think, near the bottom that are really just there for notes. So if you need extra scrap paper, really the bottom of your character sheet has a place for notes. It might also have a place for goals or something like that. I forget. I don't remember the character sheet off the top of my head. You can write them in or not as you go. But as you obtain certain attain certain goals, which will be very clearly spelled out at certain points in this, that's when you level up. So I'm going to pull this one completely out of my butt. You have to get to the visitor center, okay? So, because that's not a thing that happens in Jurassic Park. So once you arrive at the visitor center, you level up, basically, which is cool. And all leveling up does in this, you get your level increases by 1. You'll get an extra D8 hit points, and you'll get plus 1d4. And then you'll be able to, whatever you roll on that d4, you get to distribute among your 5 abilities. So you can increase your abilities by a couple points here or there. You can, so 1 for 1 point. So if you roll a 4, you have 4 points you can distribute among your 5 abilities. So you could do 1 in 4 of them. You could do all 4 in 1 of them, whatever. But the only way to get more hit points is as you level up, you get 1d8. You don't get more hit points if you increase your toughness. That's an important thing to call out right now. So that's character. I've said that 3 times now. This time it's true. So now we can get into a quick rules primer and start this thing.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so the rules are simple. Like I said, you have 5 abilities. We went over those. There's agility, knowledge, presence, strength, and toughness. All tests are a d20 plus one of those abilities. You never have to like add other stuff unless I tell you to. I'll call it out. Most of the time, you don't have to add anything else. So it's just d20 plus one of your abilities. I'll tell you which ability you roll it. Sure. If you roll a natural 20 in combat, that's awesome. You can either multiply your damage dice by 2. So if you normally roll like a d6 damage, you could roll 2d6. Or you get to roll normal damage and add a condition. A condition is anything you can kind of dream up in the moment that makes sense. So a great one would be like throwing stand in, a velociraptor's eyes or something like that. You can deal damage to it, and you can give it the condition of blind for like a D4 rounds or something like that. I'll control how long conditions last. It's usually a D4 rounds, something like that. But you could also do something like, entangle somebody, disarm them, whatever. Anything you can dream of in the moment that makes sense for you to be able to do. You can do that in lieu of doing double damage. So you choose one or the other. If you roll 1, that's bad news. On any roll, whether it's combat or not, it causes panic. And when you have panic, you roll one of those cool D6s. You're going to use those D6s that are on the table for something else as well, the red ones. You don't have to use those. You can use any D6, but those are there if you need them. But you roll a D6, and if you roll low, it's bad for you. If you roll high, it might actually be good for you. So you might without going into all of the rules for it, if you roll like a 1, you might dive so far into your flight or fight that's all you can do, and you can take no other actions that don't contribute to doing that. But if you roll a 6, you actually get advantage on any action that contributes to it. You don't have to do it though. So for example, if you roll a 6 and your thing is fight, you could choose to still flee because, you're not going to kill a Tyrannosaurus with a pistol or something like that. So it's still wise to flee, right? Or you could just lean in and go all out with that pistol, and now you have advantage on every single attack you make with that pistol. So you could do something, maybe killing a Tyrannosaurus with a pistol isn't the easiest thing to do, but maybe you can distract it or shoot something else that drops on top of it or something else, and now you have advantage to do it because you're so far into your panic mode that it's actually helpful to you and beneficial if you take actions towards it.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Our combat's very loose in this. Same thing, D20 roll, you add an ability. There's melee attacks rely on strength. Range attacks rely on your presence because that's your perception and aim and how kind of like with it you are. And then defense relies on agility. So you're going to roll your own defense rolls. I don't roll to attack you. I tell you to roll defense against whatever's attacking you. And that's based on your agility. So those 3 are kind of like your primary combat ones. But it's not to say that knowledge doesn't come in handy or toughness doesn't come in handy, obviously, because toughness is factored into your hit points.
Gotcha.
Well, that's pretty much it for the rules. The only kind of gamist knowledge you should bring into this is you want to scrounge for items. Very important because you guys start with nothing and items will help you. And the thing about items, and this is the last rule I'll go over, is that all items for the most part have what's called usage. Some of them are single-use items. You use it, it's gone. You don't get to use it again. But there are many other items that have a certain amount of usage. So every time you use an item that isn't single-use, you're going to roll a d6, which is why I piled a bunch of huge d6s on the table. So every time you roll to attack with a gun, every time you turn on your flashlight and want to use it, every time you call someone on the radio, every time you use a med kit, to patch somebody up, anything like that, you'll roll a d6 along with whatever other roll you make, or in lieu of any other roll. If there is no roll that would normally go, you roll a d6, and if you roll a 1, you mark usage on the item, and the items only have a limited amount of usage. And so you very likely could run out of ammo, and in an opportunity you fire the gun and then you're out. The action still happens. It's not like when you roll usage and you get a 1, it like ruins that one action, it just ruins your next one. So like you fire the gun, it still had that one last bullet in it, you shoot the thing, whatever, but now you don't have any ammo. It runs out. So
is there ability to like crafting a craft table per se? Like as we're scrounging, like, I could put this together and
that would be so awesome in a different game.
Yeah. Okay.
Guess not. Next time, maybe.
That's a great question. No, so there's no crafting. This is all on scrounging. You guys are going to be on Jurassic Park or Mork Park for a very. It's going to be called Jurassic Park for ease of reference. But you're going to be on here for a very limited time. So you got to scrounge, grab items, whatever you can to help you, survive and get off this island. And that's it for the rules that you need to know going into this. It's super simple. Any questions before we start?
I don't have any. Do you guys?
Just as a refresher for my head. So pretty much we'll be rolling a D20 and a D6 most of the time?
Yeah, D20 and a D6. The D6 will be for the usage.
Okay.
You'll add whatever ability modifier I tell you to your D20 roll.
Gotcha.
Super simple.
All right.
There's one roll. I guess I missed one thing, but there's one roll called, for initiative to get things. Mm-hmm. That's an unmodified roll. You actually just roll a D20 straight up and tell me what you got for a number. If you get a 10 or above, you go before the enemies. If you get a 9 or below, you go after the enemies.
Okay.
It's that simple. There's no like stacked orders or anything like that. So
okay, cool.
Cool. Ready to roll.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything else. I don't think so. Okay. Rock and roll. You have come to Jurassic Park as a guest, not knowing anything about what you'd soon be seeing. Spoiler, it's dinosaurs. Equally unexpectedly, a storm rolled in and disabled several of the park's automated systems.
Oh, shit.
Most employees took off for the docks, leaving a skeleton crew to guide you back to safety. Whether through ineptitude or malfeasance, several fail-safes did not engage. Another spoiler, that was Dennis Nedry. Just now, your vehicles stalled out outside the T-Rex paddock. Stan, do you mind rolling a D4 for me?
Oh, shit. Okay.
The triangle die?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go. Come on. I'm worried because I don't know if the number is good or bad. So, okay, here we go. It's a 4.
4. Okay. Chad, grab a piece of scrap paper. I'm going to need you to write down something for me. So 4 NPCs are with you guys.
Okay.
And they're panicking nearby. These are 4 people who came with you guys. They're friends, co-workers, whatever, family maybe. So I want you guys to tell me, who are these 4 people? How are they connected to you?
Oh.
Go for it.
Well, I'm Barry Bon Jovi, and I'm a landscaper for the park. So I have a person who works for me, and he helps me with the landscaping, and his name is Derek Ballstimer.
Of course it is.
We just call him Derek, though, because
that's a good
probably
idea.
a good idea.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Okay, Watson, you want to give me a character connected to you?
Yeah.
You can tell us who your character is as well.
My name is Deuce McTavern. I'm a junior executive PR for Engine. So, I'm here to make sure the park is working right, that all our merch looks good. So also my assistant's with me. Her name is Carrie Sullivan. I just call her Hot Legs.
Oh, God. Engine is going to get the HR complaint.
Hey.
You guys are going to deserve to die.
No one messes with the Deuce, all right?
Okay, and Stan, tell us who you are, and then who's with you.
My name is Ethan Fernandez. I'm part of park security. I go make sure that the raptors are and the dinosaurs and all that are kept in the pens properly, and make sure that once we
Great job already. Great job.
Exactly. So
Man.
we first day on, I'm fired.
I'm writing all these names down.
Making sure that the when we open, that the park guests are stay where they're supposed to, and I've got my 2 security personnel with me, Joe Toy and Carol Lippert.
All right, they're both on the security.
They're both on the security detail with me. Yes.
Yep.
They're my employees. I'm I'm not head park security, but I'm middle management. So
okay,
because there's already head security in the park, and
we know who that is.
Yeah. He's a good guy. He ordered me to shoot.
I'm a PR executive.
He ordered me to shoot the dinosaur, one of the raptors, in an incident we don't talk about. Oh, by the way, sorry, what was your name again?
The Deuce.
The Deuce. Sorry, we don't talk about I'm under strict orders to not talk about.
Hey, I don't need to hear it.
So
you know?
exactly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I just want to make sure you guys got the maps, the little maps that are folding in the
and then
in
employee
the
side
cars,
to waivers.
right? Yeah.
I just wanted to
You guys
nip,
see the goggles in there?
Yeah.
I wanted to nip this in the butt. I forgot to mention, my name's Barry Bon Jovi, but I'm not related to the Bon Jovi. You know, I didn't want you all to get confused.
We do ask you that a lot. Any relation?
No relation at all. I'm not related to Bon Jovi. Okay. I'm just Barry Bon Jovi. That's my name.
That's awesome. So you never met him at all?
No, never met him. Never heard of one of his songs. I don't know.
Really?
It's just not a thing. I'm not into that rock.
You should check out his Academy Award-winning film, Vampires.
Oh, all right. I'll definitely check that out. If we get off this island here somewhere.
Indeed. And so Derek, Carrie, Joel, and Carol, they are all panicking just outside of the was it Range Rovers that you guys are in?
Yes.
They're Ford.
Oh, sorry, Ford.
Explorers.
Yes,
Okay.
Ford Explorers.
I worked on that deal specifically.
Yes, I was testing your.
They look very modern and futuristic.
You like that?
Yeah,
You like those
I like
looks?
that, yeah.
Cost, no money was
Spared.
In the early
No
90s that we're in
expenses.
now, they're called sport utility vehicles, and I'm sure people use them just for that.
What are they called?
Sport utility
I
vehicles.
might steal that name. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's one for the books.
Yeah.
So the four of them are panicking. Why? Because the low, bassy thrum of T-Rex footsteps are resounding from the feeding area just alongside the road.
You guys hear that thrum?
Yeah, I did hear something. I don't know what that is, though.
I believe it's called a thrum.
Thrum.
It's a bassy thrum at that.
It is.
Well, we're not moving. Do you think we should get out of the vehicle?
No.
I don't think that'd be advisable.
All right, then.
Look, I saw the specs of these vehicles themselves. They're going to outlast all of us.
Yes.
Carrie is currently basically like screaming her fool head off outside of the vehicles. Joel and Carol have moved out there to try and calm her down and get her to quiet down now that they've heard the sound of something approaching.
Legs, quiet down!
She's like, "Oh my God, what's coming over here? We're all gonna die!" Okay. And Carol is like, "You need to calm down and get back in the vehicle now." And meanwhile, Derek is just kind of like he stepped outside of the other side of the vehicles, closer to the feeding pen area, and he seems to be like really kind of paying close attention to the wires that stretch across these huge like steel cables that stretch across the paddock opening where you can view the feeding area, which by the way, that goat that was there earlier is not there anymore.
Shit.
You just see like pieces of chain just kind of like dangling and maybe a little bit of blood sprayed over the cement that it was sitting on when last you guys
You know how
drove
much it
past
costs to export those goats?
T-Rex doesn't want to feed. He wants to hunt.
I rolled down the window and I'm like, "Hey, Derek, I won't get too close to that fence there."
Why? You think something's going to be able to come through that?
No, I mean, it's just probably not advisable. I don't know. Something seems to be wrong, so I think you should probably get back.
Everything's great here. I know the
I
park
say,
is just fine, guys.
I'm like, listen, everybody needs to get
all
back in the
part of the
vehicles.
ride.
Everybody needs to get back in vehicles. You hear that sound?
There are a couple what look like bolts from one of the steel cables just pop right out. One of them hits Derek square in the head. And he flinches backwards and actually takes a couple steps back as he's hit in the face. And then two of the steel cables just go completely slack and drop down about halfway. There's this horrible kind of like reverberating metal, as the steel cables shred somewhere down the line of the fence. And Derek immediately starts kind of like looking up and down the fence line, trying to figure out where it got loose from, whether it was, loosened from the west side or the east side that it's running along.
Hey, Derek, I hope you're all right. We don't have disability, so I think you should get back in the car.
We
Really,
got,
it's like
first aid kit in here, sponsored by Johnson & Johnson. It's
All right,
great.
so-
It's great stuff.
So,
It's mostly just balm.
myself and Joe run over to him, and can we ask what his injuries are?
Yeah, you start to walk over to him, and he actually raises up his hand. And he's like, "No, I think I'm okay." and he gets cut off by the sound of more metal reverberations, and one of the steel cables comes whipping down. One of the loose ones comes whipping down as it's no longer just loosens, but completely gets pulled free of the steel pylons on either side, whips out at him and smashes him in the back of the head this time, sending him absolutely face first into the mud that's forming because of the torrential downpour that is.
Back in the car. Back in the car. Everyone back in the car.
But I jump out to help Derek
Where are
up.
you going? Get in the car.
Okay.
My employee got hurt. I got to bring him
Well,
back
myself
in.
and Joel are right there with you, so we're checking on
Yeah,
him.
is it Joe or
Back
Joel?
in- you guys.
Joe. Okay. Yeah, you take 2 steps out of the vehicle, Barry, and just put your foot into the mud, and your foot sinks down. There's that kind of sucking sound as your foot sinks down, and you weren't really prepared for it. You could feel all the mud going right into your shoes. Sorry, into your boots. You have work boots. What am I? Of course. And that kind of slows you down for just a split second. It's not like this is new to you. You just weren't prepared for it to be that much mud formed already. But that split second possibly saves your life. Ethan and Joe take a few steps forward as well to try to help lift our good buddy Derek off of his face, basically, which is what he's laying on. But there's a flash of some dark shadow that just looms high above the steel cables that have all loosened now, and Joe puts his hand out and actually catches you, Ethan, before you take any further steps forward, because he's the first one to notice it. And he's just looking up and completely frozen, just pointing upward at the shadow that begins to kind of coalesce into a form out of the fog and rain, and it's basically, about 10-ish feet above where Derek is laying, and kind of coming down at him as he's trying to pull himself out of the mud, struggling against it to get up. And then 100% Tyrannosaurus head comes down, descends upon our good buddy Derek, and causes him to disappear. There's not even a scream. You just hear the sounds of his bones getting pulverized as his spine and ribs get caught between this thing's jaws and just turned into absolute, shattered glass basically inside of his body. There's no exhale. There's no intake of air. He doesn't even have a chance of knowing what it is that just absolutely kills him in seconds with one bite. It then lifts him fully up, lifts its head back, throws its head back actually, and you see his boot and his arm kind of go free for a second and then fall back into its gullet, and he just disappears in one more chomp. Gone, dead to the world.
Jesus. Bugger off. How am I going to explain this to his mum? Eaten by a fucking dinosaur.
All right, I'm going to have all of you roll a d20. You're not going to add anything. This is an initiative roll. We're going to see if anyone gets a 10 or above. Let me know.
I got 19.
18.
18 for Chad, 17 for me.
Oh, wow. Okay, so all of you, so the player characters get to go first, the T-Rex, and then our erstwhile and scared NPCs. So you witness this death. Tyrannosaurus is looming over you guys, looking around. And currently 2 of you player characters are outside of your vehicles, but only a few steps out. All of the NPCs are. And that's where we start as the combat begins. The Tyrannosaurus is looming, but you guys have the initiative. You're no longer surprised. What do you want to do?
Go ahead, Bon Jovi.
Never thought I'd hear that.
I hop back into the car to try and get the engine going again.
Okay. Yeah, you dive back into the car, start, feeling around for the keys, realize that there's this weird kind of mechanical ignition or electronic ignition thing that's been put on it that's replaced the normal key ignition. Mm-hmm. And so you're trying to figure out how it works. Make a knowledge roll. So a D20 plus your knowledge. And a typical roll, if I don't tell you otherwise, assume the difficulty is going to be 12.
Okay. 2. Jeez.
Oh, you don't have to roll a d6. You're not using any
okay.
items for this one.
So,
so-
knowledge, 5.
I imagine it wasn't a plus 19 or something, or 18, whatever would have got you there. So you're looking at this thing. It looks like it's not even like a push to start button. Like it's probably like a completely automated control. There might be a way to like hotwire it or something like that, but darned if you know. So that's your action. You moved, you took an action. That's basically how this goes. So that was a great first example. Unfortunately, it failed, but hey, that's what happens. So that's how things work. So that's the two of you get to go now.
Yeah. Are you you're in the vehicle?
I'm in the vehicle. The Deuce is terrified. He is in a fetal position, clinging to the floor as much as he can.
Okay. Point of order. You guys in the same car now?
Yeah.
You do? Okay. Gotcha. So you want to just cower, or do you want to do anything specific?
I'm cowering.
Okay, you cower.
Okay, so myself and Joe are outside the vehicle. I guess Carol's inside.
No, yeah. So all the NPCs were outside.
All the NPCs are outside.
Yeah.
Okay, so I tell Joe and Carol. I spoke to some I spoke to some of the doctors because I was briefed on this. They see by movement, so don't fucking move. Joe, Carol, don't move. Just stay absolutely still because they see by sight. They see by movement.
Gotcha.
So,
all right.
So don't move. The second you move, they'll be able to pick you up and know your prey. So don't move.
All right. So what I'm gonna have you do actually is make a presence roll, and this is gonna help them with their morale check, which they're gonna have to make. So that's gonna be a D20 plus your presence.
D20 plus presence. My presence is 2. Come on. 12, 14.
Nice. Okay, that's success. So what happens is for NPCs and monsters, when they lose one of their numbers or something really goes wrong, they make a morale check to see if they're willing to flee or fight or whatever. And so now the NPCs, these guys all have to make morale checks because they're NPCs, and that's how it works. Yeah. So now because you succeeded, they're going to get a bonus to their roll, which is great, which is going to be your presence modifier, which is what?
2.
2. Okay, so they're going to have a +2 to their roll.
Nice.
Or I think it's actually technically a -2 because morale is different, but don't worry about that. Okay, so now it's the NPC's turn. So T-Rex and then our NPCs. We'll just do the morale check for the NPCs first. So they get a -2. Okay. So I'm going to roll 2d6. They rolled incredibly low, which is good for that. Okay. You don't want to roll above their morale. High morale is good. So your words kind of like sink in, and both Joe and Carol, freeze in place. They do not move. Carrie, she was screaming her fool head off. She, claps her hand over her mouth, and then she's trying to like back away super slowly as if she's not moving, but she's still moving. You know what I mean? Like she doesn't fully realize she's just like taking an action out of like pure instinct. She's like moving towards the car that you two are in. But she's doing so incredibly slowly. Then the T-Rex gets to go. What does the T-Rex do? T-Rex is going to kill some stuff because that's what T-Rexes do. Yeah. So T-Rex looks around and let's see. People staying still. So, Stan, I'm going to have you roll a... this will be another presence check.
Okay.
So, D20 plus your presence.
D20 plus presence.
I'll also roll for the two NPCs.
I got an 8 plus 2, so 10.
Okay. 10. Okay, so the lowest roll goes to... who's there? Carrie. No surprise. So she does keep inching towards the car, and the T-Rex
Carrie,
eyes
freeze!
Alert, and it moves in, and it goes to bite her. She lets out
legs, not her hot legs.
She lets out a whimper before its jaws close down on her. Oh. You see a couple pieces of like clothing from Derek, fall out of its mouth. They must have been caught somewhere in its teeth. Those fall out as it opens its mouth, and then it closes its mouth around her head. It catches most of her upper body. So once again, you hear the sound of bone crunching. You hear her voice go from a whimper to like a gurgling sound, and then there's this one like really loud snap, and the T-Rex kind of like lifts her up, kind of shakes her around a little bit. You hear a bunch more bone crunching noises, and then she too disappears down this thing's gullet. A couple more bites this time. It looks like it's kind of savoring it a little bit more. rather than just trying to eat for eating.
She always
sake.
said that's the way she wanted to go out.
I think she's hungry. Or it's hungry.
Okay, so we're back to the top. It's you guys. What do you want to do? Two of you are in the car. One of you are standing still. You've got
Myself
two
and
NPCs
two,
who are
yeah.
very, very
Alright.
dead.
Standing still. There's got
I
two NPCs
turn to
standing
you, go
still.
like,
Yep.
The security person knows what to do.
started. What's going on?
I'm gonna try and hotwire it underneath the steering wheel.
All
See if
right.
I can.
Yeah. So make another knowledge check.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Watson, what do you want to do while that's going on?
I'm gonna try and make sure he can do it. I don't know.
Okay. So you provide moral support.
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
Oh, wow.
What? Jeez. Okay. So great. Get all this stuff out of the way. We're in panic mode. So roll one of the d6s if you don't mind. This is going to be your panic check.
3.
A 3. So on a 3, your panic mode is a strong suggestion for roleplay for the rest of this encounter.
Okay.
So you don't have to roll any more panic checks,
Okay.
which is good. Whatever yours is, and you don't have to tell us. So you just know that that's a strong suggestion for roleplay. You don't have to follow it, at
Yeah.
the cost of everything else, but it's highly suggested that is your personality quirk now.
Gotcha.
So you're working on the thing. It's not going well. You can't find a way to hotwire. What do you say or do?
It's like, looks like I fumbled the wires here. Nothing's working, so I think I'm gonna huff it on foot.
What are you, a cowboy? You think on the steel horse you can ride? Bon Jovi, get this thing on.
No, I can
working.
squeeze through across the road. There's another fence. I'll just squeeze through He's not gonna go through that fence. The other fence broke. This one's fine.
You gonna leave me alone in here?
I mean, it's your option to follow me, but I'm out of here.
I tell you, this is the safest place to be.
I doubt it right now. So I'll give you a minute to think about it, but I'm gonna hop her off. So I open the door slowly, creeping out, and then I wait for it when I try to look for if the T-Rex is like looking elsewhere or to the side.
Okay.
And then I try to book it to the opposite side of the road.
I say,
with the
Bon
fence.
Jovi, don't move. Stay where you are.
Hey, life is a highway, my friend.
His name's not even Bon Jovi, and that's not even a Bon Jovi song. Okay, so yeah, you exit while the thing's busy chomping on Carrie. You find like a moment when it seems to be focused on that. You exit on the opposite side and start moving. Watson, staying put, going with him, doing
I'm
something else.
gonna reach under the seats for the the emergency pack that's there in the car because I know
Excellent.
what's gonna be in there.
Great, we're getting
So
all
it's
the
like-
rules out of the way. This is perfect. So you're gonna scrounge.
I'm gonna scrounge
Yeah.
and hopefully find the flares and the
Should have done that.
Great idea. Okay, so scrounging. The good thing about scrounging is you're pretty much, if you're in a place that has stuff, you're guaranteed to find something, whether it's the most useful thing or not. It goes down to a dice roll, but we'll get to that in a second. Here's the bad thing about scrounging, though.
Yeah.
Scrounging takes a little bit of time.
Okay.
And so scrounging generally causes what's called an event die roll.
All right.
And so I roll a die, and then something else could happen because of that. So I'm going to roll the event die, and then
right.
you're going to make a scrounging check in a second. Event die. Okay, cool. I know what I'm going to have happen. We'll get to that in a minute. So now we'll scrounge. You are in a vehicle, so you roll a d4.
Roll D4, okay.
Yeah.
That's a 4.
That's a 4. So you have that's awesome. So you got like the most equipped vehicle of the entire bunch.
District Tavern knows which car to get in.
There's two Range Rovers, Ford Explorers, and you got the one that's like kitted out. Yes. Okay. So here's
Nothing
what
but
you
the
find.
best.
I'm gonna throw this stuff at you pretty fast and furious. Be ready to write it down. All right. So you find tucked inside of the kit, and it looks like a late ad that is not the normal for these kits, but there's a can of Barbasol shaving cream. There is a flashlight, high-powered flashlight, of course. There is an animal safety vest, which can act as armor. And last but not least, there are batteries, which are used for the flashlight. So here's what happens. For the batteries, if you don't mind, draw 3 either circles or boxes at the end. That's the usage on that. The animal safety vest also has 3. Has 3 usage. And the animal safety vest gives you defensive +2, so you can write that down next to it. So whenever you roll to defend, you're going to get a +2 from that vest, but you have to roll usage with it. It could get damaged and stuff like that. The flashlight, you never have to roll for usage for the flashlight itself. You roll for usage for the batteries, so it could run out of batteries. The Barbasol can also has 3 usage. And was that everything?
That was everything.
Okay, cool. So there you go. That's everything you find in the survival kit that comes in this.
All right. Well, I would throw on the animal safety vest right away.
Okay. Cool. So we'll skip over to Stan while you kind of equip yourself.
Okay, so I'm still ordering my people. So Joe and Carol.
Yep.
Continue not to just stay in place. Hopefully this thing will pick something up. Something else will grab its attention and it'll move on. But for the time being, stay in place. Don't move. The Deuce. Say Deuce. Just stay right there. He's moving around. I can see him moving around in his vehicle. I said, just don't move. Just stay where you are. Try to keep down. Try to keep it below the window.
Hey, you're not the boss of me.
Okay, you're gonna end up dead, but that's okay.
This guy.
It's okay. Yeah.
All right. I'm basically, I won't have you make another roll. I'll reapply your presence to morale for the allies that you have with you. So that's good. That was great action. Even though it might have seemed
I'm just waiting for this thing to move on.
Yeah. Smart move.
I'm just waiting for it to catch sight of Deuce and fuck his ass.
Speaking of which, Deuce, my event die roll that comes true, and you nailed it, Stan. So Deuce, you put on the animal safety vest, you throw the batteries in the flashlight, and then all of a sudden you notice through the sunroof on your Ford Explorer there's a Tyrannosaurus glaring down, and it huffs once, and the glass of the sunroof fogs up, and then it comes down full jaws open and smashes into the plate of the Ford Explorer sunroof, knocking the plate down on top of you, and now you've got a thin plate of plexiglass between you and a Tyrannosaurus.
But it's working.
It's so far. So I'm going to have you roll a defense check, actually. Sure. So roll a d20. You're going to add your agility. You're going to add the +2 from the armor. And you're also going to add a +2 from the plexiglass.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So whatever that is all day. I don't know.
So that'll be 15 total.
15 total. Okay. Yeah, so I think that you are hopefully in good shape. Let me just check. Nope, you're not. Okay. Okay. So Tyrannosauruses are actually
I'm
really
smiling
strong.
at the T-Rex going, ha ha, I know this Plex is going to hold.
So the T-Rex comes down. Like I said, the plate is now on top of you. You're holding it up. The part of the plate smashes. The plexiglass smashes, and you get a few shards, and you take only 1 point of damage.
Okay.
So you take that off of your current hit points. So, that's for you. That's like a critical injury.
I mean, that takes me down to 2, baby.
And the thing's basically got, the better part of its jaws through the roof of the thing coming down, descending upon you. The plexiglass can maybe take another, maybe 3 more hits before it's, absolute toast. And that's only if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving, that's the Tyrannosaurus's turn. So the NPCs. So Joe and Carol freeze in place. They're doing their job. They remember their training. Kind of thing.
Because they're well trained by me.
Right. Joe kind of leans towards you as this thing's got its face full into a Ford Explorer. He's like, should I create a distraction? Let you guys get out of here? I can grab a flare or something from the other car, maybe.
I don't want to sacrifice one of my people, but I say that's up to you. I can't order you to do that because most likely it's going to go after you, and it's much faster than you.
He puts his hand on your shoulder.
Do it.
Puts his hand on your shoulder and is like, "This is the right thing to do."
Wow,
it's been great working with you. And
not just
like a
saving a
hero,
life.
Joe, sometimes called G.I. Joe by his buddies,
Definitely
rushes over to the other vehicle, rips open one of the doors, and pulls out an emergency kit and hopes there's a flare inside of it. Instead, he pulls out a water bottle and grits his teeth for a second. He opens the water bottle, throws it at the Tyrannosaurus, splashing it a little bit, and then hitting it with the plastic container. And it's enough for the Tyrannosaurus to glance up for a second. And he starts yelling and says, "Over here, you big lug of scales, come and get me!" And he takes off in the opposite direction away from where... Barry got out of the vehicle and started heading down, the line of the fence. And the Tyrannosaurus looks up and starts charging after him. And luckily, that receding sound of its thrumming footfalls, kind of fades away as it disappears into the trees behind one of the restrooms. That Joe uses to kind of try to cut off its line of sight.
I'll remember you, random guy.
They both disappear into the tree line.
Can I take this opportunity to get out and follow Bon Jovi?
The rain is pouring down. Your panic mode is now over because the encounter's over. So you made it a little ways away. You didn't have to go super far.
Okay.
Once you saw the thing running away, you kind of pull yourself together a little bit. You are now out of your panic mode, and the rest of you are there, sitting in the silence with just some spattered blood around you and these broken down vehicles.
Okay, so who's next? I think it's Bon Jovi, right?
No initiative order.
It doesn't
it's
have
free
to
play
work,
now.
yeah.
It's free play.
It's just you guys and Carol.
Okay, so I say I run Carol. We run over to Deuce, and we're like, open the door, like, come on, let's go.
Did you see what happened
Yeah,
to the car?
He's definitely pissed himself.
It was supposed to be safe.
I say, yeah, I
Fuck
see.
you, Ford.
Hey guys, I think I found a hole in the fence
Like,
over
let's go,
here.
man. So I grab Deuce, like, let's go, man, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, Carol kind of takes the lead, heading over to where Barry calls from, and she's like, "What do we do? Are we gonna go into the paddock, or are we gonna go down the road? Like, what's safer?"
I say we need to get to the visitor center because that's where the weapons are, and that's where and the steel doors and concrete are. So we need to get there.
Do you know where it is, or do you have a map?
I do know where it is because it's security. So yes, I'm well versed at this this facility.
Yeah, you have a pretty good sense of where
Yeah.
most stuff is.
Well,
Like,
what
you
do
don't
you-
have no one has a map on them. That
What's
they
the
know
quick?
of, so.
I mean, like, stay on the road, or do we go?
No, let's stay in the jungle as much as possible. We'll hug the tree line and try. Well, hopefully none of the other paddocks have broken loose.
Hopefully,
but if they have,
hopefully,
hopefully, yeah. Well, do you want to walk on the open road? How about this? You take point. You walk on the road, and we'll hug the tree line. And if something attacks you, then we'll just keep going. How about that? You want to do that?
No.
Oh yeah, then.
Hey, everybody, look, we're having a good time.
I say so, or you can listen to what I say and hug the tree line. Stay off the roads as much as possible in case these things hump by line of sight. So we can and movement, so we can break up our movement through the trees.
Okay, do you have any weapons or anything on
Negative. We got nothing. I got these hands right here, and they're always free. So
you? Great. That's going to do great
Yeah.
versus a 20-foot T-Rex. Okay.
hey,
Well, maybe if
They're
we
bitches.
grab some sticks along the way, it's at least something to be, batter off some kind of
some rocks or something.
some rocks or lizards,
Lizards.
Lizard, you're going to throw a lizard at it?
I mean, you grab the lizard, but you never grabbed an iguana by the tail and just whack somebody with it.
I work at a
say I
skyscraper.
have.
No.
Oh,
Never
well.
grabbed a lizard
fair
by
enough.
the tail.
Fair enough. All right then.
All right, so
Only lizards the Deuce knows are lounge lizards, baby.
And lot lizards.
okay, so sorry. You got the road that heads vaguely in the direction of the visitor center
Yes.
and stays between the paddocks, or the paddock, which has the feeding area and then a trail that kind of goes down deeper into the paddock area, or you can go over the side, which is like a 20-foot or like 50-foot drop.
I say I don't know what you guys would do. Carol and I we're gonna move down the road, hugging the tree line, staying off the road as much as possible because all roads lead to the visitor center. So you guys can do what you want, but Carol and I are gonna head down this way.
Okay.
Wait, because you can't climb through the gap of the fence wires.
You can.
You can.
A human could fit through.
Oh,
for
human.
the.
So we could still hug the line, but on the inside of the fence.
Once you get past the feeding area, it's a sheer drop off.
Oh, okay.
So
Sorry,
you would have
just-
to like kind of clamber along the fence line.
All right,
you could. It's possible. It's just difficult.
Okay,
say
yeah,
just-
no,
yeah,
let's-
follow the road where the
tree
electrical,
line is, right?
where the rail is that gives the vehicles power. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so just follow this road. It leads to the visitor center. Hug the tree line. It's best that way. You guys can do what you want, but Carol and I heading that way.
Yeah, you turn, and before you even get a step on the path, you hear the sound of something else moving. Sounds like a lot of something else's, in fact, coming from the far side of the feeding area, coming closer. And for a second, you freeze in place, just to kind of like take a glance over there, see what you can see, and you see several shapes that are moving in the darkness and the rain beyond. And then it quickly turns into a stampede of creatures. They're bipedal, smaller. They're roughly about human sized, but there's a bunch of them. In fact, there's 3d10 of them. Give me 1 second to roll the d10. There are like about 16 of these bipedal humanoid-looking things. They all have kind of flat heads and really small mouths, which luckily for those of you who are trained in security and stuff like that, you recognize them immediately. They're iguanodons. And they should be relatively harmless as long as you don't get in their way while they're stampeding, which you guys aren't in their way. You see them basically, they rush across the feeding area and through the hole, the gap that the Tyrannosaurus made, and then just kind of like run out into the area where the vehicles would be normally going and stuff like that, and then head into the tree line in a section, kind of opposite from where the Tyrannosaurus went. So it's just a herd of them. They just run through. They don't like do anything to you guys or anything like that. But that you see that kind of like situation, and then you begin heading off down the road in the direction of the visitor center. Carol's like, I don't even know where the closest security hut or research lab is out here, so I don't think there's really anything we're gonna find on the way to the visitor center on this route. Good or bad. The closest things that have supplies are all kind of like deeper into the park because they're either research stations to be able to watch the animals in their habitat or they're security stations. So we're making a beeline straight for the visitor center. There's not much else in between here and there.
Okay.
But there are 3 paddocks. So if there's any more gaps in these fences, we got to be extra careful because I don't know what's coming through for those things.
What's in those paddocks? Like, can you tell us what we're looking at?
Let's see. She kind of like looks over to you, Ethan, and is like, I think it's Dilophosaurus, Brachiosaurus, and maybe Triceratops are on the way. So hopefully not the most ornery, but we don't know what else is shut down. Like, there's holding pens in other areas, and if there's other gaps, who knows what's kind of like going across from, distant paddocks to these areas.
Yeah, how far do those the ones that we just saw come from? Like,
well, we've got like 7 miles to traverse.
Okay, so that's bad because Dilophosaurus is the one that spits the acid. Triceratops is not. That's not going to be much of a problem. And what was the other one you said?
Brachiosaurus.
Brachiosaurus.
Those are, herbivores.
Yeah, herbivores. So the only one we have to worry about is Dilophosaurus. I know there's other things out there, but they may stick to their own side of. If all the paddocks have been shut down, they may stick to their own areas. I still think that staying within the tree line, following the road down is probably best. The only thing we don't think we have to worry about is the Dilophosaurus because they spit acid and they are meat carnivores. The other 2 are, they're not that much of a threat. So, again, if you guys want to come with Carol and I, we're gonna.
No, they're coming. We're sticking together.
Okay,
yeah, she says that. She's
okay.
We just saw 2 people die. Yeah. Joe's gone. Who knows if he's gonna make it? Like, we stick together.
Yeah.
This is the only way you guys are gonna get out of here alive, and it might be the only way we get out of here alive. Frankly.
So it's 7 miles. It's a while, but
feel bad though. Yeah, should have done something, but
you didn't. But.
I thought we were safe in the car and colleagues died.
Carol actually like kind of weirdly and totally inappropriately like gropes your chest for a second and then gropes the other side, and then you realize she's searching for something in your animal safety vest. and she's like, no walkie-talkie? God.
Yeah, we've got no radios. We only have a little bit of flashlight. I'd say keep that off as best as we can. And let's just keep moving. 7 miles it's gonna be a hike, but I think we can do it. If we stay inside the tree line and stay down, if we hear something, we'll just lay down, try not to move. So
when we get there, there's possibly a shed with some landscaping equipment we might be able to use. I don't know if that's a place you want to stop by.
Definitely. I mean, it's better than nothing. Having a shovel is better than nothing.
Yeah, put a weed whacker in my hands. I'll tell you what, nothing's going to get in our way.
Okay.
Carol hides her amusement at that, and you guys are trekking off down the muddy road. The rain kind of like ebbs and flows and fits and spurts kind of thing. Like it like relents for a little while and then comes back down in a torrential downpour. It's really just uncomfortable. You're trying to stick to the hard packed road that the vehicles move on their kind of like automated track. Because that hard pack road isn't as muddy, and so your boots aren't as drowning in gook. But even then, it's still hard because the rain is just coming down. When it's differential, it's coming down in sheets. So if it's not mud in your shoes, it's water. But you continue onward. It's a slog for probably the first hour. There's no events. You don't see any other signs of breaks in the fence. Once you get past probably a relatively short first portion of the walking, you're no longer in the T-Rex area. You kind of cross over to where there's a long fence that splits it off from the Triceratops paddock. And the way it's set up, that paddock, there's a very steep hill that goes down into the paddock. So there's not a lot of animals that are like near to the fence itself. You do catch some shapes, in the darkness out in the fields and plains, probably some Triceratops or maybe some other dinosaurs kind of moving about. But at this range, it's impossible to tell exactly what's going on out there. But there's nothing that's like closing in on you, nothing that seems, like an immediate threat. But after that first couple hours, you arrive at the Dilophosaurus paddock area, and there's just a very short section of this area that runs up along the road, which is probably a good sign. So you're thankful for that. You kind of stick a little bit closer to the trees, kind of like move quickly, try to be as quiet as possible, which is hard to do with all the mud and stuff like that. It's a little tough, but you do your best. After a few moments, you hear these kind of like chittering noises coming from within that paddock, high-pitched like whines, and it sounds like almost like sounds you would hear like in the Congo or something like that. You're not sure, like sounds more mammalian than dinosaur or something like that. There's all these like clicking and weird sounds that you'd think like monkeys would make or something like that. And then it kind of like goes away. It's just there long enough to be weird and unsettling, and then it kind of dissipates and you keep moving. And then you come across the edge of the Dilophosaurus paddock, and there's a sign that shows the next section, which is much longer and runs pretty much the length of the road, is the Brachiosaurus paddock. And there you also start to hear noises way in the distance. At first, it sounded like almost like a droning sound, but then you realize it's actually like almost like a trumpeting sound of the Brachiosaurs, as they're kind of like making these like almost like elephant type calls. But it's way in the distance, and it takes a few seconds, but for the security team, you begin to recognize those are the sounds of the Brachiosaurs when they're stressed, when something bad is happening. And it sounds like they're effectively like either calling out a warning to each other or trying to like herd up maybe or something like that.
I turn to Carol like mating calls, run all right?
I learned a few things, you know.
She shakes her head, but remains silent.
Even in this moment, you're still trying to pick
What?
up.
She initiated. Come on, bro.
She's searching you.
Sure, that's what she was doing. She just wanted a piece of the deuce. You know it.
Well, like most women, I'm sure, I found nothing.
Okay, so
Do you know what all that noise is?
yeah, so I tell everybody stop. Everybody stop moving. Take a knee. Everybody get down. Take a knee.
I got
Actually,
bad
as a matter of
knees,
fact,
though.
as a matter of fact, let's go into the wood line real quick. Everybody take a knee in the wood line and just try to listen and see if you hear anything else. So we do that.
Yeah, several of you take a knee, and one of you finds a log to sit on, and you kind of just try to like listen, watch the roads, see what's happening. Little time goes by, some of the trumpeting kind of like dies down. There's like, you know, you get the sense that there's like, you know, maybe there's like 5 of them, then it's like maybe 4 of them, then it's maybe 3 of them, and you're like, ooh. And
You must
then
be taking a nap.
and then you hear thum, thum. Not inside their paddock, but somewhere further down the road, back in the tree line.
Coming closer or just in the distance?
Make a presence check, Stan.
Okay. Presence check. That's a D20, right?
Yeah, D20 plus
Okay.
your presence.
Plus presence. I got what is that? 20.
Okay.
And plus presence 2.
Yeah, so it's absolutely coming closer, but not on a direct path. It's the Tyrannosaurus 100%. Sounds like it's like stalking somewhere in the tree line. It's coming in your vague direction, but definitely not directly at you.
I get behind
which-
Carol.
Yeah.
I think it smells this guy's Burberry cologne he's been wearing.
Hey, man.
We should get rid of him.
What are you talking about, man? This guy's crazy. Probably smelling your crazy. Yeah.
All right.
Got you good on that one.
Guys, there's literally a dinosaur trying to eat us right now. That's what I say.
All right, then where are we going?
Are you rolling for something over there? Tim?
Maybe.
Yeah, okay, because I heard him moving around over there.
Yeah, as you guys are kind of sitting there trying to figure out what to do and talking amongst yourselves, there's a sound of more of those steel cables or something similar to it kind of being torn. This time also vaguely from the direction of where the Tyrannosaurus is, which strikes you as odd for a second because he's not near the fence or whatever. But then you quickly realize there are power lines that run through this area since this is the area where the vehicles go. There's no dinosaurs that are supposed to be out here. There's power lines that might run from some of the facilities. You hear that twanging sound of the steel cables breaking, and then you all see this. There's a flash of light as a transformer somewhere in the woods, probably about maybe 150 yards away, just bursts and explodes, sending sparks flying into the trees. Luckily, it's far enough away that this thing's not right on top of you. But
Did it cause a fire at all, or like in the tree line? Like
you don't see anything that
no.
suggests a fire immediately, and the rain's probably made everything
Okay,
so
yeah.
wet that
Gotcha.
that's unlikely, but it's not impossible.
All right. Yes.
should we
Bon
follow
Jovi?
the power lines? Maybe they'll bring us somewhere a little bit closer than where we're going.
I mean, do the power lines run parallel to the road? So it'd just be following the road?
Not necessarily. So they
branch off?
Yeah, they can branch off because the power lines are really just there for certain buildings that require more power. A lot of the other power lines that are, ironically more of like the simple stuff is run underground between
Yeah.
different buildings and stuff like that. So this is only for like the research labs or something that requires a little bit more.
So I would say there's not much out here. We can't follow one of the power lines down. There may be a building with some equipment, some supplies in it, but that could be, 1,000 meters into the jungle. I wouldn't recommend that. I would say just let's stay along the road. Again, keep hugging the tree line. If we hear something, we'll just jump back into the tree line, take a knee, or lay down. But I would not recommend following the power lines because we don't know what's out there. It could just be running to another transformer. and it's out in the middle of the woods. So
And your idea is what? To duck and cover?
exactly, yeah, exactly. And,
I don't know, man. I don't know if that's gonna work out for
I
us.
mean, it's not. I mean, you guys can follow the power line in the jungle, just flatheading until you find a relay station that's got nothing in it, but a computer that just tells you what's going on. But
And 4 walls.
Yeah, but they're shacks. They're not made out of concrete. So
Well, some of them are, Carol
Some
says.
are? Some of them are?
Depends on what the buildings are, but not all of them. He's right, not all of
it's
them.
gonna be a little bit more reinforced.
okay, but
It's a risk.
it's a risk, yeah, because it might.
Yeah, being out here is a risk.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, but we know where this road is going. It's going to the visitor center. We don't know where those power cables are going. They could be going into just a
I could have
transformer
just
station.
teleconferenced in for this. I don't know why I'm here.
Yeah, you could have.
Is there a map in that animal vest?
Oh, yeah.
I checked the pockets.
Empty.
Damn it.
No.
I don't think going into following a power line
Carol,
into the
I think
jungle.
There's a pocket back here. Could you reach in?
Yeah,
And
she
see-
immediately, the survival instincts, flash in her eyes, and so she immediately, goes for it, starts checking
I
it.
just eyeball these guys. I'm like, she loves it.
She pats
I just
it.
shake my head like Jesus.
There's nothing.
Well, I try.
So we know where this road goes. We don't know where these power lines go. Let's stick to the road, is what I say.
All right.
Now, is that something that the group has to decide on, or they can go off on their own? Or how does that work?
I'll assume if no one brings up another decision point that you guys just do it and
Yeah.
start moving.
It's up to you guys. What do you
but,
guys?
Yeah, if anyone's
I'm staying
gonna-
on the road. I don't know what you guys want to do.
Carol's going to follow you.
Yeah, Carol and I are staying on the road.
I'm gonna follow you until I hear that thud again. Then it's every man for himself.
Yeah, definitely. If we hear the thud again, and
It's your life.
and a T-Rex is on us,
Now or
definitely
never.
run. Definitely run. Definitely run.
All right,
Yes. Running would be best for
Run
you.
would be best
too.
for you. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well,
I would recommend you take off at a dead sprint away from us because that
Yes.
would help.
Yes.
maybe
The more
even-
running, the better for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Well, if I grabbed a hold of one of those iguanodons, I could have rode its back out of here. But
that would have been a good roll.
Yeah.
The Yoshi roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn to Carol and say, okay,
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
stay together.
Yeah, well.
You and me. We can stay safe.
I just shake my head. Again.
She lets that
how do
aside.
you not have a bunch of HR complaints?
What are you talking
And
about?
I'm the security
I don't know what
guard.
you're talking about.
I
We're
think he actually
surviving
has.
here. This is just us surviving. Just being human in the moment.
Yes, exactly.
I think I saw someone talking to Ed Regis earlier, actually, about that.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the HR guy.
Yeah, yeah.
So, might have been.
Might have been.
you mind if I borrow your
Carol's. If we
flashlight?
survive this, Carol will
Sure,
definitely.
yeah.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I hand my flashlight over to Jovi.
It'd be a good idea, John, if you didn't turn that on.
I'm not turning it on. I
Okay,
just
okay.
wanted to hold it.
Okay.
I feel like I'm, defenseless here. I just
Once
wanted
again,
something.
if you see a dinosaur,
flash the light and it's on.
definitely flash the light, but away from
run.
us. Yeah, and run. Yeah,
Definitely run.
yeah.
Got it.
Run with the light shining above you.
Yes. All right, you continue off down the road talking about great ways to save some of your lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can transfer the flashlight and batteries.
And batteries,
Don't forget. So the batteries have three usage.
Okay.
So make sure you
Yep.
do that. They go on separate lines, so your flashlight's one, the batteries are a separate one.
Oh,
Because they occupy different item slots. When you run out of stuff, obviously you can cross it off and no longer occupies the slot.
Gotcha.
Or breaks or whatever. So, okay, you continue down the road towards the visitor center. It takes, like Carol mentioned, it's going to be a roughly 7-mile hike that you have to do in rain that is switching back and forth between a pretty heavy drizzle and a torrential downpour.
So it's got to take some time.
Yeah, it slows you down hard.
It's dark.
Carol, tell me about your life. How'd you get here?
I can't hear you over all the rain.
I mean, we got a long time to walk.
it's-
I just
I
figured
say
it
It's
was
so
probably-
noisy.
We should probably stay quiet as possible.
Yeah.
How about
possible.
we put him in the back of the line because he just to separate those two.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Do you like my watch? It's a Rolex.
Well, your Rolex got all wet, so I don't think it's working no more.
He takes out his car keys. Oh, but I drove a Porsche.
Not to the island, of course.
No, you just carry him in the pocket.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, she does everything in her power to find other things to focus on and do on this trek. But after a while, you probably do wear her down to the point where she like.
That's how the deuce does it.
Yeah, right.
Wear him down.
She eventually gives you like 1-word responses, which is the most you can get out of her.
See, the funny thing, we called her Hot Legs because she loved buffalo wings. So
Then she became hot lunch.
Oh, too soon.
Sorry.
Man.
Jeez.
I thought.
That was literally 15 minutes.
I mean, the rain made it seem longer, like it was, maybe an hour ago or
Read
something.
the room.
I don't know. You didn't seem too, sad about it.
Well, I mean, like, other than knowing her for, 5 years? I mean, I didn't really know her, so.
That explains a lot.
Definitely explains a lot.
Anyway, can we just go in silence? Carol says.
I mean, I'm broken
Yes.
up, Carol. I'm really broken up by it.
I'm sure. I hope you find a shoulder to cry on.
Yeah. I mean, I remember talking to my Buddhist about it, and, it just makes you feel smaller, right? Like the whole...
Your Buddhist what?
my guru, my guy, I have
Your
a guy.
Buddhist.
in
Is
the
that how
city.
you refer to him? My Buddhist?
Well, I mean, that's how he likes to be, preferred being called that, so. It just puts everything in perspective, like, you used to be the top of the food chain.
Hey, Ethan, are we almost there?
Oh, no, we got a long way to go. And
good
we should probably walk in silence as much as possible.
Yeah, there's a
Point taken.
another couple hours pass as you guys trek uncomfortably through this situation. A few more times deep into the wood line, but still outside of the paddocks, you see another few transformers blow along this path. Seems like something is really either going at the electrical, or maybe there was lightning strike somewhere and it's causing shortages, or you have no idea what's going on. But by the time you reach like hour 4, you've seen 3 transformers explode in total. So something's really going at that.
Now, do the Transformers, are we passing them?
No, they all seem to be happening behind you guys. So you'll hear the explosion, or you'll see the bright flash of light, and it's always like many dozens, if not hundreds, of yards away.
Things aren't that bright. There must be like fried lizards back there by now.
Or it could be, Archer, leader of the Gorgonites. If you saw the movie Small Soldiers back, they dropped a wrench in between the transformer and exploded. It could be that, possibly.
The Small Soldiers that just came out just a little while ago.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie, yeah.
I don't watch things of fancy like that. I like documentaries.
Oh, okay.
Stuff of real measure. I go
I'm
to
sure
I go to a lot of art shows.
I'm sure as you're
in the city.
As you're saying all this, you're looking at Carol.
Yeah, absolutely. Like just unlock, just locked eye contact the entire time.
Then, as you guys are in mid-conversation,
I got a lot of books in my library.
They smell of mahogany.
Yeah.
There's a shape, a shadow in the darkness looming above the tree line, only about maybe 10 yards into the tree line from the road. There's a large shape that's probably got to be your first guess when you look up past the trees is this thing is got to be almost 70 feet tall. And it's large. It's got a thin profile, and for a second you really have no sense of what it could be. But then, security folks, you remember there's actually a construction site, kind of tucked just about a mile into the entryway along the return road, where they have a bunch of their construction equipment set up, and we're trying to build, actually, ironically, another security gate.
So here's the problem, I say. And of course, I'm whispering. Everybody take a knee in the wood line. Here's the thing. There are materials that we could use there that might be like, picks, shovels,
Boom,
fresh.
just do it.
Yeah, but it's a mile into the woods. So I don't know. I want to go down there, but I also don't. If we take the route down there, who knows what's between us and the construction site? Is it worth it to pick up some? I mean, there's definitely gonna be things there. There might be blow torches, batteries, flashlights.
All those things sound good.
All those things sound good, but if there's something between us and that construction site on the way down, we're unarmed, and if there's something between us and there on the way back, yeah, we're armed, but is it worth it?
Well, what if there's possibly a bulldozer, like some kind of mechanized vehicle?
That's true. I mean, but there's 4 of us. That's going to be a tight squeeze. Well, I think the Deuce will be okay with having Carol.
He could be in the little front plow part of it.
Well, I don't need to be in first class or anything, okay? Namaste, buddy. And I'm namasteing in the cab. Anyway. But we can squeeze.
Dude, Bon Jovi, what do you think?
I think it could work. Also, maybe we could have send someone to the crane that turn it on so it just distracts everything in the vicinity while we, grab whatever we need from
But do you mean like somebody has to go up to the crane?
Or will it draw everyone?
Well, no, I mean the operating it would be down below, I believe, and the crane goes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but that means that whoever's operating the crane is gonna be on the ground level and is gonna.
Yeah, they'll have to book it as soon as they turn it on.
I'm just say this: who knows how to operate a crane?
I mean, it's
not this guy.
I mean, it's pretty easy. It's pretty, a couple levers.
Carol, you know how to do anything?
Wait, how'd you word it like that?
I mean, I just mean in terms of engineering.
I just want to point out that everything you've said, you've been scoring negative points this whole time, and that was like icing on the cake, man. You really got to change your game.
What are you talking about?
Anyway,
I don't know what you're talking about. What's that smile on your face? Come on.
If only we had your Porsche, right?
I mean, I give it to the kids in need. So,
all right. So
his children don't count.
Yeah.
No, I don't know how to operate a crane. So yeah.
So Bon Jovi, what do you think? Should we go?
I think we should do it. I think we should go.
Deuce, I know you want to go.
Let's do it. I'd rather get some weapons and stay on the road as meatsicles.
I prefer to keep going, but okay, let's go check it out.
All right. You veer off the main road and kind of follow a trail that's been clearly demarcated through the woods, so it's not too hard to traverse. But it's much muddier than being on the hard packed earth that surrounds the roadway. So you're kind of like sloshing through mud and water until you get to the construction site. And there's kind of like a clearing in the woods, the jungle-like woods here. And there's one building that's really tall. It's really just like a tower. And the tower is kind of... not makeshift necessarily, but hastily set up. It's all wood, and it's mainly there as kind of like a lookout thing to oversee the construction operation and see the paddocks around and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. The construction site itself is a clearing about probably 100 feet across, so not very big as far as construction sites go, but they've cleared that terrain. There's one digger, one cement truck, that's also there. And other than that, there's like a bunch of supplies that have been pulled up. The kind of typical stuff you would see for like pouring a foundation, and then a few I-beam type, metal beams in order to kind of like sink into that and provide the structure for whatever they're building, which is going to be something that's obviously more permanent than, the towering tower. That's just made of wood.
For the tower, is it like a ladder situation, or is there stairs?
It's stairs, yeah, exactly. You just did the symbol.
Okay.
Stairs winding around it, yeah, just kind of like a park ranger station. Okay. Basically, is exactly what that is.
Yeah, the tower's not completed though, right?
No, tower is completed actually, so they can have a lookout. It goes up, like I said, about 70 feet ish.
Okay.
And there's a room that's probably about 15 foot square, room.
Bingo,
so
we're safe.
I say, yeah, Carol, let's go up the tower and see if we can. There's a radio up there. Any supplies we can grab. So I take Carol and I go up the stairs.
Also,
you guys can come with us, or you can.
Well, while we're scrounging around, someone just keep a lookout from the tower, in case anything's coming our way.
Barry, you want to check if there's keys for that cement truck?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. Carol and Ethan head upstairs in the tower. Barry is headed towards the cement truck.
Yeah.
And what is our good friend Deuce doing?
He's about to abandon us.
Well, I got his flashlight, so he's going nowhere.
No, I'm sticking with Barry.
Okay, so 2 and 2. All right. So cement truck, that's on the ground floor. So we'll say you get to that first and kind of check it out. So you head up to the cement truck. It is open. So you rip open the driver's side door. Keys are sitting right on the dash. You know, there's no reason for security.
I was going to give the old Terminator 2 check from the.
Score one for the deuce.
So keys are right there. Truck is there. And what else are you doing?
Is there another like ground structure that's not the tower?
No. So they've dug out. They've cleared all the trees from the area, and they've dug out where they're going to pour the foundation, but they have not poured a foundation yet. There's like bags for making the cement and stuff like that, but they haven't done it. There's the steel I-beams, like I mentioned, but there's no other structure on the ground level. Yeah.
I'm gonna do just a quick perimeter, like spiraling out from the truck, checking for any like pipes or things that could be used as weapons or something.
I'm staying in the cab.
Sure.
I have the keys though.
Good.
I'm not gonna bail.
I just took the keys.
Good.
I'm taking the keys. You just stay locked in here. I'm taking the keys.
All right. Okay. Fine. Yeah.
And I'm just gonna search for something.
I'm gonna say.
Good idea
check
to
the
take
glove
keys.
box.
Okay. Scrounging.
I'm scrounging.
Okay. All right.
Through the glove box, under the seats, whatever.
Roll a d4 for me, Lawson.
Shit.
Chad, since you called out specifically, you find a thing of rebar. That's like the appropriate size to be used as a club.
Okay.
So it's rebar. It's an improvised weapon. So what it's going to do is, quick rules segue for a second. If you go into a fight and use your fists, it's a D2 for damage. So you'd roll like a D4. This is going to be more actually, but it would be a D4 divided by 2. This is a D3 of damage because it's an improvised weapon. Okay. So.
Nice.
Not amazing, but not bad.
No, yeah.
Most other weapons are going to be way better than that, machetes and guns and stuff like that, if you find any. Okay, so you've got the rebar, and it's got usage of 1. So that means you roll a d6 every time you attack with it, but if you roll 1, it bends and is no longer useful.
Okay.
I got a 3.
You got a 3 on the d4. Okay, so there are 3 things around here. I will roll some dice.
King of the scrounge, the deuce.
Yeah. All right. You find another thing of batteries. So batteries with 3 usage. Sorry, what'd you get on the D4? 3?
3.
Yeah. You find a container of trank darts.
Okay.
It's really trank dart. They're single use. Numbers are hard. And you find a handheld radio.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right. So you've scrounged. Stan, up to Ethan and Carol. You guys arrive at the top of the kind of Ranger's Tower, we'll call it. Yes. Walk in. Doors open, unlocked. It's mostly all windows inside, obviously, to have a 360-degree view of this place. There's a single desk with a single office chair, a file cabinet, and some things spread out along the desk, some supplies. You're automatically scrounging because that's all you can do in this area. So roll. This is going to be a slightly different roll. You're going to roll a d6 and a d4. You're not going to add them together. You're going to tell me what you get on each of them.
Okay, D6 and D4. And what'd you say? I'm not going to tell you?
You're going to tell me what you get on each die. You're not going to add them together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just what'd you get on the d6? What'd you get on the
Here
d4?
we go.
So d6 first.
A D6 is a 1.
D6 is a 1. Okay, hold on. Let me get that. So
God damn
D6 survival items. So you get 1 survival gear. Night vision goggles.
Oh, good.
Boom. Awesome. And night vision goggles, they require batteries to use.
Right.
So, and we'll go through what other supplies you find. Maybe you'll get some batteries, or you'll have to borrow some or something.
The
Okay.
deuce.
So they don't have usage. They're good as long as you have batteries.
Okay.
Okay. So what did you get on the D4?
A 2.
2 on the D4. Okay, so D4 thematic items. Okay, so you're in Ranger Tower, so we'll give you so on another inventory thing, batteries.
Oh, okay. Battery.
So you got batteries for it. And those have 3 dots for usage, or you can just do the number 3. However you want to track the usage, I don't really care, but just know that you have 3.
Okay.
So every time you use the night vision goggles, you got to roll d6. If you roll 1, you mark a usage.
Got it.
It means it goes away. And so it only, has potential for so many uses. And one more item. One more thematic item for the Ranger Tower. We'll give you the Trank pistol.
Okay.
Ooh.
Since there's Trank darts out there, makes sense that there's a Trank pistol not far away.
Okay.
So the Trank pistol is sitting right on the desk. You need Trank darts for it,
Right.
otherwise it's useless.
Right.
And you don't necessarily have to write this down, but I'll call it out because it's the rules thing. So there's ranges, and they're just like a word. It's like close, near, mid, far. For a range, the Trank pistol has a range of mid, so it's distant but not terribly far out. Trank rifle has a much longer range, and the effect of it is it deals a d6 damage, and any creature it hits, successfully hits and damages, has to make a save or they're stunned for 4 hours, not rounds.
Oh,
hours.
Jesus.
So that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But you only got the 1 round. Okay. So you find all that. There's no radio in this tower. It looks like it hasn't been, the electrical lines haven't been run to this tower yet. So it hasn't been set up with, a radio or anything like that on top.
So there's no radio, no power.
Correct.
And so I got okay. Can I take a look around to see? I know it's pitch black, but can I take a look around to see whether there's anything near us?
Okay, so perception. Let's roll your presence again. You seem to be rolling that a lot for your character.
Presence.
I hope
That's
it's one of your better scores.
20
D20 plus presence.
plus presence. Okay, come on. I got a 4, so that's a 6.
Oof, not great. Okay, going back down to the people on the ground level.
God damn it.
Yeah, here's where we get a surprise check. Rolling stuff. Okay. You guys have scrounged a little stuff, Watson, from the truck. Chad, you've done it from looking around, found the rebar. Since you're out of the vehicle, Barry, you are the first to hear the sound of something rushing through the woods towards the clearing. Breakneck speed.
Ooh.
Let me roll the surprise die. So I rolled a 3. So surprise, on a 1, the enemies go first automatically. On a 6, you guys go first automatically. Okay. Anything in between 2 to 5 just acts as normal. So I got a 3, so that's good. This the first thing that appears at the edge of the wood line, rushing basically straight towards you, is not an enemy. You see Joe. And he's got a really nasty cut going down like his right shoulder, and it goes basically straight down from the shoulder all the way to like the belt line almost.
Oh, jeez.
It looks really bad. His arm's still like moving as he's running, so it's still attached by muscles and stuff like that, enough for him to be able to use it.
Like a gash.
But yeah, it's a bloody gash, and it looks like he's had it for a while now. So it's like, it's like scabbing and the blood is coagulating and stuff like that. So it's just this really gnarly looking bloody wound. But he's running full tilt towards you, and he starts waving his hands, and he's like, find cover, they're eating everything.
All right, mate. Come over here where we found a cement truck. We can hide in there.
Okay. He starts running straight toward you, and you see that there's these shapes that are now kind of appearing at the edge of the tree line, also kind of like following him, hot on his trail. And at first, you think it's more of the guanodons. It's about human-sized lizardy things that are bipedal. So you take that note. But then you realize they have this weird kind of crest coming off their foreheads. So the guanodon is like this flat-headed velociraptor kind of thing, but a little bit more kind of dopey looking, if you want to call it that. So this thing, whatever this thing is, you don't know the name, mostly because I can't pronounce it. So it's one of those kind of dinosaurs. It looks like the iguanodon, but it has this like cool crest that kind of looks like I can't remember the character, but there's a character in a popular video game whose sword like flanges outward and then comes back together. You know who I'm talking about? But it's that shape anyway.
Yeah,
So it's like a blade that goes straight up, then flanges outward and comes together. So the very top of it is like this kind of a wide, flat, kind of boomerang looking shape almost. So it's got that kind of thing, like on its head coming off of it.
Yeah.
And they are running. And the thing is, they have a mouth similar to the iguanodon, very small, kind of like little, mashy kind of teethy bones kind of thing, which suggests herbivore. Like everything from these things shouldn't be chasing down a human to eat him, but that's what it appears to be happening right now, is that these things are coming in full tilt after Joe. And there's 2d6 of them. So Chad, since you're down there, can you roll 2d6 for me
2d6. All right.
and add it together?
Can he hear everything outside or no?
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Come on, Chad.
4 and a 5, and I add what to it?
But nothing.
Oh,
So there's 9 of them. I was just getting the total count. So there's 9 of these surfaces.
I thought I was supposed to roll good.
Yeah, me too. I was like, oh, okay, that's...
This way, if I kill you guys, it's not really my fault. It's like you made that number of them. You know what I mean? Like
That's true.
It's not me. It's them. So anyway, So 5, 4, so 9. So there's 9 of these creatures, and they are charging in after him. He keeps screaming a couple more times. He's like, "Get to the cement mixer!" And at that point, you can hear it over the din of the rain. The rain starts coming down a little bit harder and harder, but you hear it over that, so you can see that your friend and now Joe are running straight towards the vehicle, and there's something in the darkness moving towards them, pursuing them. And Stan, back in the building, there's several minutes that go by. You're looking out one side, and then Carol actually perks up and is like, turns to the other window, the opposite one you're looking at, is like, something's going on out there. I think I just heard a yell. And the two of you kind of go to that side of the ranger tower and see this also unfolding now. From your vantage point, you have a much better view. There's a little bit more light coming from above than below, luckily because of the few breaks of lightning and things of that nature kind of like illuminate the area for moments, and you can see that Joe is running across this construction yard just behind Barry, and they're headed towards the cement mixer, and there's 9 of these creatures following them. It's seemingly in hot pursuit, and again, you recognize them too. These are herbivores. Why are they chasing these people? Unless they're maybe
being chased by themselves. Yeah,
that's possible.
So I go. I go down. I go down on the stairs, I suppose.
Okay.
Then down, and I say, "They're herbivores. They're not going to hurt you, but find cover because there's probably something chasing them." I say, "So get in the cement truck. Get in the cement truck. See if you can maybe even climb into the back of the cement truck, into the cement pour thing.
Mixer.
Yeah, mixer."
As you yell all that out, you get all that out, but like literally as you finish the last word, 4 of these dinosaurs break off from the group and start heading your way.
Turning towards the tower?
Yep. Carol's like, "What? Why are they coming this way?" And she starts kind of like backing up the stairs.
Yeah. So is there like a door that for this there's like usually there's like a trap door or something. How does that?
So there's there's just the stairs that spiral up the kind of base pylons or whatever you want to call those, stilts that it's rests on, and then it's just the hut kind of on top of it, and a door. And the windows.
Just a regular door.
Yeah, and it's a wooden door that has a big glass panel so you can see out of it and stuff like that. So it's really not like secure, you know what I mean? Like it's all just like glass all around you. Kind of thing. It's a true like park ranger station.
Park ranger, yeah. That's what. Yeah, so
like a hide or something.
Yeah,
like that.
And since that's wood, that might not be structurally. If they get hit by it.
So all right. So Carol, get back in the ranger hut and. You said there's a chair in there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know how this works. Is there any way that I can like bash one of the main windows out?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll come back to that. We'll
Okay.
say you're starting to do that. You're grabbing the chair, getting ready to maybe
Yeah.
bash out one of the windows. Come back to you guys. Barry, you make it to the cement mixer and clamber inside.
Are you getting in the back? Are you getting in the mixer, or are you getting in the cab?
Oh, sorry.
I have the key, so I jump into the driver's seat.
He's in the cab? Okay,
front
he's in
seat,
driver's
cab
seat then.
Yeah.
Okay. You're in the driver's seat. Where are you again? Sorry.
I'm guessing passenger side.
Okay. So
On
but
my
you're
best
in.
friend's ride.
Okay. Okay. So
And I'm holding onto the radio, going like, do you stick good? Do you stick good?
Does it work?
Have you tried it? Yeah.
I don't know what the signal would like. What
You just
channel is?
to keep changing channels, see if anyone.
while you're doing that, Joe's about maybe 15 feet out from the cab of the cement mixer, and he's like, "Open the door, open the!" And then he gets silenced as one of the 5 that remains hot on his tail catches up to him, bows down its head, and smashes him full on with the crest. You hear the sound of bones crunch as parts of his ribcage are just pulverized. And he comes flying and slams into the driver's side door is the one you got in, right?
Yeah.
Into the driver's side door of the cement mixer's cab, and a spray of blood just covers the driver's side window, and he slides down off of it. And the 5 of them, including the one that just hit him, they just descend upon him and start chomping on him. You hear the sounds of bones being crushed beneath their large kind of bulbous teeth. And they begin just eating him alive.
I am confused. Wasn't that guy dead?
Well, we never saw him die. Yeah.
Well, I thought so too, but bloody hell, and no pun intended, mate.
Okay.
I click on the windshield wipers.
As some of the blood and gore is swept away and falls down off the side. One of the crested iguanodon like creatures begins slurping up the blood that falls
Oh
off.
Jesus!
Oh,
Weirdly, back to Stan in the tower. So you grab the chair. You've got the windows on all 4 sides and a window technically on the door as well, which is on one of the sides. The crested dinos run at the tower. They kind of saw where you were on the stairs, but doesn't look like these are the velociraptors who learn how to open doors kind of thing. Like these guys just run headlong into the stairs and begin tumbling over each other.
I was gonna say,
don't really know what to do.
okay.
A couple of them smash through a few of the first steps and cause wood splinters to go scattering into the mud. But it's not like they destroy the stairs. Or anything like that. It's just a few of the steps. And they seem to start kind of like circling, the 4 of them, circling around the tower, just kind of like looking up, trying to figure out what to do next.
Okay, so I'm not gonna move then because that was my fear if they come up the stairs. I had 2 separate plans, but if they can't come up the stairs, we're just gonna stay in place. Can I call down to the guys in the truck or?
They have all the doors and windows closed, so they're far enough away that it might be hard to hear over the rain, but not impossible by any means. So
did you find a flashlight?
No.
No. Oh.
No, I have night vision goggles. I mean, I'm not going to use the night vision goggles. I think we can see what's going on. I got the tranq pistol, but you guys got the darts in the truck.
Which you don't know about.
Which I don't know about.
Can we tell that the tower is like structurally, is it structurally
sound?
Sound, yeah.
I mean,
after they ran
right now it is, but given how easily they were able to break some of the stairs, like if these things start pounding at it, probably not.
Okay.
I'd say, Jovi, like let's start this thing. Let's go. Let's wrap around the building and hopefully they can get on the truck.
Yeah, jump off on the
Come
truck.
on, they're living on a prayer right now.
Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ. That's more.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So
I was gonna
we're
Yeah, you got to jump on it. When you think of it, you got to work it in.
so we're gonna hang on in the stairs.
Ain't gonna be no bed of roses.
Oh Jesus!
That was a later Jovi.
Yeah.
That was
Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, we're gonna hang out on the stairs. Obviously, we don't know what they're doing because we can't communicate with them. So I just tell Carol stay in place, and if they luckily I see that they can't figure out the stairs. But if they do, or things get structurally unsound, what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump onto the pylons, that support it and try to climb our way down that way.
Okay, I don't understand why are they eating Joe?
Yeah, I don't.
What is going on?
I thought they were probably InGen doing something they're not supposed to, like always. So who knows? Yeah, they're supposed to be herbivores now. They're eating poor Joe, who sacrificed himself again for us. So, yeah. So yeah, that's my move. I just stayed place.
To you guys in the cement mixer.
I think we just drive around and around and blare on the horn so they follow us away from
do
the
you
tower.
know Morse code?
No, I don't know.
Okay, I thought I might honk the horn like a Morse code type of thing. Maybe they'll get.
Do you know Morse code?
No, I don't. So
I
that's
don't know.
why
I don't know
was asking.
either. So
Oh well, well that's good to know, I guess.
There's no
Well-
need for Morse code in business school. Sorry.
Well, I mean, he's a security guy. He might have known that there was some need of it.
it's not 1955. But,
Well, it's good to know in an emergency. But
I
look
think
at you
if
now.
if
You're
you
stuck
use
in a
the
tower. And look,
well, but you don't know it.
Well, I'm a landscaper. I don't need to know.
Wait, what Morse code would you? What signal would you send out?
I'm like, hey, we're coming over with the truck. You jump on the truck.
Oh, that one.
It'd be a lot of honks.
It would be.
But you'd eventually get there. Anyway, let me start this truck.
If we all only knew Morse code.
You turn the ignition and roll a d6 for the vehicle's usage.
Here we
Oh
go.
no, it's gonna stall out.
Ooh,
6. Okay, awesome. So
yes.
on a 1 is when things go bad. So you're good. So yeah, it rumbles to life. It doesn't have a full tank, but it's got some gas in it, so you're not in immediate jeopardy or anything like that. It's got probably about 3/4 of a tank.
Is there cement in the back? Can I tell?
You didn't look, so you're not sure. You might be able to tell based on how it drives, though.
Okay.
So yeah, you begin driving in a circle, going towards the tower. So yeah, you get it moving. It's a little bit awkward to drive this thing, but you've probably had maybe once or twice had to do like a forklift in your life, given what your kind of work is. So
You're talking to the
the
world record landscaper here from 1994. You know the Highlands, the Scotland Highlands? You seen a picture of that? That was me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why they hired me for this
did.
whole island.
You did the entire Scottish Highlands.
Yeah, did all of it.
Hundreds of miles of them.
100 miles, lots of gas. Let me tell you.
I thought nature just kind of took care of that.
Nope.
Nope.
That's all
I was
me.
wrong.
That's what you think.
Okay. Make a.
I thought I was full of bullshit.
Make a bullshit roll. No, make a so d20 plus your knowledge in this case. This is you getting a feel for the truck and just sensing if there's cement in it.
Gotcha.
Since you asked the question.
8 plus 3, so 11.
11. Okay, as far as you can tell, there's probably not cement in it. Again, probably. You're not 100% certain, but you're like, this thing feels a little light, for what it is, for the type of vehicle, so probably not.
Because I'm thinking if I park it in an area where if I see the dinosaurs grouped up behind it, I could just see if I could pour some, if there is any cement on them.
Okay.
Like start the mixer.
Okay, so yeah, so you pull up beneath, kind of like near the stairwell, on the side that Ethan and Carol come out of into the rain, and the crested dinosaurs begin smashing at the bottom of the stairwell, at the wooden pylons that hold up the ranger station. They begin kind of like going hog wild as the truck pulls up on one side. They kind of avoid the truck, but also not in like a way like they seem like fearful of it. They're just like, they don't know what to do with it, and so they move away from it because it makes noise and beeps as you back up, to that area. So they're kind of annoyed by it, but whatever it is that's driving them to pursue is enough that they're not afraid of it, and they're the loud noises of the truck, all that stuff doesn't make them go away. They just start kind of like redoubling their efforts at destroying the pylons of the ranger tower. So for those of you in the tower, Carol and Ethan, it begins rocking back and forth with each impact of these creatures. The couple of the ones that were eating Joe have since stopped and have now joined in with the chorus of smashing into the bottom of this ranger tower. So there's a truck beneath you, and you guys got to make a jump. Ready to roll it?
Yeah. So let's. I take care of. Okay, I think they're waiting on us. We're gonna try to jump on the top of the cab.
Makes sense.
So we'll go down the stairs, get as close as possible to the truck, and then we're gonna have to jump on the support pylons and then jump on the.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So I'm going to have you roll. You got a great plan, so I'm not going to give you like any penalties or
Yeah.
disadvantage or any of that stuff, or advantage really either, because it's rocking back and forth, so it's still difficult. So I'm going to have you roll twice. The first roll is for yourself, so it's
Okay.
just straight roll with your agility modifier.
Okay.
So you're going to roll D20 plus your agility modifier.
Agility. Okay. D20. This for me. Come on. So I got a 16
Whoa.
plus 6.
Awesome. Yeah,
So-
I don't even have to do the math to know
Okay.
that that's a success.
Okay.
So that was you.
Dive.
So you dive down first. You know,
Perfect.
you might
Triple Lutz.
yeah.
Do a flip.
Yeah. You might do a thing where like you slip precariously, you know, as soon as you hit the back of the cement mixer because it's slicked with
Yeah.
rainwater, and like one of the not Dilophosaurus, these are different. One of these crested things like smashes into the side of the truck trying to get at you, but you're able to pull yourself free.
Okay.
So there's a little bit of tension there, you know, in cinematic quality. But now we're gonna roll for Carol.
And does my
We'll just use
agility-
yours because
Okay.
they don't have stats.
Okay,
so.
okay, got it. Okay. That's a 10 plus 6, 16.
Nice. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So she does the same thing. Hers is a little bit less, graceful, but she's able to jump down onto the pylon and then catch down onto the mixer. She slides off a little bit.
grab
But
her.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You grab her, pull her up before it becomes too scary. Couple of the things now kind of retarget themselves now, kind of like more or less just stalking around the back of the cement mixer. The rest of them are still like pounding at the building. Don't seem to have realized that you made the jump or anything like that. They don't. These things don't look like problem solvers. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Like they're not putting two
Right.
together that you guys left. They're just like, this thing is angering now that it's here and want to kill it. So
Can I
you make-
open up the
Yeah,
passenger
go ahead.
door to have them come in?
Yeah.
All right, I do that.
Cool.
You guys go in. The four of you are now all shoved in very close together in the cab of the cement mixer. It's not the most
The
roomy.
Deuce smiles.
I say, Merry Deucemas. Carol, you're safe. Oh, and you.
Yeah.
And I pull out the radio. I go, who wants to make a call?
Yeah.
Yeah, Carol's like, oh my God, you got a radio.
Yeah. Yeah,
do
so what do we do? Okay, so yeah, I take the radio and I start trying the different channels on it. And I know what channels we're on, so security.
Okay. You.
I say drive, by the way.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm driving, but I also flipped the mixer switch just to see if I could just spill anything as we're leaving. Just
There you
to,
Okay. You flip the switch and tilt the back of it. You know, it makes that like mechanical whirring sound, and then the back lifts up. You start driving, and it's kind of like slow going because you're sort of off-roading with this thing.
Yeah.
At this point, but as you kind of glance in the rearview mirror, you don't see, or the side mirror, you don't see any cement being left behind. So it must have been empty.
fucking me.
You pull out onto the main road where the hard-packed gravel is a lot easier to drive on, and kind of like cinematically like skid out for a second, but then pull it together and start driving down the road towards the visitor center. With the creatures, a few of them break off and
right.
try to like follow the truck, but you're able to bring it up to like probably good 40, 45 miles an hour, even with the rain and stuff like that. Once you're on the gravel, and they can't keep up with that. So
We're going to be
you're
eating
able to-
Jell-O in an hour, boys.
Yeah. Because the visitor center is under control.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Hey, can you check that glove compartment? Maybe they got like a CD mix or something like that. Maybe some James Taylor or something.
Taylor.
I don't know, for the ride there.
I don't know if
just-
cement mixer has a CD player.
I mean, just in case, somebody
A
wants
tape
to.
deck, maybe.
Right. Well, maybe is there a cassette tape in there? So.
I checked for a cassette tape.
No, they had none of that stuff.
Oh,
Just
man.
these
Radio.
these were like stripped out in order to
Yeah.
spare some expense.
No, but I did find. I pull out the trank dart.
Yeah. I said, okay,
Cartridge.
great. So I load the trank darts into the trank pistol. How many does it hold?
Okay, so it's a single-use item, so you get one shot off.
One
with it.
shot. So I take the trank darts, put them on me, and I load the pistol. Is there anything on the radio? At
And
all?
you're welcome.
Yeah,
You
and
think
so,
good,
so
you did good, Deuce. You did.
notably, minus the trank darts from your sheet, add it to your sheet because it does
Uh-huh.
still technically take up an item slot, even
trank
though it's
darts.
really in the gun.
How
but
many?
again, it's just one,
One.
so it's single use.
Just one dart.
it's
Yeah,
one
that's all I
dart.
could find.
Yep.
That's all you had? Oh, I thought you had more than that. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're single use.
Payload of 1.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there anything on the radio?
Okay. Yeah, you start flipping through the channels,
Take a look at
and give me 1 second to
It's
have
good
you
stuff, good
roll a
stuff.
thing. So I'm gonna have you. Each of you is gonna roll 2d6,
2d6.
and add them together and tell me what you get.
Okay.
So Watson first. What'd you
Double
get?
6 is 12.
Double sixes.
Oh, double
Watson.
six is here.
2 double sixes.
Okay, reroll.
Me?
Whoever got the second double six.
Oh man,
Yeah, sorry. There can only be one. This is
Feel
Highlander
the
now.
power.
1 and 3,
Okay.
so 4.
Well, I'll come back to you guys. So remember what you rolled. So
Oh,
Watson,
he's got a.
Yeah.
you got double sixes. Okay. So let me just write some notes
Deuce
down.
abides.
The deuce of odds.
Chad, what did you get?
Well, I got
The second time?
4 now.
4.
Would've been nice.
Would have been nice to have 6. Yeah, I know.
Hopefully lower.
And Stan.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I get taken by a fucking pterodactyl.
I got double sixes. I got double sixes.
All right, reroll.
Oh, we're going to
What
Vegas,
is going
baby.
on? What is
I
going
know.
on?
These are so wasted.
Yeah.
These are so wasted, by the way.
Damn it.
I got 5.
Okay, cool.
That's so weird. Everybody got double sixes.
Those are our lucky dice. Keep
Yeah,
those.
yeah.
Yeah.
Keep these.
Keep those together.
Yeah.
Loaded.
That's why I got this one over here.
All right, you cut through the channels, and after you get on the primary channel, no one answers. You get on the first security channel, no one answers. You get on a second security channel, and Muldoon comes through, and he's like, and I'm gonna butcher the accents. I'm not even try.
Do it.
I might try a little bit. I might
Do
try.
it.
Do it.
Foster's
Do it.
Australian for beer. He's like, "Are you all right?"
We're not. We've lost Joe. We lost 2 other people. I'm here with Carol. I got the Deuce, Bon Jovi, and myself. We're heading towards the visitor center. What's going on? Is there? We need help. People need help.
Bon Jovi wasn't on the guest list.
That son of.
It's Barry Bon Jovi, not
Oh.
no relation to Bon Jovi.
Oh, Barry, got it. Right. Well,
Maybe
get
they'll
back to
help
the
us out
visitor
more if you
center.
say
I'm
you
here
were
with Ed Regis and Hammond. We're currently holed up in the security, the emergency bunker. Sorry, I was looking for the name because I couldn't remember it. He would remember it. We're holed up in the emergency bunker, and there's a pause. There's raptors
Raptors where? Where are they at?
outside the
So
door.
so you're telling me the Raptors have broken out of their paddock and they're out? Because we just saw T-Rex. That's also broken out.
Sounds like everything's free now.
What were those other things we saw earlier that killed Joe? They were. You said they were herbivores or something.
Yes. We also saw some herbivores attack Joe and eat him, and they were whatever the name is. They I identified them as herbivores, and they attacked and ate Joe. What the hell's going on? What have you ever heard of this before?
What, have you gone mad? What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, Muldoon. That's what I saw.
Can someone else verify?
I got 3 other people in this cab with me that saw it.
Carol's like, yup.
Yep, we saw it. He was crushed up against the driver's door here. It was pretty crazy.
They're eating people?
We saw herbivores turn into carnivores. Yes.
Like it was a nice Wagyu steak.
Have you heard from anyone else? Ray Arnold.
Negative. We haven't heard. You're the only person from the park that we've heard of on the radio or spoken to since.
Where's
since
Arnold
the terror
supposed to be?
Well, we sent him out to see if he
Mr.
could get
Arnold.
power back online.
What? Yeah. What happened to the power? Do we understand what happened? What knocked it out? Was it a storm or what happened?
Nedry.
Nedry. I should have known.
He seems to have sabotaged a lot.
That son of a bitch. His workstation always looked terrible. I should have known.
Arnold thought he could bring some of the power back online in all the computer systems if he rebooted it, but it doesn't look like that's the case. He's been gone for almost an hour now.
Son of a bitch. That makes
All
a lot
right,
of
look,
sense.
just get back to the visitor center and we'll figure out what to do from here.
Roger that. Copy. On our way.
Shouldn't we be trying to get power on?
Right now I think it's more important to get to the visitor center and tool up with some weapons, and then we can try to go out
Okay.
Try to
I mean,
restore power.
hearing another voice, that's some good news, I
Exactly.
think, right?
But obviously, this has happened the entire island, and everything.
Well, we don't know if it's happened to the entire island.
Well, we pretty much are certain it has.
A couple of loose cannons here and there, sure, but we don't need to talk about the whole island.
I'm pretty sure that the raptors being out of their paddock means it's not the entire island.
I gotta spin this some way for the CEOs.
I don't think there's any spinning this, dude. We've already lost 3 people, and God knows how many others. So.
I mean, it's like a pop
people
malfunction,
die
right?
all. Yeah, it happens all the time. Like those 7 deaths at Disneyland last week. Okay, they cover that shit up. No one knows. Look, there's some things that we gotta fix up. That's it.
Remember that Disney lawn that crashed? That was crazy.
Yeah.
See.
You cross the main gate that leads into Jurassic Park, the huge, imposing wooden doors or wood-style doors with the sign over it that says
King Kong
Jurassic
back
Park.
there?
Yeah, exactly. You're able to cross that, which is already open, notably. Might have jammed that way or opened at some other point, you're not sure. But you guys race through it in the cement mixer and head down the road. You only have, just literally a few more minutes of driving and you'll be in the vicinity of the visitor center. The visitor center, as you may recall, has a number of buildings actually out of it. There's the main visitor center, there's the labs underneath it, but there's also a power junction room that's in a separate building nearby. There's an additional lab site. There's these kind of under construction motels, safari motel type thing that's going on there. But the point is, it's a pretty big area, so it's not just one building that you're heading to. It's kind of like a compound. As you pull up, the rain has significantly slowed. There is little damage to the outside fences that separate some of the areas of the compound, but there is some damage. There's a few places where you can see like the fencing got wrecked a little bit, and there's maybe small gaps, but nothing huge, no massive destruction, and it looks all quiet. There's none of the lights are on. Even the emergency lights are out for the most part, but thanks to the rain abating a little bit, there's a sliver of moonlight now coming through. Looks like the worst of the storm has blown over, so you do have a little bit better vision as you roll up into the visitor center area in the cement mixer. So the emergency bunker is a separate building just outside of the visitor center, and you kind of haven't really ever used it or know much about it, so you're kind of left to your own devices now. The one main thing that you notice as you drive up to the visitor center itself is that there's a large kind of billboard just outside, kind of like before the or on the opposite side from the visitor center entrance, from the road that leads up to it. There's this big billboard thing that's like a map of the park, and so that's just kind of like sitting there on your way in. And I will now hand you guys a map. That's, maybe handy, maybe not.
Handy dandy.
What's on the back? Oh, here.
Okay, so we have a map of the park now.
Yes. Just briefly, you don't really need to know a whole lot here, and you guys can ask questions, of course. But the most important things. So Isla Nublar, I believe it's called. It's basically an upside down triangle shape or wedge shape. Most of the park takes up the eastern side. Most of the visitor center and kind of operations and guest areas are on the east side, more centrally based. The south is kind of mostly just remote terrain. There is a helipad down there, though, and there is to the north of the visitor centers, there's kind of jungle and mountain range type thing way in the north. That's much harsher terrain. Also that the kind of the north, almost central north, slightly eastward, there's the north dock. The east dock is on the opposite side of the dinosaur enclosures, so that's much further away. And since you work security, Ethan, you would know that there's also a private airstrip that's unmarked on the map. So kind of just to the north, on the northwest, there's a symbol along a road, kind of like the final symbol you see along the northwest. Further down. That one. Yeah, exactly. So just north of that, where the road splits that you can see on the map, that's where that's where the airstrip is. And that serves as kind of, and it's unmarked on the map, so there's nothing there. It's just where that road splits. There's an airstrip, and that's where they brought in like larger supplies and stuff like that. Whereas the helicopter's more for people and things.
Mm-hmm. Is there a dock for like boats and stuff?
Yeah, so the north dock is up here, and then there's an east dock right where they put in. Yep.
We just got out of all that.
Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Like there's dozens and dozens of unmarked maintenance sheds and veterinary stops and stuff like that, kind of like throughout the whole region. Some supply sheds and laboratories and stuff like that. So there is other stuff than what's shown on the map, but this is what visitors would know.
Now, do I know if there's a plane at the airstrip?
So because there was mass evacuations for the storm, you're not sure. You're not sure if they left a plane. There's definitely a helicopter, and there's definitely going to be boats at either of the docks. They always have an overabundance of those, in case of emergencies. So the airstrip, whether there's a vehicle there or not is questionable.
Okay, so
Let me interrupt for a second to keep that thought in your head, though. You guys all level up. You've made it to the visitor center, so you can increase your level to 2 on your sheets, which doesn't. There should be a spot for level, I think.
Yeah.
You're going to add a D8 to your hit points. So roll a D8 and add that number to your maximum hit points, not your current.
This is the D8. 8. Nice.
okay.
Add it to what?
To maximum hit points, not current.
Oh, okay.
So
Maximum?
that's important. So this is where rest and food and stuff comes in handy. I'll talk about that in 1 second. But
I got a 7.
so add that to your maximum hit points.
I got 2, man. I am just.
You're not that rolling.
Hey,
You're the wizard of the party.
That's because you're a sleaze bag.
It's true. I always seem to end up
Yeah.
playing a sleaze bag.
It's all the slaps you've had over the years have weakened you.
I know.
Okay.
Okay. And you also roll a D4,
A D4.
Whoa.
and whatever that number comes up as, you have that many points you can distribute among your abilities. And it's 1 for 1. So say
I got
you
4.
So you
Got
got
a
4. So you can put
Chad got a
+1
1.
in 4 of them. You could put +3 in 1 and +1 in another. You know what I'm saying? Like you only have 4 points. You can't put 4 in all of them. You know
Oh,
what
I
I'm
see.
saying?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like points you can distribute to
Okay,
increase
So
them.
I rolled the 1. I only.
You only get 1.
Okay.
What'd you get, Watson?
I got a 4, so
Okay.
I'm gonna put it all in toughness.
I got a 2.
2. Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna put 1 in knowledge, 1 in presence, because my knowledge is currently 3, my presence currently 2, so 3 and 4.
Nice. And that's leveling up in this. Very simple.
Cool.
So you've made it to your first main objective, the visitor center. Now your next objective is to reconnect with the other survivors in the emergency bunker.
Okay.
That is the objective that you need to do now. That said, there's a complication, and that is that your max hit points is now much higher than your current hit points, even if, maybe not much higher in some of your cases.
In some cases.
But it's higher, is my point.
Jesus is living large, baby.
So in order to get hit points, to get your current hit points to replenish or go up to the new level, you need to take a break, which it only takes like maybe a few minutes or an hour or something like that, but you need food and water to do it. So you need both specifically. So you guys currently have nothing in your inventory that suggests that, so you don't have any of that. Or you need to sleep for the night. If you sleep for the night, you don't necessarily need food or water, although that'll be a problem after a few nights of sleeping without food and water, but we're not worried about that right now. But if you sleep, so here's how it works. If you take the break, have food and water, you get back D4 hit points. And so you can take a couple of breaks if you need to or something like that and try to get max or whatever. But each time you take a break, I could roll an encounter. So taking time is dangerous. If you sleep, if you're in a dangerous area, encounters could happen too. But if you're in a safe area, like inside of the visitor center or inside of a bunker or something like that, no encounters will happen, which is great. And you get back, if you sleep for a night, you get back D6 hit points.
Okay.
So you can get back potentially more in one go that way, and not have to worry about encounters if you find a safe area.
Okay.
So I mentioned the visitor center is safe. That seems to be the case right now, but maybe don't trust that. So that is just an example.
So so now we're sitting in the truck. We're outside the visitor center.
Yes.
Okay, so I turn to the 3 people I'm with. Like, let's try to link up with Muldoon in the emergency center. But we got to be careful because there's raptors right here. So like keep your eyes peeled. Obviously, we know what the visitor center looks like from the film, and so it's a wide open area in the front. Doors. Glass doors in the front there. So I said, let's get out of the truck and just book it to the inside of the visitor center.
All right.
What do you guys think?
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Let's head
Carol.
for the visitor center.
Carol shakes her head. She's like, let's do this.
You and me to the end. Let's do this.
Just for that, Watson, roll a D6.
Gladly. It's a 3.
A 3. Okay. Yeah, you guys, take a deep breath and then open the doors on either side of the cab of the cement truck and begin pouring out as quickly as you can. Almost as soon as your feet hit the slightly muddy ground. This is much, harder packed to earth and grass and stuff like that, and gravel in the road and stuff like that, so it's not too bad. But pretty much as soon as your feet hit the ground, there's the sound of something crashing through the tree line nearby. And just on the opposite side from the visitor center, on the opposite side of the road that you guys have parked on, a bunch of small, probably about the size of like a German Shepherd or maybe a wolf or coyote or something like that. A bunch of little dinosaurs come.
Like compies?
Yeah, they look like they're bipedal. They've got like slightly long necks. And there's something about their eyes. They have these kind of like bulbous eyes, and there's something that just clever looking about them. The slits kind of like narrow, and they looking straight at you guys as you're pouring out of the truck. And they're moving quickly towards you. So you get to roll initiative because they didn't surprise you. You didn't surprise them. So roll initiative. It's D20, no modifiers. D20. Just tell me if you got a 10 or above.
I got a 7.
6.
Here we go. I got a 6 as well.
Oh my God.
Carol?
No, she doesn't get to roll. Okay. So Carol hits the ground running, and she's like, hold on.
She's the only one saved.
Yeah, seriously.
She's like, Struthiomimus, no! And she kind of like points at the things that are running towards you guys. And she immediately like just goes full tilt run towards the visitor center doors. She doesn't even, wait or anything. She's just going all out.
Break my heart, Carol.
Yeah.
Break my heart.
Tough for you. Now it's their turn. So there are, how many of these things? Chad, I like your 2d6 rolls. Roll 2d6 for me.
Okay.
Jesus. Come on, 1-1.
Yeah. 3 and 4, so yes, 7.
There are 7 Struthiomimus.
Okay.
Are we all outside the truck right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, as the last of your feet hit the ground, these things come brushing out. So, so they're going to charge in, and they're basically going to try to just gang up on you guys. There's 7 of them. There's 4 of you, so 2, 4, 6, and then 7 to follow the person who runs a little faster than the rest of you, I guess. So 2 of them are going to attack each of you. So we'll just go around the table. Watson, you're to my left, so you're going to start it off. So you're going to roll a defense roll. This is where you're awesome because you have armor. But don't forget to roll the usage for the armor as well. So it's a d20 plus your agility plus your armor.
Okay.
You have armor?
Yeah, he found it.
Safety vest.
Oh, right.
Ooh, nice. It's 18. So 24.
Okay, that's
Jeez.
all. Okay. Well, this isn't a Tyrannosaurus, so he does not attack you, or does not hit you. So one of the Struthiomimus comes in, is nipping right at your heels, but you're able to run away. But then the second one comes in on the other side and roll agility again. Same roll, same bonuses.
Oh, that's not good. That's going to be a 7.
7 is not enough. He hits you. Roll. Okay, these guys are nasty. So now I get to roll a bunch of damage. Okay. So actually, first roll again. Sorry, you didn't. Sorry to keep making you roll, but this time it's the same roll. So same bonuses and everything like that. This is to see if they're able to hit you with a like sort of a secondary attack as well.
Okay, so this will be my third use of the armor as well, right?
So sorry, when you have usage on the armor, and any other item, when you have usage, you roll a d6, and if you get a 1, then you mark it. So you don't have to mark it each use. You roll a d6 with the roll, and then mark it only if you get a 1.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll have you roll the usage afterward.
All right.
Just we'll remember it for next time.
That's a 19, baby.
19. Okay. So good news, he hit you. Well, bad news is he hit you. Good news is he didn't like hit you with multiple attacks and bring you down, because that's what these things can do.
Yeah.
Which is terrible. They can knock you prone by clawing at you and dragging you to the ground, because they're just heavy enough to do that. So anyway, he only hits you with the 1 claw. So we'll give you a claw and we'll give you a bite. Good God, I think you're dead. That's 11 damage total.
Oh yeah, I'm dead. I'm
Okay.
dead.
Okay, so here's what happens at 0 hit points. It's not dead. It's just mostly dead. Okay, so when you go to 0, you never go to negatives. There's no negatives, so you're just at 0. You're at 0 current.
Because I was
hit points.
at 2.
On your next turn, you're going to roll a toughness check. So hopefully you have a lot of points in your
I
toughness.
threw them all in toughness.
Good. So when we get to your turn, we'll come back to that, and we'll figure out how that works. So, which your turn is coming up very soon, so that's nice. So you guys see this Struthiomimus. One of them is like nipping at his heels and distracts him, while the other one comes in from the side. Clever girl, and gets his leg, pulls him to the ground, and just starts chomping on his midsection. You see a spray of blood as he screams. That is one of them. So now, Chad, same thing for you. You got to make 2 defense checks.
2 defense checks. Okay.
And while he's doing that, Watson, roll your 3d6. If any one of them gets a 1, or however many get 1s, mark a usage. If none of them get 1s, then you're fine. This is for your armor.
I
Obviously.
got 1.
Okay, so mark 1 usage.
1.
And am I roll? Am I
It's
adding-
agility.
Agility. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 10 plus 5, 15.
Nice. First one is a miss. Next.
All right. 7.
7 is a hit. Okay, now you're gonna make that same roll again to see if you avoid the secondary effect.
Sounds very familiar.
16.
So 21.
21. Awesome. He does not pull. He does not pull you to the ground. He only gets 1 hit on you with a claw. You take 4 points of damage to your current health. So you're still on your feet, still running. The thing just like took a bite, probably just like scraped the back of your leg as you were running, kind of thing. So it's not a terrible wound. Stan, same thing for you.
Okay, here we go.
Agility plus d20.
Agility plus d20. First roll. I got a 5. That's an 11.
11 is not good enough. Roll your second one.
All right, come on. It's a 3 plus 6. That's a 9. God damn it.
Not good enough. Need 13s on this one. They can only do the secondary thing once, so roll 1 more check. Same check.
Come on. 5.
Oh,
Jeez.
Was that by my toughness?
No, this is your agility still.
Okay.
Same
11.
defense roll.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's bad news. So you failed all of them.
man.
Don't forget, you guys have luck tokens.
We have
Oh,
luck
yeah, you
tokens?
can turn in one of your tokens for
Your luck tokens
for an extra
listed
6.
over to the far right of your
to
abilities.
reroll any die.
Oh, yeah. Can I do that? Yeah.
I should have told this to Watson
Sorry,
too.
yeah.
Would you like to reroll?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
I want to reroll.
I won't take no mulligan.
Okay. All right. So you spend 1 luck. So subtract 1 luck, and then you can re-roll one of your dice.
Subtract 1. Okay, here we go. Okay. So
I was at three luck tokens. I'm at 2, so I'm gonna reroll one of my die. Come on, man. Come on.
And you could technically spend more luck tokens and reroll more of them too, because
Okay.
you have effectively two failed rolls you have to worry about.
Okay. So I have 8 plus 6, 14.
Oh, okay. So that's good enough.
Okay.
So now he's only got one attack on you.
Squeaky
Do you want to
bag.
spend another luck token, or do you want to take the hit?
Because you have a total of 19
Yeah.
with your new max.
Yeah,
points.
yeah.
Yeah, but he's only got 12 right now.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't have the 19 yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Take a rest.
Oh,
Yeah,
then
I'll
let me-
I'll respin.
I didn't do that. Right.
So that's a 1. Okay, so I got 1 luck token left. I'm re-rolling out my second one. 18.
Nice.
If okay, all right. So yeah, you spent your luck tokens. You're burning through your 9 lives, or
Yeah.
your 3 lives, as it
Yeah,
were.
3 lives,
And
yeah.
you only got 1 left. So yeah, you got 2 of these things chomping at your feet, but they do not strike you. Stan, since she's your buddy, I'm going to have you roll for Carol.
Okay.
She only has to do a single check.
A
'cause
single
there's
check.
only one
Okay.
that
Come on,
runs
Carol.
out to get
She's
her.
booking it. 11.
11. With her abilities, that's fine.
Okay.
So she's able to reach the doors.
Okay.
But she basically stops there because she had to run full out to do that.
I kick one as you run towards me.
Now it's technically your guys' turn. We'll start with Watson since you have the cool
Okay.
rules because you're dead
Yep.
or dying. So at 0 hit points, you make a toughness roll. So D20 plus your toughness. And
with this-
what you roll tells us what
Come
happens.
13.
13, so that's a success. So 12 is the normal difficulty of these rolls. So on a success, let me pull this a little closer so I can actually read my writing. The success is unconscious. Repeat roll each round until you are stabilized, which is a no action. So in other words, every round you're going to repeat this roll.
Okay.
I'll tell you the rules for it in a second. If somebody wants to stabilize them, all they have to do is go up to them, spend your action, and make a no check. If you make the knowledge check, which is DC 12, he's stabilized. He no longer has to make the roll, but he's still unconscious, so you have to like bring him to safety to wake him up, or spend another action waking him up, or something like that.
Okay.
So that's the good news. So here's how the mechanic works. If you had critically succeeded, you would actually only be stunned for 1 round. You'd snap out of it the next round, and you'd get back a D4 hit points.
Oh, nice.
So that's if you roll a natural 20. If you'd failed the roll just now, you would die in D4 rounds. You no longer get rerolls or anything like that. You're just going to be dead in D4 rounds. But you kind of wake up from it, and you can move or act, not both, on each of those turns until you die. So you can at least do something
Right.
before you go out. And if you fumble, you roll a natural 1, you're dead. You're dead immediately.
I got you.
Okay. So luckily you succeeded. So you're unconscious, though.
Yep.
So that's your turn. Chad, what do you want to do? And Stan, you guys can choose who goes first, whatever you guys want to do.
Are either of us very close to the vicinity of...
Yeah, you all literally just piled out of the truck. So.
Oh, okay. And well, is there an opportunity of attack for the?
No, yeah. So there's no like, this isn't very tactical rules.
Oh, okay.
So it's you on your turn. You just get to do whatever you want to do. You
Oh,
don't-
okay.
unless it's something stupid like jump in the Tyrannosaurus's jaws.
No, I
Yeah.
mean like if I am helping
Suicide.
Yeah, helping them up.
helping
yeah.
him up,
Yeah.
I won't be attacked. Okay,
Right. Yeah.
I got
You might be attacked next round.
Well, yeah, I got you.
But yeah.
I have my rebar in one hand, and then I try to pick up under Watson's arm
Aw.
to lift him
Thanks,
up,
Barry.
and then try to make our way to the door where Carol is.
I'm a royal douche. I don't know why you would be helping me.
Don't worry, I'm gonna throw your body in front of whatever comes at me. So.
Brilliant. A human body is an improvised weapon.
Yeah.
So yeah, just so you know.
Great.
Just like the lizards.
All right, Stan, what are you doing?
So I also grab his other arm, so we're both on it, and we start moving.
Okay, since you're both doing it, I'll give you guys like a little, sort of benefit of the doubt kind of thing. You both reach the door right behind Carol,
Yeah.
with the unconscious form of the deuce. Excuse me.
Yeah, the
in your arms, you're able to reach the doors, but those things are chomping right at your heels, and now it's their turn. So back to them. Carol starts wrenching the door open, and is surprised to find that it does open. It is not locked, which is maybe a good thing. and then they attack. So that's unfortunate. So you guys are each carrying a limp body, so you're going to be at disadvantage.
Well, if I have the rebar in one hand as like
okay, to try to fend
swing
them off.
Yeah, to fend them off.
Sure, you could do that on your action.
Okay.
So they're going to attack. So they're going to roll. Well, actually, you know what? I'll give this to you. I'll give you a choice with this one.
Okay.
So you're going to have two of these things attack you.
Okay.
You can respond with either the normal defense roll, which is D20 plus agility, or you can respond with an attack roll, which is a D20 plus your strength. So whichever one's better for you is probably the one you want to take.
The defense is the agility.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only one more for the agility, so I could do the strength and attack. See if I could scare him off. Maybe.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna attack.
Respond with attack.
Yeah.
Okay. So make an attack. We'll just do one at a time. So make your attack
You
and roll your.
me and just use me.
Well, no, I'm I have the rebar in the
Round one.
And don't forget to roll a d6 for the usage.
D6
on
for the usage.
the rebar.
Yeah. 16.
Ooh, yeah.
4, 20.
Okay. So now roll the usage.
A nasty
This doesn't
20.
affect this technically this attack, but
3.
okay, good. So
Nice.
as long as you don't roll a one,
One.
your rebar's still good. So you
Gotcha.
smack it with the rebar. Roll. So this would be a d6 divided by 2 for damage against this thing.
Oh, okay. So roll
A D6.
a
Yeah.
D6.
Yeah, 1 to 2 is 1, 3 to 4 is 2.
4.
Nice.
So 2 damage on this guy.
Call this Rebob Mr. Pointy.
Pink. Yeah.
I took offense in class once.
Okay, so you smack this thing really hard with the rebar, and it lets out this weird, like, kind of like chittering kind of sound, and just kind of like licks its chops in your general direction. It really looks like you didn't do a whole hell of a lot to it. You might have like lightly bruised it or something like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, now you get to find out how strong dinosaurs are. Okay, the second one comes in and attacks you. Roll again. You can do the same thing. Choice. You can either attack or you can dodge.
Since that didn't really do much, I think I'm gonna dodge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Nice.
14 plus
Excellent.
5.
Yeah, you're good. So yeah, you're basically like trying to use the door frame, and sinking back as far as you can into it in order to fend these things off and waving the rebar around. And it's working, to the degree that it's, keeping them from being able to close in enough to really get a chomp on you.
I think you realize you
Stan.
have to upgrade
Yes.
your rebar.
Yeah.
It's your turn. Same thing. You're rolling to defend.
Okay. Defend. Come on. 16. A 4. Was it 4 or 14?
Yeah, it was a 4.
You can re-roll
Was it
if it's
yeah.
cocked on the side.
Okay. I thought it was 14.
Bad roll. Bad roll.
A fucking 3.
Oh, Jesus. Roll again to see if
Okay.
you avoid their secondary
Come on.
attack.
15.
Okay, well, that's good. So it doesn't pull you to the ground.
Yeah.
Now, well, yeah, let me do this one, and then we'll roll for the second one that attacks you. So you take 5 points of damage from this thing as it gets a good hold on your leg, claws it a little bit, and sinks its teeth into it.
Okay.
Now roll another agility check.
It's D20?
Yep. Same defense thing. This is the second one attacking you.
Okay. Oh, wasn't I supposed to add my... Oh, it doesn't matter, though, right? For my agility, wasn't I supposed to add those to the other attacks? Because I didn't.
Oh, it didn't matter
Didn't
with
matter,
what you
right?
rolled.
Yeah, yeah.
You needed to get a
figured.
13 or better.
13
so,
better.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Got it.
I don't think you broke 10.
An
so.
8.
8
for
plus the
14.
agility? Okay.
14.
Oh, 14. 14 is good. Yeah, okay. So the second one comes in and you're able to fend it away. You're probably like, you got the one attached to your leg and you're like using it to kick the other one away. Okay. So that's them. The other Struthiomimus things are kind of like circling behind the first wave, kind of like waiting for that opening. Now that you guys are crammed in the doorway, there's not as many of them that can like get in there and get a good bite on you. Carol gets the door open and like basically just spills through into the main room of the visitor center. It's now your turn. So Watson, we'll start with you. You get to roll a d20.
Mm-hmm. So glad it was a pull and not. I mean, a push and not a pull door.
It's a nat 20.
Nat 20.
Nat
Okay.
20, look at
So
that.
you
With my little eyeball.
roll a d4.
Let's go, D4.
That's a 2.
Okay, so you have 2 hit points. Those are your current hit points.
Hey.
As long as it's not higher than your max, which that practically is. But
I'm feeling so much better, guys.
you're now awake, so you can't do anything else this round. That was your action, but
Sushi.
come through, come to.
Somebody get him some food.
Give him some water.
Sushi is something low carb.
You do. What do you want to do?
So we need. Obviously, we're inside the visitor center now, right? We just
Well,
opened the door.
you guys are at the door. It's open.
the
You're
door.
at the door. These things are like surrounding you. You've got one attached to your leg.
I said we push through and have Carol close the door behind us as best as she can. You know.
Okay.
And then I'll slide the Is it like a kind of a?
I know what you mean. The way handles.
yeah.
The double doors.
Yeah, that's a good
handles.
idea.
I'll slide the
there you
rebar
go.
Yeah, there you
in, and
go.
then ask
MacGyver that shit.
Yeah.
I'll ask Ethan to help me like kind of bend it a bit around
right.
the.
So take the rebar off your character sheet. It's
Okay.
because it's no longer useful for that, but that is a brilliant way to use an improvised
good
item.
idea. Yeah.
So all we're going to do is make a toughness check
Okay.
for Stan, because you had the one that was like
Toughness?
attached to your leg.
Okay.
This is to get it off of you and then get through the door for Carol to close
So
it.
this is D.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you fail this roll, the only consequence is that you have one of these things inside with you.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Come on. So I got to roll above a 13. You said.
Yeah, you got to roll. In this case, 12.
12. Okay.
Let's do this.
Fuck a 3. 6.
You wanna use
Jesus
your
Christ.
extra token? Or
Yeah. I think I should.
You can.
Yeah.
I might as well because I don't want to fight this thing in here. Okay, I'm
Okay.
re-rolling. I got 0 luck tokens now as I'm re-rolling.
Nice.
Come on, motherfucker. Come on. 12.
Hey,
Yes.
yeah.
All right,
Plus 6. There you go.
Brilliant. Okay. Yeah, you're able to kick it off of your leg just barely. Its
Yeah.
jaws snap on, empty air just as you
Yeah.
slam just as Carol slams the door in its face. And you can hear them ramming against the door and
Yeah.
clawing against it and stuff like that. Carol's like, "Oh my god!
It's tempered.
Oh my god! What? Why is everything trying to kill us?"
Yeah.
I mean, we are meat sacks, but hey, Ethan, why don't you help me with this rebar around the door here?
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, you guys are able to pull it with both of you pulling on it at once around the door handle. You're able to bend it so that thing is not opening anytime soon. Luckily, the main doors to the visitor center are like pretty heavy wooden doors, so they should be able to stand up against.
And not
most
that
things.
they smell terrible on the outside.
Last thing I remember, we were just getting out of the truck. What happened?
You fainted.
Yeah.
Shit. Sorry.
It's okay. We got you though.
It's probably all the blood loss.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, you don't notice any of the blood marks on you,
Oh.
the bite marks.
I thought I was feeling a little tore up. Yeah.
Begin to feel a little woozy.
Yeah, I mean, I remember a night in Soho where I felt worse, but it's pretty bad.
There's the familiar sound of the radio, clicking over, and you hear who's survivors? Hammond, Regis, and Muldoon. Okay.
Yeah.
You hear Hammond's voice this time, and he says, "You made it into the visitors center."
Yes.
Yeah, we made it.
We're here. I say. Where are you guys at so we can link up with you?
We're in the emergency bunker, but it seems that one of the things the fool Nedry did was he disabled the ability for us to override the emergency bunker doors. We can't get out, and thus we can't bring you in. But there's emergency generators. If you flip those, we might be able to bring the bunker online, but even if we don't, you'll at least be able to get some power in the visitor center. You just have to find the generator and flip the switches on it.
I say. Isn't that what Mr. Arnold is doing? Trying to turn the power back on?
He went to the main power supply shed, and dare I say, that was a long time ago.
Where are the emergency generators at?
They should be in the basement. Let's see. You're in the main room, I assume. If you go back from the main room and to the right, there's an office. You should be able to access the cellar door from there.
Okay. I'm looking around. So I don't think one of these things has gotten into the basement because they don't know how to operate doors. I assume there's no other entrances to the basement aside from that one area, so it should be safe. Why don't you guys I don't know. How can we split up here? Or how does this work? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
while
you
you
guys
guys
can
are
move everyone.
discussing this, I am now on the floor, shirtless, Ian Malcolm style, just heavy breathing. Like, Carol, I need some bandages. I need, just glistening.
I say, what do you guys?
3% body fat, just
say-
looking good.
Yeah, Carol. You actually see Carol's eyes kind of go wide, and she's like,
Carol, don't fall for that bullshit, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
"No, of course not." Sorry.
I did
Yeah,
before
she-
Malcolm did. Slow down, notice.
She shakes the cobwebs from her brain for a second, and she's like, "I'll look for a first aid kit." And she begins kind of scrounging.
There you go.
around.
I say, you guys can stay up here. I know he's pretty wounded, so it's gonna be harder to get down to the basement with him. But Carol and I can go down to the basement and check for the power generator, or want to come with us? It's up to you guys. What do you want to do?
I assume we're all pretty famished. I could search around for some food, maybe vending machine somewhere.
There you go. You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, get Deuce to the safer location. Try to get him some bandage.
Friendly, I'll take it.
Yeah.
You're gonna get what you get. Maybe some Lay's potato chips. You can never eat just one.
Okay.
This Jurassic Park is sponsored by that.
Yeah. Good thing we got all these sponsors. All right.
Part of my job.
Ethan, you head back to the office area. You see that indeed there is an office door, and you swing it open. There's just like some pretty standard office equipment. There's an old computer. Well, it's probably a brand new computer, but it's a 1994 computer.
It's very advanced computer. For us,
highly advanced. Spare no expense. There's a few shelves and stuff like that. Let's see, lockers where people would put like jackets and personal belongings, stuff like that. But if at the far end of the room, at the office, is a door that has nicely labeled on it in a metal plate is cellar.
Can I scrounge the office for spot? Anything
Sure.
to look for?
You're scrounging, and technically Carol's scrounging for you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have all of you make a quick roll. I'll tell you what to roll in a second. Since you're at a major site, I'm going to have each of you roll, let's do a d6 first. Each of you roll 1d6. And I'll go around the table. I'll start with Stan, though.
D6. Oh, okay.
So, Stan, you let me know what you get.
I got a 5.
You get a 5. So 5. 5 gets you the following items, which you can add to your inventory. You guys can split these later if you want to move stuff around. You find... there you go. Get 2 rolls out of that. You find 2 snacks. So these can go... technically, each snack takes up an item slot. So keep that in mind. So you have 2 item slots of snacks. You find... So that's 2. You find a water bottle with water in it.
It has water in it?
Yep. Okay. You find there's in one of the lockers randomly a locker that's empty. There's 3 lockers. One has like somebody's jacket. One has like a bunch of personal effects, like a picture of their significant other taped up on the inside. Or, it has like a bunch of like tchotchkes and so, then there's one that's like empty except for on the bottom of it. Not the top, in the bottom, like tucked away, like you wouldn't even notice it until you look closely because of it's dark in here and stuff like that. You see a Barbasol can just all the way in the back, just sitting there.
Is that one of my items?
If you want to pick it up, you don't have to. I mean, you might have to shave. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I have a feeling I don't need to shave. I have a feeling it might be something else because it looks kind of off, but I mean, don't think it's really going to help us.
You
so
could lose it, use it on the floor, and the dinosaurs slip on it. And they're like
Home Alone.
Yeah, they're dumb. They're dumb dinosaurs. Goodbye.
And what else? Barbasol can, 2 snacks, water bottle, Barbasol can, something else.
That's it.
That's it.
That's
I thought there was 5 items.
Yeah, that's not all of them translate to a single item. These rolls, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You pick up the personal picture, you smell it weirdly, and put it in your pocket.
Okay, so that was your D6. So Chad, what did you get for?
Okay, I'll take the Barbasol.
I rolled a 5.
You rolled a 5 as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
You also sniff a picture.
You find so you're going through. There's several like shops that are like in the process of being set up, as part of the visitor center. Most of them are not like stocked, or they're like stocked with like only one thing. It's like 30,000 plush Tyrannosaurs or something stupid, whatever. But
Hey, we sell great Tyrannosaurs.
But you find in one of the stores, there's a survival kit actually on the wall. It's right by an like an emergency exit door, and there's a flare in it.
Ooh, okay. So do I write survival kit or
No,
just flare?
yeah, I'll tell you what's in it. That you don't have
Okay.
to worry about the kit. So I'll tell you what's in it. So there's a flare.
Flare.
There is there's a mini fire extinguisher. Both those are single-use items, by the way.
Okay.
And a flashlight
Flashlight.
and one thing of batteries. So batteries go in a separate slot and have 3 usage. Stan, I forgot. What did you get?
I got 2 snacks, a water bottle, and a Barbasol can.
Oh, okay. So the Barbasol can has 3 usage. You can note that.
3 usage.
Yeah. What was your D6, Watson?
I got a 6.
You got a 6. You guys
King of
you guys are fine.
scrounging.
Yeah. Technically, Carol is.
I am like a little rat.
Carol found it.
Yeah, so we have some bonus supply. You find another thing of batteries with 3 usage. And again, when you find supply items, they can go in the same slot. So you can actually have like 3 batteries. So you have batteries with 6 usage.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Those are the only things that can like be grouped.
Now I forgot. Does eating restore hit points?
Yeah, so if you guys take a break, you have to have both food and water. You'll subtract 1 from your inventory, and then you get D4 hit points back.
Got it. Okay.
You find a snack, Watson. You also find a flare. And last but not least, there's another flashlight.
Oh.
Killing it with flashlights.
Now, if only we knew Morse code, so we could use those flashlights.
If only.
So-
but none of us do.
Carol basically brings this stuff back to you.
Nice.
And now, so at this point, anyone who, you guys can trade out items before you go down in the basement. You can, if you want to take a rest, you can subtract some water bottles and some food, and that, for each one of the, if you do both of those, you get a D4 hit points back, but obviously there's not enough to go around. So you guys, talk amongst yourselves. Let me know what happens.
Okay, so I go back and so if we take a rest, all of us, every single person has to have snack, some food and water to restore.
Yep. If you want to restore hit points, you
But
have
every
to.
single person has to have that.
Yep. You have to have both. Each individual has to use both.
Has to have both. Okay.
Yeah.
So I come back and I say, okay, I've got 1 water bottle and a snack, and then so what?
I got a snack.
You have a snack. You don't have any water, right?
No snacks, no water.
Okay, never mind. Damn. And somebody has a flashlight.
Yeah, I found a flashlight.
I have 2
and
flashlights,
two
so I
flashlights.
could give one.
Yeah,
to-
can I get a flashlight, please? So
Yep.
flashlight.
So
And then-
cross it off your sheet, add it
Yeah.
to your sheet, and hopefully you have batteries. If not, you'll need some batteries too.
Do you
Yeah,
have batteries?
I could give you batteries.
Okay,
so
cool.
you'll have 3
3.
uses for that.
So then write batteries on one line and note that it has 3 usage.
Now, can I drop items as we go along?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
3
Or you
uses.
can give them to other players.
Okay,
what-
right,
you know.
right. Okay.
I'm really parched.
Yeah.
I mean, he is at 2 points.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
He's at 2 health.
Okay, so I tell him about, the door in the office there. I got to tell him about the items I have. So I'm gonna go. And Carol doesn't have anything, right? She hasn't found anything. So I say, okay, Carol, come on down with me to the basement. I'm gonna use my night vision goggles with one of the batteries to use down there. Right. So I'm used up 1.
Okay, so you don't have to mark usage. Only when like you use it in the heat of the moment, you'll roll a
Yeah.
d6 to see if you use it. So you still got 3.
Oh, I said
So,
that.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you turn on the night vision goggles,
Yeah.
and you and Carol go down the stairs.
Yeah.
Okay. They're headed down there. And what are you guys doing?
I was gonna offer him the flare for
Oh.
a ball of water.
Yeah. I'll give you a snack.
I already have a snack. I'm good with snacks. I got
Uh,
I got Pringles.
You got a Pringles, huh?
Once you pop, you can't just.
Yeah,
It's a very dry snack.
No, it's okay. I got. Oh, so I'm sorry. I go down the stairs. I got my night vision goggles, and I load the tranq pistol with one of the darts.
Okay.
So I go down. So
Okay.
no, I'm good. Thanks, bro.
All right.
I mean, it could have been
Cool.
just we're not. I don't know what we're trading. I'm trying to turn the power on so we can get the fuck out of here. But,
Right,
you know,
right.
it's okay. No, it's okay. I only saved your life on the stairs, too. It's okay.
Still pretty good.
Now, so you guys have only searched the front of the visitor center and the few shops around it. There's a whole second floor.
Oh,
There's other stuff. So you can go back to searching if you want to, or you can try to take a nap. Or
I'll stick to searching.
Okay.
I'll because we stayed on the first floor, right?
yeah.
So and there's only one floor up above.
Yep.
All right. I will find the stairs and make my way up to upstairs.
All right.
Cool.
Okay.
Can I
Sam?
nap while he's doing that?
You can. Yeah. If you want to. Okay.
You might
I'm
want to
good.
find a
I'm
hiding
good.
spot to nap.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna-
like an office. Once you stay in the office, close the door, and we'll be down in the basement.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you head into the office. You head to the second floor, and
We're in the
you head
basement,
to the basement. Okay, we'll go with the basement first.
shit.
So Ethan and Carol head down into the basement.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I give Carol the flashlight? Is
Yeah.
that, okay. So I'm gonna. I don't know how I do. I don't know how to mark.
You
it.
just,
I'll just
hold
write
on
Carol.
to it for.
No, erase it.
Oh,
Yeah.
erase it.
Erase it.
Yep.
Okay.
So flashlight and the batteries.
Flashlight and the batteries. Carol has it. And I tell her because I'm wearing night vision. Don't turn that shit on unless I tell you to, because you're gonna blind the shit out of me.
She's like, it's super dark down here.
I know. Just don't turn them on. It's
Okay. She puts her hand on your shoulder. You
Yeah.
know, falls behind you. She's got the flashlight at the ready.
Okay.
But not on. She's like,
Okay.
you better tell me what's going on.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna tell her. Don't turn it on unless I tell you to,
Got it.
because then you blind the fuck out of me. All right. Okay, so we're in the basement, and
Yeah.
I got the tranq gun out
Okay.
in front of me, and so here we go.
Yep. Yeah. You go down the stairs, tranq gun at the ready, night vision goggles on. There's the sound of like the electronics, starting up. So roll 1d6 for the night vision goggles, because now they're
Yeah, that's right.
meaningfully in use. we'll say.
Come on. That's
So 6. Okay, great. So just means no usage is marked or anything like that.
Okay,
So you're
cool.
fine. So
Alright.
no. So you still got 3.
Okay.
3 usage. So you go down. Yeah, you go down the stairs. Stairs descend quite a ways. It's actually it's kind of like the stairwell in a building where it's like goes down to a landing, then cuts switchbacks down, and then ends at like the basement level. So it goes down. You're probably descending a good like 35 feet or something like that.
wow.
Straight down into the
Okay.
earth, kind of. So it's below.
Okay.
Well below the first level. You go down there. There's a steel door at the bottom that leads into the basement proper, where they probably have storage and stuff like that. You've probably been down here once or twice. It's not a place you've normally gone, but maybe there's some storage or some supplies that you had to pick up, and so you've been down here. It's not like you're unfamiliar with the layout. So you open the steel door, leads into a corridor that has multiple doors along either side, and then one at the end, and each of those doors goes into loading bays out the back of the visitor center. You actually drive down a hill and can bring trucks and load stuff up, kind of thing. There's also on the opposite side of that, so that's the left hand side. Think of that as like all the loading bays, and then the right hand side is think of those like kind of just storage rooms. So they're like mostly featureless rooms with some shelving, and they bring in whatever they need, which is for the visitor centers, like toys and stuff, and just throw them in these storage rooms on the right hand side.
Right.
The door at the far end of this hallway is an exit that leads outside. Notably, with the night vision on, there's you don't see anybody or anything in the hallway. The door at the far side is closed. However, you can see that it has claw marks on it, and there's a trail of blood leading into the basement from that door that leads outside and going into one of the loading bays. 2 of the loading bay doors out of 5 are open. And those are just like a normal door, just like what you walked through. But the bays themselves are large, like warehouse that are, all continuous. So it really all leads to like one room, kind of. The doors on the right are all closed.
Okay, and then how far do I know? Do I have an idea where the generator is?
It's got to be on one of the right-hand doors because it wouldn't be in the loading bay. But let's see. Make it a no check to see if you remember which one it is. So that's a D20, and you'll add your knowledge.
Knowledge, okay. Knowledge is 4. I got an 18.
Okay, yeah, you remember. It's the one directly in the middle because it's basically in the center, underneath the center of the visitor center itself.
Yeah.
That's where the emergency generators are. So you just go to the third door on the right, go in, and it should be right there.
Okay, so what I do is I take the Barbasol can that I have, right? And I imagine there's like stuff around me, like steel, doors, and things like that. Right, so I take the Barbasol can and I, to see if anything like moves around. I say, okay, I tell Carol what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say, we hear anything moving, rustling around, we go back up the stairs, and because we got one trank dart, we're in the dark here, so I do that. So I take the Barbasol can and bang it against the metal, see if there's anything stirs.
Okay, you can feel her tense up, like her hand is like digging into your shoulder, as she like tenses up when you do that. But she stays at the ready with the flashlight. You do that. There's like a beat, and then you hear like a clicking, and then something that sounds like a mix between like a cat purring and a dog whining. It's like a and it's far down the hall, right behind that door where the blood trail leads.
Yeah, I say, all right.
Then you hear something that stands out way different, I guess is the best word, for lack of something better. You hear one of the doors on the right. You hear and see the knob like jitter a little bit. It's like
okay. So I say, okay, we're not. There's who knows how many things that are down here. We only got one trank dart. We're not equipped for this. So I don't see anything. But book it back up the stairs, and we'll close that door behind us, that steel door or whatever it was. So.
Okay. She turns around and immediately trips over the the lintel of the frame of the door, going back into the steel, and smashes her head on the steel door that you just walked through, and makes just the loudest sound, but is able to catch herself before falling completely over. Yeah. And then you hear the jittering of the handle one more time, and then you hear that purring sound, and then something goes thunk, 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 and starts coming out of that room where there's the blood trail.
Yeah.
Where do you want to be? Where are you looking with the night vision? Do if she's kind of off balance, something's coming behind you. What do you want to do?
It's coming behind. I thought we just went through the door though. So isn't the door directly behind us?
Yeah, it's yes. So it's coming from the hallway. You guys are like in the doorway, going back.
No, I was in front of you, and now
I turn around and I shove her through the door and close it behind me.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. She's.
I don't give a fuck if she smashes her head again.
Exactly.
Shove her through that door. Yeah.
Yeah. She stumbles, her arms pinwheel, and she just like eats it right on the first step of the stairs.
Okay. But stitches are better than claw marks. So.
Yeah. You slam the door closed behind you as you hear the thunk, 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 and then something smashes into the door full tilt. Make a strength check to see if you can keep the door from opening.
Strength check. So it's the D20.
Yes.
And
plus your strength.
My strength is 6.
Whoa. Strong man.
Come on. Is that a 19 or 1? Shit, I didn't see it.
Okay.
15.
15. Okay. 15 is good. So the thing hits the door, slams against you. You feel, a shock as your shoulder is up against it as this thing impacts it heavily. But you're able to keep the door closed. But this thing is right on the other side and trying to get in with all of its might, and it feels strong as F. And Carol's busy pulling herself to her feet. Let's cut up to you guys for a second.
Sure.
Watson first. You're like kind of getting sleepy. You're trying to sleep in the office. When after just a few moments, like you're already at the point where you're nodding off. You're not sure if it's because you were tired, it's been a long day, or if it's the blood loss. But just as you're kind of like dozing, you hear the sounds of a racket down in the basement. In that stairwell, you can hear the sounds of some voices being raised, and then a few sounds of something large smashing against metal.
Okay. I guess head towards the smashing sounds
Okay. Okay.
and go see if my friends are okay.
So I can't lock this door at all, or
There's no lock on it.
fuck?
You open the steel door that leads down from the office into the stairwell, and now you can hear the sounds much more clearly. You could tell it's the voices of both Carol and Ethan yelling at each other. Carol's trying to get to her feet.
Can I talk to him?
Yes, you can speak now.
So there was a which way does the door open out, or does it open in towards us?
It opens in towards you.
Okay,
So
so I
they're
tell
pushing
him,
two against
there was a chair up there. It's an office. Bring it down here so we can jam it under the doorknob.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go grab a chair.
All right. Yeah, you go grab the chair and begin hauling it down the stairs. Meanwhile, back on the second floor.
Actually, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So I say, bring the chair, and I thought there was there a filing cabinet up there? I don't remember.
there's multiple cabinets.
So I said, take a filing cabinet, just throw it down the stairs. Don't worry,
On
just
top
slide
of you
it. Just
guys?
slide it. Don't worry about it. Who gives a fuck? I'll get out of the way of a filing cabinet. It's okay. So I tell him, bring.
All right, going to
Yeah.
throw a filing cabinet down the
No,
stairs.
slide it down the stairs. Yeah, just slide it down the stairs towards us. Yeah.
Okay. Describe, because your character has all the strength, describe how your character just absolutely chucks this filing cabinet down there.
Yeah, I He-Man it.
Yeah.
I go by the power of Grayskull, and I grab it, and I heave-ho it down the staircase.
There you go.
You're not sure where the strength came from this
fine.
PR guy, but man,
It's
he
fine.
absolutely lobs that thing down the stairs. It smashes into the landing and then rolls down. You and Carol.
So
get
Karen and
out.
I jam it against the door and jam it against one of the steps. There it is.
Okay.
Metal filing cabinet against the door.
Now I'll cut to the second floor. So you're on the second floor. You're scrounging. Roll a d6 for me.
D6. Do I add a...
No ads.
No,
Just straight up.
3.
3. Okay. You have found one med kit.
One med kit.
Med kits are single use.
Okay.
You also find another flashlight. This place is lousy with them.
I can't get a flashlight.
Batteries as well, or just flashlight?
Just the flashlight.
Okay.
And
Mine for some more.
another handheld radio.
Handheld radio, nice.
I just saved your life twice.
Just saved yours with a filing cabinet.
Yeah, because of me.
And after that is when you hear the sounds of a racket coming from downstairs. It's so distant now because they're down in the basement. You just hear like a few doors like slam like way in the distance, and then you hear the sound of like something steel sliding on the ground, which is the filing cabinet being pulled out and then thrown downstairs. That smashes with a great report, and then it kind of goes silent for a second. In that moment of silence where you're just kind of like gathering your bearings of what you just heard from so far away, that's when you hear a clicking sound up on the second level. The second level is basically like there's this big balcony that overlooks the center of the visitor center, and then there's 2 wings that go off, and those have multiple offices and storage rooms and all that stuff, and that's what you were kind of searching through. So you're in the westernmost wing right now.
Is that like the dining hall where they were eating the Jello?
No, that's in the back of the visitor center. But so you're in the second floor, western wing, and this clicking sound you hear, very soft, comes from the eastern wing, but it's like really close on the eastern wing, so it's just across that balcony.
Okay. Are there any phone books?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you find not a phone book, but like a operation manual for like some of the tech stuff that they have set up.
I mean, I was thinking like the big 90s
White pages?
White pages.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You find like one of those operating manuals in a binder, because not everybody can pull the owner manual on the
I was
computer
wondering if I
systems.
could just tape it around my waist.
Yeah.
Like
What
as
about
armor.
make-
What about a
Makeshift
fire
armor?
extinguisher?
Well, I have the fire extinguisher with me.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, I have. I was just gonna, as a secondary precaution, to grab some tape and tape the
Some armor.
You find some duct tape and take the huge thick binder of user manuals and stuff like that, and
Good idea.
as you're doing that, you hear the clicking getting closer. There's like a
Okay. Yeah, and is there only one door out of the room that I'm in?
let's see. This office has it's So it's an office among other offices.
Okay.
There's the door into the main hallway, and there's a door on either side of the room that leads into other offices. So they're basically like adjoining rooms.
But I hear it coming from the hallway.
Yeah, it's coming from the hallway
Okay.
outside.
I think I'm going to head deeper into the offices, into the opposite direction.
Okay. Are you trying to be sneaky?
Yes.
Okay. Roll. This will be an agility check.
Okay. 9 plus 5, 14.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, you begin kind of like creeping across the floor, like opening some of the doors in between offices to like put more space between you and whatever's making this noise. Back down to the basement. You now have a filing cabinet and a chair coming down the stairs. So you're going to make another strength check to block this thing. You get advantage this time.
Okay.
So you're going to roll 2d20, take the higher of the two, and then add your strength.
Okay, 2d20, so rolling first. That's a 14. Rolling again. A 14.
Okay. So 14 plus whatever your
Plus
strength is.
Plus 6.
Okay.
It's 20.
Cool.
Dirty 20.
You're able to hold the door against this thing now that you have the cabinet, filing cabinet that you and Carol are holding against it. Then you arrive with the chair. Mm-hmm. What do you want to do?
No, so what I want to do is I want to lay the filing cabinet on the floor and then jam it up against the stair, so it's jammed up against the stair, one of the steps, and up against the door, and then we're going to take the chair and jam that up against the knob.
The handle. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So it's double.
Yeah,
reinforced.
you knock over the filing cabinet, slide it in place, and put the chair in place, and very
There you go.
Very-
That looks like Raptor.
gingerly kind of take a step back to see how it holds. The thing slams against it 3 more times, but it makes no headway in getting through, and then
flip it
stops. You flip it off
flip
from
it
the
off.
other side of the room.
and spit at it too.
Yeah, there's the little cutout window in the door, and you couldn't really see much beyond because you've were in a flurry of activity. Now that you have the night vision on, there's almost like no light in the stairwell. So by the way, you're practically blind.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see that there's basically just like a single yellowish reptilian eye that's just like peeking through that glass, and then it like kind of like maneuvers. You see like a snout maneuver at the door, and it snorts, fogs up the glass, breathes a couple times on it, fogs it up each time, and then it kind of like disappears, receding, out of your viewing angle.
I yell
from
back
the
and I
door.
pound much.
Yo, what creature was that?
Okay, yeah. So
Goes
I'm
like
guessing you guys
deadly?
didn't make it to the breaker.
no, so I said no. We were there's no way we'd have survived down there. We need to get that's out of the question. That plan of restarting the generators. Let's go back up and see if Bon Jovi needs anything, because that plan's not going to work.
Who has the radios now?
I have a radio.
You have a radio. So Ethan, your radio goes off.
Yeah.
It's Hammond again.
Yeah.
He's like, "What's taking so long with the generator?"
I say there's no way we're going to be able to make that. There's a series of animals down there. We just barely escaped one right now. Carol's bleeding from the forehead because she smashed her head on the metal door.
Could you tell what kind?
What did you say it was?
You only saw its eye and snout, so
some
you could make a knowledge check
Yeah.
at disadvantage.
okay. It's a knowledge check.
So this time you'll roll a d20.
Yeah.
You'll take twice. You'll take
Okay.
the worst of the two, and then
Okay.
add your knowledge.
all right, that's
Because you
fine.
only got a glimpse.
That's
so.
fine. Yeah, that's a 5.
Okay.
That's probably gonna be it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
20,
Okay.
of course.
Ah, 30. Okay, 20. So 5 plus your knowledge is
It's 9. So
9. Okay. Your best guess would be either maybe an iguanodon or maybe a raptor by the size.
yeah,
It was green.
Yeah, it's probably it might have been a raptor. I mean, it moved pretty fast, and it's pretty took everything I had to hold the door open. So it's probably a raptor, but I can't be certain. So but we need that. But for right now, that's what I'm telling Hammond. But we're gonna go back up into the visitor center and try to find a different way to either reach you or turn the generator on, because this is no go down here.
Okay, yeah, get out of there. Get out of there. That sounds horrifying.
Yeah.
Carol, grab my hand. I will guide you out.
It's like, you can't see down here either.
I got a flashlight. Hold on. Let me get grab that.
Don't turn it on. Oh, I'm blind.
I'm aiming it up the stairs.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Like I say, yeah. Let me turn off my light vision. Turn on the battery.
Okay.
Turn on the flashlight. There
you turn on the flashlight.
Yeah.
Roll for usage.
Oh yeah. 6, right?
Yep.
It's a 6.
Nice.
Okay. Chad, so you're going to add to your character sheets
I'm cooking
improvised
on these rolls
armor.
when they're not.
Okay.
It's going to give you +1 defense.
Nice.
And it's going to have 1 usage.
Okay.
So
That's fair.
it's not single use.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you still get to roll d6.
Oh,
but,
okay.
but it's only got the 1. So if
Gotcha.
you roll that 1, it's gone.
You did it first with hamburger meat, but that wasn't.
Wait a minute.
Hold on a second.
Okay. So you're creeping across the second floor.
Yes.
You make it. You're down to. There's just 2 offices between you and the end of the building. That clicking has moved into one of the offices you left behind. So it's 2 offices up from you.
Okay.
So you got 2 and 2. You're
and
kind
2.
of sandwiched between. This thing is 2 offices away. You've got 2 offices, and then end of the line, and an exit obviously back into the hallway.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do?
And there's no way for me to circle around to the back to the hallway, or it does lead.
Yeah, all the offices have doors out into the hallway, so
Oh, I
you can
see.
exit
Okay.
any one of the offices
exit one
into
of
the
them, sorry.
hallway.
All right.
So-
I'm gonna try to sneakily exit the office back into the hallway,
Okay.
and I'm gonna have the fire extinguisher at the ready to give myself cover if I need to run. So I'll just
Yeah.
spray a whole bunch.
Can he hear our radio chatter?
I gotta tune it. I don't have time.
Oh,
To,
okay,
I don't
okay.
want, and I don't want to signal the creature.
That's true, that's
so
true.
Yeah, you never turned it on.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have the fire extinguisher at the ready. You start heading down the hallway once you're back into it, creeping by. You're running on a parallel path to this thing. So
Yeah.
you're in the hallway, like on the far side of the hallway, just trying to like sneak up it. And this thing is in one of the rooms, like going down the direction you were headed before. So you guys are like crossing paths like ships in the night. And each time you get close to this thing, that clicking, gets a little bit more unnerving. It's because the weird thing about it is that it's changing volume as if it's not just taking a single like straight path through the rooms. It's like kind of pacing back and forth within the rooms. So sometimes it's a little bit closer to the wall, sometimes it's a little further away as it's crossing by each room and stuff like that. So you keep yourself low to the ground, you keep moving, make another agility check.
6 + 5, 11.
11. You get like right on that parallel path to where this thing is. You kind of like pause before going across a doorway, which would maybe leave you visible to it if it crosses at the moment. So you pause for a second. You wait till the clicking kind of like recedes back into the next room in the line for that thing, which is kind of now behind you, which is good. So you then start proceeding again. You take another 2 steps, and then your shoe just happens to squeak because it's a little wet still from being outside and muddy and all that stuff. Squeaks just the slightest bit on the linoleum kind of floor, and the clicking stops.
I pause a moment, and then am I close to the stairwell or?
You're about 2 rooms away from the balcony, which is where the stairwell is.
And I forget if you clarified, is that T-Rex skeleton there?
Oh yeah, yeah. That I never mentioned it, but
No, that's
yeah,
fair.
absolutely.
That's
The visitor
fair.
center still has the
Yeah.
the T-Rex skeleton hanging just outside of the balcony
The
area
banner.
over the center of the.
Down to the earth.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna try to make it to the stairs, but as a precaution, I've already taken into my head that I might have to jump for the T-Rex
Okay.
bones. off
Yeah,
the
you take
balcony.
one more step after your shoe squeaked and you stop. Take another step that's dead silent. There's that moment of congratulatory, like, oh man, good, I got this. And that's when a head peers out from one of the rooms. It was like right there by the door. It's 1 room away from you in the hallway, and it's the head of a velociraptor. So a velociraptor comes, kind of glances at you. You're gonna make a presence check first.
Okay. That is 13.
13. Okay. you don't know why your eyes are drawn to this, especially given the heat of the moment. And this is probably one of the least important details you need to be wary of at this point in time as your life is flashing before your eyes. But you notice this raptor has a really long incision up its like snout going up to the kind of like, I guess what you call the crown of its head. And it's like been stitched up, like it's some kind of operation on it. But yeah, both of its reptilian beady eyes are staring dead at you. And it's just kind of like, it's just the head that peers around the doorway, just looking right at you. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna, because it wouldn't come to mind that it's like, oh, maybe their eyes are sensitive because if the incision on their head, they made the surgery, you might be a little, oh, I'm blind, But so I'm not gonna risk that. I'm gonna completely run.
All right.
He's got those big sunglasses on for when getting his eyes dilated.
Yeah. But I'm gonna as I run, I'm gonna set off some, like it's under the fire extinguisher is under my arm, and I'm gonna set off some the smoke to block the passage of the hallway, so it loses visibility of me.
All right, fire extinguishers. So how fire extinguishers work? It gives you advantage to fight fires, which makes sense.
Nice.
Or it gives targets disadvantage because it blinds or distracts them.
Nice.
Or you can use it as a club.
Yeah. What about jet propulsion and a wheelie chair?
Not on the list. It's
Damn
crazy.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very different movie.
Yeah. So yeah, you have you kind of like trigger the nozzle behind you, spraying into the hallway, and then you start booking. And as soon as you get that first, good stride going, you hear that thing moving right behind you, dunk, 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 chasing you down. You get to the end of the hallway, which is where the balcony begins. There's the stairwell to your right, and there's a bunch of free open air ahead of you, and to your left you can try to make a circuit around the balcony to the other side. There's not really any things on the balcony that would slow this thing down, but there is the railing, and you could make it to the other stairwell, and you're hoping, you're not sure, mind you, but you're hoping it can't really see where you're going at this point, so not sure what the best route is. What do you want to take?
Is the stairs going down close to the T-Rex at all, Bones?
Yeah, the spiral staircase goes down, and one of the arms is like kind of close-ish.
Okay.
Sorry, one of the legs is close.
One of the legs?
The arms aren't close to anything because they're really short.
No, yeah. Well, I was either going to try to grab the head or the anything jutting out. So, I'm going to go for the stairs, and then as I get to a point where maybe I could jump off onto the T-Rex, I'll aim for that.
Okay. You turn hard right, and go into the stairs. The fire extinguisher runs out. You can keep holding it or not if you want to. That's up to you.
I'll toss it to see if maybe it'll look at the sound wherever.
You toss it to the side, go down the stairs. You make the first kind of like circuit landing of the stairs, go down about like 10 feet basically. And that's when you see through the smoky haze, you're now finally like looking back at the balcony entrance to the hallway it's coming down from. You see, there's all this fire extinguisher smoke pouring out of there. Finally, the Velociraptor comes out of the cloud of smoke, so there's still smoke trails behind it. It's at full speed run right into the railing because it didn't realize how close it was. Nice. It smashes into the railing, and I'm going to have you roll a d6. 4. Okay. Smashes into the railing and goes ass over elbows on the railing. Its tail smashes into a part of the T-Rex skeleton that's hanging and sends shattered bones down to the fake bones, maybe you're not sure if these are real or not, raining down on the floor below, and then the Velociraptor falls off the balcony and smashes onto some of those broken bones and the floor below. We'll give it 20 feet, so roll 2d6 for damage.
It hit that die.
Yeah.
Roll again.
Sure, it did. I'm just kidding.
Oh, what did he say?
2d6.
Oh, my bad. I was rolling
D20.
7.
Nice.
7. All right. Okay. You don't. know a whole lot about dinosaur biology and anatomy and all that fun stuff, but you've picked up a few things from just naturally from working on this place. And if you had to guess, the bone crunching sound, it wasn't just the bones of the Tyrannosaurus falling to the ground. It was also some bones in this thing that crunched when it hit the ground. You think you dealt it a grievous wound. Nice. It is on the ground just kind of like thrashing around. One of its limbs is kind of just flopping. One of its like clawed limbs is flopping like almost uselessly at its side. And it's currently not able to even get on its feet. It seems like it's like stunned and thrashing.
Okay. Am I almost at the bottom of the stairs now?
Yeah, you can go down.
Okay. I'm gonna run down, and I see that it is immobilized and wounded. So I pick up one of the T-Rex bones and I just smash its head.
Okay.
To kill it.
Okay.
Nice.
I'll cut away for a second.
Yeah.
You guys ascend the stairs, get back up to the first level where there's still some natural light, coming in through the windows, so you can see a little bit better. You also have the flashlight on, so you turn the flashlight beam. The office is as it was, but then outside the office, you hear a great clatter, as Santa Claus once said in a book. And he wasn't the one who said it, as the narrator, but you know what I mean. And you hear the sounds of bones smashing against the ground, and some kind of creature making this like high-pitched whining sound, like and you kind of like aim the flashlight outside the room and see a velociraptor thrashing on the ground. It's all the way across the visitor center from you in the main room, and you see your pal Barry coming up to the thrashing velociraptor, hefting like like probably a femur of Tyrannosaurus. Yeah. I don't know. That's probably too big.
No, probably a rib cage.
Yeah,
right.
Rib bone.
Yeah, rib bone that's like all like partially shattered.
Yeah.
And has a nice big point, basically a big spear. Mm-hmm. What do you guys want to do?
I look in awe, just like, what is happening?
Yeah, no, I run over to Barry, and I also pick up a bone that's there. And
all right, we'll cut as you're basically running over to help out. Yeah. Now you get to make your attack. Okay. So roll plus strength. You have advantage because this thing is currently stunned. So D20 twice, take the better of the two, and then add your strength.
Gotcha. So that's 3. Not
that's garbage.
18 plus strength is 4, so that is...
Yeah, you hit it. Yeah. That's all that matters. So we're going to do... I don't have a weapon for this, so we'll just go with one of the big ones. We'll treat it like a machete. So you're going to roll D8 damage, and you're going to add your strength to this. Now, normally you don't add your strength. You don't add anything to damage rolls, but in this case, because it's immobilized, I'm giving you a benefit.
Nice. A 6 plus... Strength, you said?
Yes.
That's 10.
10. All right. Describe killing a velociraptor with Tyrannosaurus rib.
As I walk up to it, and then I raise the part of the rib cage above my head, and I come down full force on its neck.
Jugular.
I completely like pull the rib cage down as it just slowly cuts off the head from its body, and then I just turn to Ethan, who's like, "Living on a prayer, man." Oh, God. Oh wait, sorry, living on a prayer.
I run up and I'm like, "That's actually pretty dope." And then I kick the velociraptor.
Once just to make sure.
I'm a little jealous. I'm jealous. You got the cool kill moment.
Yeah.
Like, Carol's not gonna go with me.
No. Carol looks at
Barry with lust.
Like, okay.
It's like, I got body armor too.
Just wrapped in the fucking phone books. I'm like, well, what the fuck? Oh, okay.
I suggest you guys grab some T-Rex bones. Maybe you could defend yourselves a bit better.
Yep.
Now I'm Aussie.
I thought you were British.
I'm from many different places. Like Highlander.
Wherever landscaping is needed,
he'll be there. I travel the world.
For all of its landscaping.
He was in the Scottish Highlands. He did the Scottish Highlands.
Yeah. 300 years ago.
Him and Sean Connery. Okay.
Cool.
What do you guys want to do?
All right, so Velociraptor's dead.
This
Yeah,
one is.
I grab another bone, I guess, another rib or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, try to pick up, something. I guess a bone. But I say, I fill them in on what happened in the basement. Like I can't get to the generator.
Okay.
There's no way. There's a bunch of things down there. Probably another Velociraptor. And I say one of these things, and I kick it, and one of these bastards, and I say, I don't think we're gonna be able to turn the power back on, and there's no way we can. There's exits, well, there's entrances to the basement from outside, but they're completely compromised. We can't get out of here.
What if we lure whatever's down there out through those big doors with sound, and then maybe we be able to get to the generator?
Yeah, but I don't know. It certainly seems like there's more than one. So, and I don't know who wants to play bait down there, but that means that we're gonna have to lift the. And I tell them what's blocking the door, the fauna cabinet. We're gonna have to get that out of the way, and then somehow run up the stairs. Like I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, no, I could hop in the truck, bring it around, and then
Through the loading
the sound
door.
of
The
the
loading
truck will
door.
load it. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, yeah, you can try that, but we got those. What are they called? The little bird things that are out there that attacked us.
Oh, yeah.
You got to run through that.
Oh, that's true.
So
Go back through there.
Theomimus.
Theomimus, yeah.
Well, this was the only raptor upstairs. I could jump onto the truck from outside.
You try it. I mean, that's up to you. I can't. I don't think it's a great idea, but I don't know if it seems like there's a lot more.
Hammond and them can't get out of that place without the generator.
I think Hammond would be okay.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about Hammond. I say. I think. It's. I don't know what the distance is from the front to the building. It seems like it's pretty deep, pretty wide.
Yeah, from the car to the building?
Yeah.
Or the truck, I mean?
Yeah.
Unless you just want to
Yeah,
try
it's-
to get off this.
Yeah, I mean, I
All
think.
right. So let me jut in as the GM. You've got 2 goals, and you level up when you achieve either of them, and they can be optional. So keep that in mind. Goal 1 is to get the bunker, basically secure the bunker and get the door working. However you can do that. And goal 2 is to get to any one of the ways off the island now. Any one of the either the 2 docks, the helipad, or the airstrip. So those are your 2 goals. So you can choose to do one over the other.
I mean, I would say if we could make it to the truck, we could make it to the dock.
And we can take the truck to the dock.
But the problem is, again, we got those things out there that very nearly killed Deuce and wounded me, wounded Bon Jovi. So I don't know. I mean, I unless we go out there, I mean, we could probably. What we could do is Bon Jovi has a good idea. We could armor up with phone books and notebooks and things like that. Try to grab some weapons and try to go out there and fight our way through those things.
I don't know, man. Like we
try to
hit
get
him
to the
with,
truck.
You hit him with the rebar, and it didn't seem to do a whole lot.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
damage.
That's the problem.
And
What do we got? We have a fire extinguisher.
a trapper keeper's not going to really help.
Yeah.
Well,
I got one trank dart.
I'm saying this is what we could do. We can, if we go upstairs, jump onto the truck and try to get in it, and then
It's like 30 feet
No,
away.
but that's
Yeah,
a
you can't
good,
jump on
that's
the
a
top
good
of the
gap.
building.
Yeah,
That's
that's
too far away.
too
Yeah.
far. Oh, it's
Yeah.
too far away.
Fireman?
I would say, I think Hammond and them are locked in a place that the animals can't get to. We're not. So I think the best course of option would be to somehow find a way to get the truck and try to drive to the dock. But how are we going to fight our way through those things that attacked us when we first came in
Well,
here?
when you were down there, was there any other vehicles outside of the bay,
I didn't
the
see
loading
any.
bay?
I didn't see any.
No.
And if there are, how are we going to get to them again? So the point is getting to the problem is getting to things.
Yeah.
You know, we can't fight these things on our own, not necessarily. I mean, you were able to get to this raptor because you fooled him. I saw him fall off the second story.
Oh yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty dope.
pretty
It
cool.
was pretty dope.
I mean,
rad, I won't
Muldoon's
lie.
in the emergency bunker if we want help.
Yeah, but we can't get in there, right? The door isn't operative.
If
Right, if we turn on the generator.
I'll go out, I'll take a flare, I'll go out, I'll be the distraction. I'll get to the truck, I'll use the flare to pull anything out of the loading dock area, drive off, as far as I can go with bring it along with the flare. You guys get the generator going, and then go rescue Muldoon.
That's a lot of ifs.
That's a lot of ifs, yeah. So your
Well,
plan,
other than
Carol, is to run out with the flare, because you're probably the fastest amongst us, I assume. Waving the flare
I
to
was
get to the
great in
truck.
track and field.
There you go. So you're gonna run through these
why
things,
she's my
get
new
into the
hot
truck,
lights.
and then wave the flare out of the window to try to distract and pull them away from the loading bay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this might be better than the flare. If you give her, because I found a handheld radio as well. I'll hold on to that one, and you give her the other. As she's driving around, she kind of uses turns up the volume, so it makes it kind of a
Not Morse code, is it?
no, not Morse code. I got it. No one knows it. All right. This is more that it makes she puts it next to the radio. I mean, of the whatever in the
Oh,
car.
we can distract.
with noise instead of
They'll follow the handheld radio.
yeah.
They'll
Like
go
with-
towards the sound from the radio.
So you want to put the handheld radio in the truck and
No. Put the handheld radio out into the loading dock. Mm-hmm. She bucks it back. We hit some sound on our
And it
end, so
echoes
it
in
then
the-
goes out there. They'll go follow that, and then we book it.
I
That's
guess.
a good idea.
Not
Yeah,
everyone's gonna react to flares.
Yeah, but how's she gonna get out to the loading dock without getting torn apart by those things?
Well, no, she could drive. I mean, yeah.
No, I'll run. Look, if we can sit here debating the best plan, but no plan's not going to have risk.
Right. So you're gonna run from the visitor center to the truck, and then drop the radio by the loading bay, drive away, and then we'll try to.
No, I'll just run around the building to the loading bay. Not even worry about the truck.
Okay, Carol. I mean, it's up to you. I can't ask you to do that, but if that's what you want to do for us, then
Look, somebody's got to get out of here alive.
okay. Damn, she got more balls than all three of us.
Hey, I offered to go out to get the truck, but no one's like, you can't jump on a truck.
No, it's like 20
I know.
feet.
I'm being, just let me go.
You can try. You're gonna get maybe 6 feet and fall.
Is there anything else we can get from in here? Like, is there any other rooms we can check?
Yeah, I mean, I think we
to
should.
see if we get some more weapons.
Have we checked
any?
any of all the rooms upstairs?
I mean, you didn't check every room upstairs, but you checked most of them.
Yeah, and there's not a ton of stuff, right?
Yeah, visitor center is in
roller
orange.
skates.
Can we get Carol some armor like that Bon Jovi has?
It's only going to slow me down.
Ah, shit, you're right.
No, let me just do this.
Okay.
I'll go out there with the radio. Once I'm clear, you make whatever noise on the radio. I'll leave it on whatever channel you say.
So you're gonna run out and then drop the radio, and then where are you gonna go after we drop the radio?
I'll come back as fast as I can.
You know what? This might help. I think there was a janitor's closet. We get some liquid bleach. She drenches herself in liquid bleach and she runs
And then
around.
she dies. Of
I'm good with our original plan.
and then she dies of the fumes.
I mean, she's a runner. She could hold her breath, right? And then, but they won't eat her because the fumes are so strong.
She's gonna smell like bleach and slowly burn her skin off. Okay.
So you guys ready?
How
What
about
channel?
Carol? How about it will slow you down if he gives you his fire extinguisher and
I threw that upstairs.
Oh, you threw it upstairs. Okay.
I got a can of shaving
It's
cream.
empty.
Yeah, I
and
got
it's
can of
empty.
shaving cream too.
I don't need shaving. Just give me the radio.
Okay. So we hand her the radio.
Yeah.
Someone gives. I don't have a radio.
Oh, I'll give her.
I'll give her one. I got one.
Okay. Raise it from your sheet. She takes the radio. You have yours. She sets it to.
I'll turn mine on.
Oh, yours. Sorry.
Yeah, mine,
Yeah. She sets it to one of the channels that wasn't
Yeah.
in use. And she's like, "All right,
I
you guys go downstairs. As soon as that thing's gone, you get in there and you trip those breakers and get to the emergency bunker, and I'll be right behind you."
That's what she says to us.
Yeah.
Okay. She gives me a smooch before he.
She doesn't smooch a goddamn one of you. She might flip you the finger as a joke.
Okay, so we stand by the door, we pull the rebar off of it, and then we're ready to open it. And she runs out. Okay.
Okay. She.
So we open the door, and she runs out.
Yeah, she runs out. You hear, you hear her foot hit the gravel as she comes off the stairs.
Yeah. We
and
replace the rebar on the
Yep.
door. All that. Yeah.
Then you hear like there's a pause. You hear her footsteps receding, and then you hear
Yeah.
a bunch of other feet on the ground outside, traipsing into
I
the
can't
mud.
believe you let her go like that.
You asshole! Wow.
Carol.
All right. There's
I say to her, well, I should go because I'm a, and you're a, and she's like, look, we can discuss.
Yep. Yeah, that all
Finally
happens.
has some agency.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys go downstairs, wait for a few minutes, and give her hopefully enough time.
So
and
we're
then-
listening on the radio for her to tell us. I'm
Yeah,
dropping
that's
it.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like
She's dropping the radio or the flare?
She's dropping the radio.
Okay,
By
got
the
it.
door.
I just want to be sure.
Yeah.
there's a painful few moments where you're just like, should she be there by now? She should be there by now.
While we're waiting, can we go down to the basement to wait by the door?
Yep.
So we do that.
Yeah, you're right by the door. Yeah, you kind of look through with your night vision goggles maybe once to see if there's anything in the hallway. Nothing's in the hallway. After a few moments, your radio chirps. It's in position. I'm out.
Okay. So I tell that because you're wounded, Deuce, go up, stay in the office with the radio, and just start whatever.
Okay.
Just start making a bunch of noise up there, banging on shit, making sure that the radio on the other side is picking it up.
You got it.
Okay, so that happened. So the radio starts going.
Yep.
We clear the barriers. I'm like, I got my night vision. Oh, fuck it, the flashlight, because I guess they're gone.
All right.
So we open
Roll
the door.
a d6 for the flashlight usage,
Roll D6.
and you roll a d6 for the radio usage.
Okay. I got
D6.
Oh, D6. Excuse me.
I got a 5.
5. Okay. Radio is good.
Radio, and this is the flashlight. I got a 2.
Good.
Okay.
So you shine you wait a few minutes till the ruckus is real ruckusy, and then you shine the flashlight down there, and you two proceed down the hallway.
Okay. Can I do another check to see if?
Yeah, before you even do much of anything, the door that was like one of the last ones on the right hand side, you see the handle go again.
God damn it!
But it's not opening. And you've only got 2 doors, and then the one you need to go to. Then there's 2 more doors, and then that one. So it's way at the other end of the hallway. So if you think of it like this, just to kind of make it clear, if you're me in my seat, you're looking down the hallway. That's the far end is the exit to outside.
Yeah.
The door that's clicking is like one of the last ones on the right hand side down there. So very far away. It's probably like, the hallway is probably it's the length of the building. So like 150 or 180 feet away is like the far door. And that door is only a little bit further in. So 160 feet away is where that door is clicking. The door you have to get to is like less than 50 feet away.
Okay. So I know as soon as we get down, the door's going to open up and a raptor's going to come out. I know it. So
we'll get into that room and shut the door behind us.
So again, I have the tranq pistol ready. Okay.
I got my rib.
You're making noise on the radio to pull everything out. So we go in there, and again,
What's up, you prehistoric
fuck
pricks?
you. Yeah.
This is the Deuce. You guys had 65 million years to get your shit together.
Welcome to Deuce Radio. Beep, beep, beep.
Pew, pew, pew.
So I step in there again.
Yeah, you step down the hallway.
I step down the
and
hall. I got the
proceed-
flashlight. All right, let's book it, dude. Let's book it to that room. And I got my tranq gun ready because I know as soon as we get in there, that fucking door's gonna open. He's in the back.
Do you have your night vision on?
No, because we got the flashlights on.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And, I got the dino rib in my hands.
Dino rib, and I got the tranq gun. Okay.
Okay, you reach the middle door without incident. The other door does not burst open. You're able to open the central door and go into that room. You can see through directly across is one of the bay doors that's open, and so there's like this tense moment where you you go to that door, test it, and then you look behind you to see if anything's in the bay, and you hear the sounds of the radio going off.
Yeah.
Everyone get on the foot. Everyone duck that dinosaur. Yeah! Assholes!
And-
Come get me!
and you hear the sounds of movement out there. It sounds like there's probably some
ran
dinos
out.
investigating
Yeah.
or something, but you can't see them
King
from
of
this
the
vantage
air!
point. You go into the room, close the door behind you,
Yeah.
and shine the flashlight around. There's a couple storage shelves that have a whole bunch of stuff in boxes that are all like wrapped up in cellophane and all this stuff. No idea what that is, but sure enough, at the back of the room is the generator itself.
Okay. So we go up there, go to the generator, turn it on.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's relatively easy. You've done this a million times in your life, turning on generators. This one just happens to be a much bigger one.
Okay.
So
We
no
didn't need to
surprises.
retrieve any fuses.
Yeah, no fuses necessary in this video game.
So the generator's on.
Yeah, generator kicks on. It starts, whirring to life. All sorts of lights start blinking on. They have that, like halogen, clink, clink,
Yeah,
clink,
yeah,
clink, and all these lights start moaning to life.
Can I use my radio?
And yeah, sure.
So Muldoon and Hammond, we got the emergency generator on.
The lights. This is Hammond's voice. The lights are coming on in here. That's great news. Can you get to us?
Okay,
we can open the door.
We're gonna try. Get ready for us to come by. So.
We will.
All right. So now what?
All right. So yeah, what do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna open the door slightly and peek out.
Okay.
See if
Same
anything's out there.
situation.
Same situation. Is the
Yep.
door handle still rattling?
A couple times, yeah.
Okay. I say we got to book
Book
it
it for
back,
the
dude.
stairs,
We
yeah.
got to book it back, dude. And as soon as we get back, we're gonna have to try to seal it again, like we did with the filing cabinet and the chair.
Okay.
All right. So nothing comes up behind us. All right. You ready?
Yep.
Let's do it.
You guys book it, and without any trouble, you're able to get back, resecure that door, and then head up to the office where
Okay.
the radio show is on.
Yeah.
If you're not a mammal, get the fuck out of
All
here!
right, Deuce, good job. We're good.
Great job, but no Chumbawamba. Man, worst radio ever.
Wow, that was terrible, dude. I was waiting on the Chumbawamba.
Man, I'm only doing my karaoke hits. I'm sorry.
All right, so now we're in the office. Okay.
Well, we gotta open the door for Carol, or
Well, we don't know where she is.
well, I would think she's in the vicinity.
You haven't heard any knocking.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's true.
There's nothing. I mean, we can't. Unless she's at the door. Unless she's at the front doors, we can't open them. So I don't know. We have to. That's why I told her it was dangerous to go out there.
We gotta save her somehow, though, right?
Yeah, but I mean, where is she though? She already
Well,
dead?
We don't know
let's
with a
let's worry
retrieval
about
plan.
getting to the truck, and then if we see her as we make our way to it,
Well, no, we're going to the bunker now.
well, are we gonna walk to the bunker?
Aren't they? Isn't it in the same building?
It's in the same
I
compound.
thought- I
it's in
thought
the
it
same compound.
Compounds.
Yeah,
But
not
it's
the
different
same
building.
It's a different
Okay,
building in the
yeah.
same compound.
All right, so we got to get the truck anyway.
So she's heading to the bunker, though. That's
We don't know.
We don't know where she's.
Hopefully she's heading to the bunker, but we don't even.
Well, you
she won't even
trained
know.
her.
She won't even.
Where
know.
would she go?
She would go to the bunker, but how does
Okay.
she know if the power's on?
she. I'd hope.
I mean,
she
I
knows
think.
that-
Hopefully there's lights on. That
Yeah, I
turn
would
on,
see
yeah.
there's lights outside the
Yeah,
building.
Yeah.
you know.
now that you bring it up, you actually notice, on the first floor and second floor, a few emergency lights are coming in. It's only emergency lights, not
Yeah.
main lights. So it's like these red tinged kind of lights come on in a
Yeah.
few corners and stuff like that. Then you see through the windows that are facing outside. There's a few of the big bright, super bright halogen lights, around the parking area
Yeah.
where the cement mixer is, and then kind of like leading a path. You can see as they're turning on. There's that low kind of bassy like ka-thoom as the lights
Yeah,
click on, and then another one. So there's these big spotlight type lights, illuminate a trail through the main visitor center compound. So finding your way to the emergency bunker is easy because it's like maybe 100 yards, 150 yards away, and now it's lit.
But it's it's like a different building that we have to get to.
Correct.
So I mean, it's 100 yards. We can sprint, but we know there's things out there. And we got to find Carol. So do we get to should we use the truck to drive there and hopefully we see Carol?
I mean, if we're not in a car, we're going to be in the open. So
Yeah.
I'd say we
book it the 30 feet to the truck and then
and drive it over to the bunker.
But look what happened last time we tried to book.
know.
They might have gone after Carol though, so there might be.
Yeah.
Do we have any flares left?
I got
have
a flare.
Maybe can we light a flare and throw it away from us as we run? Maybe that'll if we see those, maybe we could throw it at it, or maybe that'll attract them or scare them off. That'd be a good idea. Why don't we have how many flares we have?
I got one.
I got one.
So we could pop the flares and they come at us. We could try to wave it in front. Maybe that'll scare them off if they're out there. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it's
something. We
it's
ain't got
magnesium. It's burning magnesium. It's gonna burn.
true.
What do you guys think?
Sure.
All right, we do that.
I'll duct tape the one to the end of my
That's probably not a good idea.
dino.
Oh, to the dino. Board.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I thought you were
my
taking
arm.
like hand.
No.
I was like, wait a second.
Let me get the bleach first.
People pouring bleach on himself.
I'm ready, guys.
I'm ready.
Device.
Hold me now.
He's gonna look so crazy, covered in bleach with phone book armor and with a flare taped to his hand. The dinosaur's gonna be like, this guy's crazy. All right, so
Tie your Tyrannosaurus. We need that.
all right, so let's try to book to the truck. Open the door. We'll pop a flare as we get out there. And
All right.
that'll be something to hold them off. And you got your dinosaur bone. Why don't you give me one of the flares since I don't have a weapon? And you got your dinosaur bone. Oh no, you got to tape it to the end of your dinosaur.
Yeah, but,
okay.
You still have your trank gun, yeah?
I have a trank gun. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right.
More weapons than we have.
Yeah.
A couple quick breaths. Then you go outside, crank the door open, start heading towards the truck. About 5 steps down the main steps of the visitor center, you see over to your right, about maybe 75 feet out or so, there's some of those, what the heck are they called? Struthiomimus guys, the about wolf-sized ones. They come around the corner and see that you guys are hauling, and they start coming in. Do you pop the flare, or did you already have it?
We already have him as
I already
before he
popped,
stepped out the
yeah.
door.
Oh, okay.
Before he stepped out
So
the door.
yeah, so you kind of like wave the flare at them and roll 2d6 for me. I'm gonna have you make their morale check.
Low morale.
Come on.
So you want to roll high, actually,
Oh, shit.
instantly.
1 and a 2. God damn it.
All right.
God damn it.
He said it just as you roll. You want to roll actually.
Let go.
Yeah, if you roll over their morale, that's when things go bad.
Supercalifragilistic.
Wait, you could douse him in bleach quick.
Could have thrown bleach in him. Man.
Yeah, so there's 3 of them. There's only 3 of them. They come around the corner. They see you guys. They start running in. You wave the flares. They kind of pause for a second and then start kind of splitting up and trying to move in from different angles. So they're not really too scared by it. So we're gonna have you guys make a single agility roll each. So roll your D20 plus agility. And so what happens is the consequences of this roll. If you succeed, you get to the truck and you're fine. If you fail, you've fallen behind enough and they come at an angle that one of them can get a shot at attacking you.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I got 20.
Awesome.
Jeez.
Sorry, I did that right in the mic.
What do we add for
Agility.
agility? 16.
Awesome.
Okay. I'm gonna fuck that. I know. Fuck. Come on. Is that 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The train
But what's your agility? Isn't your agility good?
It's 6.
It's 10.
So 10, not enough. Okay,
His
you
trank
didn't
dart goes off into his leg.
Yeah, right in my arm.
That'd be a 1. Yeah. So you just barely failed. So only one of them gets an angle on you. And you didn't have a flare, right? You have the trank gun.
I have a trank gun. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't know what a gun is, so it just comes in basically like boldly comes in and tries to take a bite at you. So it's gonna make an attack roll. So now you're gonna have to make another agility roll because you gotta
agility.
dodge the attack.
Come on.
Flashback. To him on the
12
range.
plus 6.
12. Okay, yeah, that's success. You
18?
need a 13 or higher, I think. So for these guys, so it only gets the one shot at you. It misses. You're able to pull yourself up into the jeep, like the claws, scrape alongside your jeans or whatever.
No,
but
see, that's good. It's dramatic. So.
yeah, exactly. Dramatic
You
entrance into the
stutter
truck.
step it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're now wearing like one leg is shorts basically,
Yeah.
but your leg is fine.
As soon as he gets in, I go, "Welcome to the mixer."
And then
And
you
I
guys
just look at you like, seriously?
and you take off in the truck down the road to the emergency bunker. You leave those things behind. They're not able to catch up to the truck.
Should we honk our horn to let Carol know, or do you think that'll attract more
It's
things?
probably going
towards
to bring
us?
more attention, but do we see
Yeah.
Carol at all?
You don't see her. You don't see any trace of her. But in fairness, you're driving a cement mixer. That thing's loud as F anyway. So,
Right. So
and
okay,
the rain's
so head
pretty much
towards
died
the.
down, so.
Obviously, I know where the bunker is.
Yeah.
So I point and click, go towards the bunker.
You guys roll up to the bunker. So it's like I said, it's a few hundred yards down the main path, but it's on the main road, so there's no like difficulties or anything like that. As you're driving, you do catch glimpses of a few other dinos like within the compound. All smaller things look like kind of herd dinos or something like that.
I wanted to ask,
I heard that.
did we throw down our flares on the ground? Because we shouldn't have them on in the cab.
No, we
Throw them down. Yeah.
They're one use.
So yeah, flares are single-use items, so
Okay,
you've
so-
used them first and then
Yeah.
you're done.
I
Yes.
detached it from my.
That's why you missed, because
Dino.
one of them
Right,
threw a flare at him.
Okay.
Yeah, you
I was
distracted.
like, oh shit! Yeah,
His-
kinda,
they
you
got
kinda
eyes on
just
either
took
side of the
flare.
head, and that eye went
Yeah.
like crazy,
Yeah, yeah.
following the flare. So,
Couldn't get the trajectory right.
There you go.
yeah, his depth perception was all off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys arrive at the emergency bunker. Emergency bunker has its own electrified fence, and it is kind of like this, heavy cement compound building, low squat building, big, heavy, almost
Steel
like
doors.
glass doors,
Yeah.
practically.
Hell yeah.
And they're electronically opened and closed, generally speaking. There is supposed to be some kind of manual override, but it seemed like they had some problem with that, necessitating you to restore the power. There's now power, so all the floodlights are on around the emergency bunker, so it's incredibly well lit, like almost probably too well lit, but it's very well lit in that compound. The door's not compromised or anything like that, so it's still closed.
You want to call
and,
ahead to Multoon and say,
Yeah.
we're
Oh
on
yes. I call ahead. We're like, hey, we're right outside the bunker.
Hammond comes back over the radio and is like, I'll open the door now. You guys kind of wait for a second. The electrified fence gate opens kind of on an automatic system. It just kind of like opens inward, so you're able to drive the cement mixer inside,
Oh,
and then it
cool.
closes. So
Nice.
the
Nice.
little
Hey.
extra protection there, and then the steel doors swing outward towards you guys, and you see Hammond on the other side. He's accompanied by Ed Regis, the head of HR, and Robert Muldoon.
Regis is like, Deuce, I have to speak to you. We've had a number of complaints.
By who? Everyone's dead. Can't those charges won't stick, man. Hey, Muldoon, you want to check the back of the mixer? I just don't want anything getting in.
Oh yeah, does Multoon have like a shotgun?
Yeah, Muldoon's sitting there with his shotgun.
Someone with the
he's at the
bullets.
ready.
Please check if they're
Yeah,
getting
definitely.
strays.
Yeah, they're little wily bastards.
Yeah, Muldoon goes, kind of circles around the back and starts checking the back of the cement mixer, while Regis and Hammond kind of greet you and are like, kind of get a little sense of what you guys went through, quickly kind of fill you in. I won't go into, do a whole role play thing. We'll just speed through that because it's boring and it's a lot of like, oh, do you remember what happened in Jurassic Park? Well, that happened because we're in Jurassic fucking Park.
Yeah.
But the new information that's important, Hammond is like, I'm not entirely sure why you saw those herbivores attacking someone. That's very strange. But
Yeah.
you said you saw a velociraptor. You did what to it?
Well, I decapitated it.
He immediately looks completely flustered. You decapitated a velociraptor?
Well, first it took a dive over the balcony and broke a couple of its
I mean,
bones.
sir,
I say, Mr. Hammond.
If it was anything, it was very humane.
Yeah,
to
we put it out of
its
its misery.
It was also. I'm sorry, Mr. Hammond, but who cares? It was self-defense. He was trying to kill him. So what's he supposed to do? Let him do that? I mean, I understand.
course I care.
I understand it's a very expensive
Of
piece
course
of
I care about
technology,
Tim
but
and Lex.
Wait.
What have you done?
Well,
And at that moment, Muldoon steps from around the cement mixer and has his gun slightly raised, facing Hammond.
good.
I did want to bring up. There was something peculiar about that Velociraptor, though. It had a big surgery scar across its face.
Of course it did. It was the only way to save them. Hammond actually collapses to the ground in
Say-
tears, bawling.
I lost two good people out there.
Starts
Hammond.
walking towards him, has a look on his face, very quizzical. And that's when you hear a sound on the fence. The clinking of chains on the fence as something impacts the fence. And it noticeably doesn't get electrified or anything like that. It appears the electrified fence has been disabled. It's just a fence now. And Muldoon starts to turn towards the direction of that. It's all coming from behind out of your view because of the cement mixer.
Yeah.
He kind of like turns back towards where he just stepped out of, and you hear him go, "Oh," and then he dies. As a velociraptor just streaks across. It's like the ninja duel thing or samurai duel in the anime where they go by each other and then one of them drops dead. That's the velociraptor just sails past Muldoon, and then he turns and like his bowels spill out, and he just falls to the ground dead.
Okay, so where does the velociraptor go?
It lands on the ground, and then turns and is looking towards you guys. And his eyes light up. The tears stop immediately, and he goes, "Lex, you're still alive!" And then it charges and does the same thing to him, disemboweling him. And he has this look on his face as he dies, where it's a look of betrayal, and laughter comes over loudspeakers. Laughter. Finally killed that old man. That fool. He thought he could control them, but only I can control them. And Regis is like, that's not Nedry. Wu? Wu? Dr. Wu?
Oh, no.
Dr. Wu, where are you? And Dr. Wu's voice continues, "Oh, I'm controlling all of them. The first two were the best, of course, because they have the human brain transplants. Lex, Tim, they did a good job. Highly trainable. It's good that they were younger. All the rest of the dinosaurs, a little harder to control, but it's not working out too bad. So, well, I guess the mind wipe worked on Muldoon, not that it matters. It worked on Regis, too." Regis is like, "Mind wipe? What are you talking about? What is this science fiction?" And the Velociraptor kind of like rises up next to him, and he looks at it. And sure enough, this Velociraptor also has stitches in its head, and it chomps down on Ed Regis's head, killing him, bone crunching, blood everywhere. And Wu's voice continues. He's like, "Well, I guess I don't have to worry about the mind wipe technology. Didn't work on Nedry, but don't have to use that on you because the Velociraptor should do the job. So it's nice knowing you." And the Velociraptor turns on you guys. What do you want to do?
I have my track gun, so I'm gonna fire at it.
Okay. Take the shot. D20. Roll. This is with presence.
As he is doing this,
Yeah.
I want to dive for Muldoon's shotgun.
I was gonna do the same thing, but I got the shot. I got the trank gun, so I'm gonna take a shot. So
Your boss just died. What do you want to do?
I'm shocked, and I look at what I got. I pull out the can of shaving cream and aim it at the Velociraptor's face because that's all I got.
Okay.
I'm
All right. Let's do the trank gun first. Roll it up.
I'm hoping for
Come on.
distraction.
come on, here we go. Come on, 8. Come on, 20.
Was it a 1?
I got a 1.
Oh, no. That's awesome.
Fuck.
I mean,
Okay.
all right.
Hey, Carol might jump in and say.
So,
Do you have any more of the bonus? No.
all right. So roll. So you're gonna roll a d6. This is for your panic. The tranquilizer dart goes wide. It actually because the Velociraptor is chomping on Ed Regis's head. It actually the Velociraptor turns into the trank gun, and the dart hits Ed Regis's body and is just wasted on him. D6.
D6.
You're rolling for your panic.
4.
4. That's actually probably fine.
It's good panic.
Yeah. So your panic mode is a strong suggestion for the rest of the scene.
A strong suggestion.
Yeah. So as you role play and you think about your decisions, look at your panic mode and go in line with that. You don't have to. You can run and stuff like that.
Where's it at?
It's the fight or flight.
Fight or flight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I say. Okay. So before this, is what happens because I rolled this.
Yeah.
So as I aim, I say, Bon Jovi, grab the shotgun, and I fire. So I fire and it miss. So all in one because I'm hoping I hit it, but I don't.
Right.
So that's that's what I suggest.
All right. You dive for the thing. You aim the barbasol. You've got the barbasol on you, so we'll go with you first. You had the gun at the ready. So
I'm just trying to aim for the eyes.
So make a presence check with your can of barbasol.
20. That's a 16 plus 3, so 19.
19. Okay, a stream of expanding shaving cream lands on the top of this Velociraptor snout, which is, mixes with the blood of Ed Regis as it drops his body. It kind of flinches away from it, so you've distracted it for a second. But then the bottom of the Barbasol can just pops out, which makes no sense because those things are normally just one single tin, right? And this contraption that's housed in the bottom falls out into the ground below you, and three little, I guess you'd call them pylons or little tines, like a fork, spray out, kind of, sort of, or splay out. That'd be a better way of saying it than spray. Yeah, it splays out, and you can see that there's like all these little nodules of some kind of like green substance inside of a plasticky container that's housed in each of those tines. And you have no idea what the hell just happened.
I take them all and eat them like gushers. Give me the power!
Okay. Roll a d8.
Okay.
Come on.
That's a 7.
That's a 7. So you now have gained the power of the Velociraptor's larynx. You can summon a raptor to help you for d4 hours.
Yeah!
What?
Because he ate one of the modules.
Okay. Chad, Barry gets his hands on Muldoon's shotgun.
It got
Yeah.
weird. So.
Come on.
What would you like to do?
I
Blow it away.
dove on it and I rolled on my back and I aimed up at the Velociraptor and I take a shot at it.
Okay. Roll d20 plus presence.
Come on, dude.
King of PR now speaks with the Raptors.
6 plus agility.
Yeah, plus agility, yes.
Okay, 10.
10. Not good enough. So the shotgun blast goes wide.
Jesus
Takes
Christ,
all-
dude.
Because they sound like a dinosaur.
Yeah, you didn't roll a 1, so you're safe.
He blows Deuce's head off.
That'd be brutal.
And a Velociraptor head shows up instead.
So
The
now
Velociraptor looks at us like, seriously?
combat is joined. Roll a
Three
d20.
Stooges.
This is for initiative, so just want to get a 10 or higher.
Oh, God.
Wait, roll a 20?
D20, yeah.
Okay, come on.
Each of you, all of you.
Are you sure?
All of you roll.
That's a 9.
Yep.
So you're going after the NPCs.
I got an 8.
Yeah, 17.
Barry, Ethan, both after the NPCs, and our good friend with the Velocivoice. Sorry, just forget Deuce. How do I keep forgetting that? Deuce,
Yeah.
you're up. So you don't necessarily have to think too hard on how your character even knows this,
Right.
but you now have this power of the Velociraptor.
Like I say,
larynx.
Thundercats.
This is kind of the
But
example.
as a Velociraptor,
Do you call another raptor?
I call on the power of my Raptor brethren. Exactly.
All right.
Does it freak her out? Like as Lex
Yeah,
gets-
so the Velociraptor identified as Lex, kind of tilts its head like a dog, like hearing a weird sound for the first time. But it's also backpedaling. Lex is backpedaling as it does so. But you hear a sound respond just like the sound we heard over this a second ago. Another one of those barking kind of sibilant sounds. Answer your call, and then the sound of as another Velociraptor comes running in and leaps the gate and joins you.
Nice.
That's your action. You can still move if you want to. Do you
Can
want
I-
to?
You're gonna have to make out with these
I
Velociraptors.
was like, can I jump
Yeah.
on it like a steed?
It's a different show.
Can I jump on its back like a and ride a Velociraptor?
What do you guys say? I'm going to leave this to you. How far off the tone do we want to get?
I mean,
I mean,
Because
that's,
we've gone into crazy zone.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely calling it a crazy zone by now. I mean,
Okay.
it just, calling another raptor is already crazy zone. So I guess jumping on the back is actually makes more sense.
Okay.
I
Okay.
mean, do I need to do
No, you don't have to make
an
it.
animal husbandry check?
Yeah. Roll your Velociraptor riding.
Yeah.
No. You leap onto the back of this Velociraptor who lands, and it is staring down Lex. This one does not have stitches in its head or anything like that. It is staring down Lex with a wild look in its eyes as you are now astride it. Their turn. So the Lex Velociraptor makes a similar sound. Those kind of weird freaking noises. And you hear two more in the distance answer back. And you hear... exactly. As two more come running in. But then you hear something in the mix between maybe an elephant and Godzilla. Further in the distance, as the Tyrannosaurus lets out a roar and begins to approach. Thum, thum, thum. It's a little further out, though. So, Velociraptor Lex is going to attack Velociraptor Deuce. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to have you roll to dodge. So this is an agility check.
All right.
Does he have bonus agility because he's on the Velociraptor?
No.
So it's 18.
8.
Yeah, nice.
What does the Velociraptor have to hit? Velociraptor has 3.
Juice got some friends.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, so your Velociraptor dodges out of the way as Lex comes in with the claw and then tries to swing her tail around to maybe take a shot out of him.
Equipment, 1.
Velociraptor. The other two Velociraptors move into striking range, but that's their action. They're just moving in to this point to actually get into the fray. That is everybody's turn, except Barry and Ethan.
Okay, try to shoot it again, I say, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, let's go back to back.
The voice changed suddenly.
Wow, wait, were you faking your
Okay, I'm sorry. I had something in my nose. I'm sorry about that. Let's go back to back.
always bet on black.
I point the shotgun at Lex. How close am I to him?
You are, let's see, you dove for Muldoon's gun, so you're probably like 20 feet away.
20 feet away?
Yeah, you're not like the only person who was right there was Deuce.
Well, I'm getting back up on my feet, and then I take a more precise aim at Lex and fire the shotgun.
All right, roll. This is a presence check to aim and fire.
An 8.
8 plus that is.
Still got those two.
Oh yeah, let me use one of my tokens.
Ooh.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
This could have been done half an hour ago.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
15.
15 plus 5, 20.
20. Okay. You hit. Shotgun deals. Where am I? Nice. Shotgun.
Also,
D10 damage.
Should take that down to 1.
Oh yeah. How many shells do? Because like I don't know how many uses I have for.
Yeah. So the shotgun has. So a separate line item is shotgun shells.
Okay.
And it has 2 usage. So you also roll D6.
Okay, gotcha.
As long as you keep getting 6s, unlimited ammo.
Yeah. Yep.
3.
You're good.
Yes.
Okay. So you hit it. So now you're gonna roll a D10 for the damage.
Fucking Sarah Connor that shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pump action.
That's the.
This one, right?
That's the one. Yep.
Okay.
Should be 2 of them in there. I think.
That's 6.
6 damage. Okay. Lex takes 6 damage. Shotgun, goes a little bit wide. It only catches a section of her hide, kind of like near her tail. I guess it's a her. We'll call her because it's he referred to her
They're
as
all
Lex.
female. And,
Yeah, that's
that's why Deuce likes them.
that was in
There you
the
go.
original Jurassic Park. This is the crazy Jurassic
This
Park
is
with
crazy.
mind-controlled dinosaurs
Yeah.
Get out fucking version of Jurassic
and
Park.
herbivores that eat people.
Yeah.
To death. So it hits her. It deals some damage to her. There's some blood squirted on her back, but she's still up and around. The other 2 Velociraptors begin moving in. Ethan, it's your turn.
My turn.
Ethan, grab my dino rib. I dropped it on the ground. Use it.
It's for her pleasure.
I'm gonna. Yeah. I say I'm gonna jump in the truck and try to run her over. So as the dinosaur, the other raptors are attacking Lex.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to be going in circles trying to run her ass over.
Okay.
So I jump in the truck and can I attack now or?
So I'm gonna kind of put this to the table. Which ability do you think this is?
I think it's
To hop into the truck or
To attack with the truck, basically
it's
drive
agility.
into
I
somebody.
think it's agility, isn't it? Yeah.
Agility.
Knowledge, I thought, but
No, I think it'd be more agility because it's you have to be hand-eye coordination.
Presence is aiming, right?
Yeah, presence is aiming.
I would think it'd still be agility because it's hand-eye coordination.
Well, wouldn't it be toughness to stress through the situation?
See, we're getting a lot of different answers here.
Yeah.
I still think it's agility. Agility or toughness. Yeah, one of the two.
Because he's got to make his way in, hop in, turn on the car, and...
Yeah, let's do agility. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we'll go with agility.
All right, good.
I like the
I got a
hand-eye
6 on that.
coordination.
That's what I kept saying.
I know.
And you're like, oh, presence. I only got a 3 on that, dude.
That's why I was trying to give you toughness.
Yeah,
So
it's not a fun game if we keep not failing.
Right.
Oh, we failed plenty.
Yeah.
I killed the 1 when I tried to shoot him with a dart and I hit a dead body. So I think we're good. So yeah.
He wasn't dead until then, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. I put him out of his misery.
Yeah.
See, so I succeeded.
So roll d20 and add your agility.
he was like, morphine.
So I'm again the truck, and as the 3 raptors are approaching Lex,
Yeah.
I get in the truck and I'm fucking gunning it towards her, trying to run her over. So that's an 18 plus 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And let's see, a truck. What does a truck do? We'll do 2d6 damage on that. So roll 2d6.
2d6. This one, right?
No, the cubes.
Muldoon's just like, run her over!
Nice.
I got a 6. Hit and run her. And a 3.
9. Okay.
So I got 9 points of damage. So yeah, we're.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you bring the truck around once you get into it. Like the Velociraptors all start once that thing's barreling down on them, they all look with a start, and several of them are stunned. It looked like 2 of the Raptors were actually coming in possibly to aid Lex. Only the one came in to is now being ridden by Deuce.
I named her Carol.
Oh. You're terrible.
Oh my God.
She's got hot legs too.
You have Lex dead to rights in the headlights of the truck. You're barreling down on her. She's like inches away from the grill when one of the other Velociraptors jumps in, knocking her out of the way and takes the hit. Absolutely insane. And that one gets basically pasted by the grill. Yeah. Turns into chunky salsa on the front of your grill as you run that thing over. And you begin turning around to take another pass at Lex, who starts to scamper off. Back to the top, Deuce. Okay. What do you want to do? Lex is now kind of broken off combat and seems to be fleeing.
Fleeing? Okay. And then we have another one there that's charging at us, though?
You have one more that's in the fray to attack you and one who's underneath the wheels of the truck.
I give a good pet to Carol on her Velociraptor face. Now let's go get her. Let's get some takeout. So we charge after Lex.
Okay, you charge after Lex. Hoping to attack or anything?
Yeah, I think. All right, get our little claws in her.
Cue chase.
So this is going to be an agility check, or no? I'm sorry, strength. This is going to be a strength check.
Okay.
Because they're going to melee.
What is that?
Yeah, melee with a Velociraptor.
This is like Velociraptor Road Rash. Yeah, kicking us.
14.
14 hits. Roll for damage. We're going to roll a Velociraptor damage.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you're going to roll 3d6. And now you can see why they damage so much.
I love this sound. So that's a 6, 4, and a 2.
6, 4,
2 6s.
Okay.
Aim for the big toe.
12 points damage. All right, you come shrieking in, and your Velociraptor wraps its jaws around her neck as she's trying to flee. She was already slowed down because she was already injured by the shot from the shotgun. Your Velociraptor gets its jaws around her neck, and then as she goes down, it raises one of its hind claws and basically shreds along one of her legs, so it goes like up the leg and into the hip section, and just cuts this huge gash. There's some artery or something must be there because blood is just spraying out at like 90 psi.
Damn.
And I go, it's not a Unix system.
God.
Doesn't make any sense. No. Why would I say that?
I don't understand.
Why?
I'm just in the truck, just shaking my head like.
Yeah.
All right.
Shake all your head as long as you want. I'm riding a fucking raptor.
All right. You guys have leveled up.
Yeah.
Roll a d8.
Ooh, D8.
That and add that to your max hit points.
6 for Chad.
2.
And then roll a d4 and distribute that many points among your abilities.
Okay.
I'll give you a minute, and then we'll. Then I'll have a question for you.
Sorry. So D6 and then what?
Sorry, it was a d8.
D8?
That's what you add to your hit points. Sorry.
Hit points.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Can't talk right.
Your maximum hit points.
Maximum.
not your current.
Yeah. Correct.
And then
Yeah, and then d4
D4.
gets added, and that you can distribute among your abilities.
This one, right?
That one, yeah.
D4, and then I distribute that amongst my
Abilities,
yeah. That's a 2.
So +1 to 2 things, or +2 to 1 thing.
Yeah. All right.
Time check.
Time. We're at just a little over 4 hours.
Okay.
And it's now 3 o'clock.
Do we want to wrap up, or do we want to do another scene?
Well, we got to just get off. Or, I mean, it's either go after the doctor or get off the island, I would assume.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think would be more fun?
I think we try to wrap it up and try to get off the island because everybody's dead anyway. So
Yeah.
let's just take the. You can ride the raptor to the
Yeah.
dock,
Yeah.
and we'll follow in the truck, dude. You guys want to try that?
Yeah.
All right.
good.
I say I roll back around like Bon Jovi. Hop in. We'll follow.
Yeah,
We'll follow
Karen.
you we'll follow Carol.
Carol.
Jesus Christ. The Deuce and the Carol to the fucking dock. Yeah. Jesus. Poor Carol. Yeah.
It's
Well,
in
no,
her
but-
honor.
Before we get in the truck to go off, I go, "Hey, Carol, we're headed to the dock.
Meet us at the
Meet
dock.
us at the dock if you can. If
Yeah.
you find something to get there. Bye."
She doesn't have a radio?
She doesn't.
No, she threw that
Oh,
other
she
way.
left the...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So
All right.
she heard that.
So we're
Sure.
So we're heading towards
North Dock?
North
Okay.
Dock up here
North Dock. Yeah.
All right.
from here. And I'm pointing at the map from the visitor center to North Dock.
So 2 of you in the truck, one
Yeah.
of you on a
Riding
Velociraptor.
a Velociraptor.
After
Can I check
roll
my dude's
d4.
body for more shotgun cartridges? Because
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Oh no, I still have.
Yeah,
some.
you
Never
still
mind,
have
I'm
some.
so good.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
forgot.
you're good.
Yeah.
Infinite
We'll
ammo.
assume you did that.
Yeah.
Roll d4.
D4, yeah.
This is for the Velociraptor.
I got 4.
You got a 4. So you've got a little ways to go because you have to
Yeah.
go. It's unless you want to off road, which is basically impossible at this point. You have to drive around the entire northern
Right.
practically
So
circumference.
so for people who can't see what we're doing, we're looking at a map and we're heading either northeast or northwest. Northeast takes us through a bunch
Past
of
the golf
paddocks.
course.
yeah, so you're going northwest.
Yeah,
trust
so
me.
we're going northeast because we want to avoid the paddocks. So we're
Yep.
going to go around the island, which is a little more of a roundabout. But yeah, there's a detour, but there shouldn't be any. There technically, according to the map, there's no animal enclosures on that side of the island.
Yep.
So
About 4 hours into the journey, and it's only going to take about 4.5 hours to get there by vehicle. It's just you have to go around the mountains and all that stuff. It's pretty rugged terrain. But at the 4-hour mark, the Velociraptor collapses.
Oh, no. Carol.
And just expires. And before your eyes, once it basically drops, sends you tumbling through the mud and stuff like that. You get up, you look at the thing, wondering why it just collapsed.
Yeah.
And you see before your very eyes, it actually begins not quite fully deflating or something like that, but it's wasting away.
Like wilting?
Yeah, wilting, exactly. Like the moisture is just being sucked right out of it practically.
that sucks, but we got to keep moving.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
Are you reaching out to Carol going saying goodbye?
I turned into Chewbacca. I single tear rolls down my cheek.
And I pat you on the shoulder. She was a good girl,
A clever girl.
clever girl.
Damn
Okay.
I wasn't trying to use that, but
Set me up. Okay, so I get in the truck.
I say she was a good girl, and you look at me. She was a clever girl. Damn.
Truck pulls up to the docks. You basically comes over like a rise in the terrain, and then it like dips down until it kind of levels out at the water line. And there's a pretty significant dock structure. There's obviously or not obviously, there's a building just off of the docks, which is where they conceivably like put a lot of stuff at the store that comes in through the docks. That building looks partially destroyed. The windows are smashed out. It looks partially burnt, which is a little odd. There's a couple boats left. Two of them are on fire, actively on fire at this time. One of them is being lit on fire as we speak, as you pull up, by Dr. Henry Wu, who has a flamethrower and is literally just lighting the whole thing up
I say,
and laughing maniacally.
Is that,
Bon Jovi, shoot his ass, dude.
yeah, as he's pulling up in the truck, I'm leaning out the window with a shotgun, and I'm taking aim of his flamethrower tank on his back.
There you go.
Ooh, nice. Okay. Yeah, as the truck, comes over the verge of the hill and starts descending, and you start taking aim, he's laughing. He like turns towards you guys, and he's quite a ways away, so it's not like he can hit you with the flamethrower or anything. But he like looks at you guys and laughs even harder, and he's just torching the boats.
Man, Wu got twisted.
Yeah, seriously.
And as we get close enough for me to fire, I make sure I'm just keeping my arm steady in the window to hold it and shoot his tank, and then I'm just gonna go like, "Hey, Woo! You just got sued for malpractice."
Why?
And I shoot.
Why? Okay, two things. One is that you notice as you get closer, he's wearing something on his head. And it seems to be some kind of mechanical device with a bunch of lights on it and stuff like that. Then you fire on the tank because he's not really paying attention. He's just laughing and lighting up boats. So make a presence check. You're going to roll with advantage because you've taken the time to aim.
Nice.
Or you've had a bunch of time to aim, and he doesn't seem to care that you're pointing a gun at him.
10 plus 3, 13.
And roll again because it's the better of two.
18.
Yeah.
18. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, you hit the tank on the back, and it explodes, engulfing him in flames.
Nice.
Immediately. His maniacal laughter turns to screams as he is doused in flamethrower fluid, whatever that is. And
You say, "Woo, we'll be seeing you."
It's like, anybody wanted shrimp on the barbie? I know that's Aussie, guys, but I mean it works. It works.
I look at you like, that was pretty cool.
Nice.
and that's when you notice in the tree line,
gotcha.
just above the hill from you guys, there's several long-necked dinosaurs, kind of like their heads rise above the tree line, brachiosaurs.
Okay, well, they're
cool.
They're well.
They lick with the kind of like lizardy tongue. They go, kind of like lick their chops, start gnashing their teeth, and begin moving forward with a speed you didn't really expect from them. Charging like a rhino.
I say, I drive as close as we can to the dock, to the boat, and let's go. Let's get on the boat. Let's get the fuck out of here.
At their feet, as they break through the tree line, you can see that there's dozens, countless even, other dinosaurs, all herbivores. That you're not used to seeing that, and they're all coming at you. Some of them actually stop when they see like a bush or something like that and just begin gnawing on it. Some of them, as they get closer and closer, reach the building and begin like chewing on parts of the building. They're just wild eating stuff. You notice, since you saw exactly what happened to the velociraptor you were riding on, because that's what people do now. You saw that a lot of them have the same kind of effect going on. Like they're wilting. They seem like they're all starved, just completely starved and mindless, and have turned carnivorous.
Just to kind of make up the calorie deficit they're having or something?
Who knows, man? Who knows? We'll never know, except I'll tell you right now as we end the session. So at the beginning of the session, we rolled a doom clock. In the Doom Clock, there was one of 3 options of how this scenario could end. And it's not necessarily what would end you guys. You could say you probably got off the island because you get to the boats first, maybe. So you guys made it, quite the feat. Quite the feat. I only nearly killed one of you. Very sad about that. So the Doom Clock was a D6 roll. On a 1 to 2, the military is alerted of what's going on, and they nuke the island.
Ending of the book.
Yep. On 3 to 4, there is where is it? All the holding pens get unlocked at once, and so all the most dangerous dinosaurs are all you encounter.
Nice.
And then 5 to 6 which is what I rolled. There's a dino kill switch that gets triggered during the scenario, and that kill switch is that it starves them because they stop being able to create an enzyme to eat. The problem is because of Wu's experiments. So that was the game. I want to talk a little bit about it before we end, but that was it.
That was great.
Yeah, that was awesome. Fun?
Okay.
Good thing there isn't like 3 or 4 other islands of these things.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the only island, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, there was only one crazy doctor.
Yeah. So can we? So what? We're gonna post all the pictures on our Insta.
Yeah.
But and some of them on our YouTube as well. So like, you're instead of the poster you have says MORK Park, Mork Park.
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
Yes. So Mork Park. So this game, we use basically the system of a game called Mork Borg, which is Swedish for the Dark Fort. And it's a game that's basically like if you took D&D's 1970s influences and you channeled it through a Black Sabbath album or some kind of doom metal, and made it a lot simpler, what would you get? So we basically used Mork Borg for the rules of this game. And the reason why I didn't want to say anything and spoil it in the beginning is because it's not just the rules, but it's also that kind of flavor. And so things start off and it's dark and it's like Dungeons and Dragons or whatever. In this, it started off, it's like Jurassic Park. There's the Tyrannosaur paddock and stuff like that. But then at some point it gets channeled through that 1970s, LSD fueled doom metal and becomes something else. And so the secret behind this all was that Wu and Hammond were making experiments on the dinosaurs. When we didn't have a chance, it didn't come up in my random rolls, so that's something I might have to fix for this. But you were supposed to discover the corpse of one of the previous guests, Grant, Sattler, Malcolm, any of those people. You'd find that they had died on a previous visit, and then you guys came here because they thought they had fixed it. And what they thought they did, Hammond and Wu did experiments so they could control the dinosaurs. That was the idea. They implanted Tim and Lex's brains into raptors.
Can get out. And I was like,
yeah. And so they tried to like find a way to make these things controllable. But of course, there's the biosyn and InGen whole thing. So Nedry is there, sabotaging stuff, and that's what causes a lot of the stuff. There was a random encounter roll where you could have met him and found out that he was actually trying to save everybody in this scenario.
Oh, wow.
Because he's the only one, thanks to a biosyn implant, who didn't have his memory wiped. So he remembered that Grant and all them died.
So were all the Barbasol cans have those in there? They're hidden in there?
Yeah, and so all those
had one.
I thought it was. I didn't take it because I thought it was just it's used to smuggle the embryos out. Yeah.
And so basically what's going on behind the scenes is Nedry is actually trying to save everybody because he's the one who remembers. Muldoon, Regis, everybody else had their minds wiped. Hammond and Wu did these experiments. Hammond thinks he can control the dinosaurs, but it was a lie Wu gave him because Wu just wants all the money and the fame and the whatever. But he goes crazy because he's been a part of a bunch of people dying. Nedry knows what's going on. And so there's this whole thing that was playing on in the background between them. The Dino Tech. So the Dinotech, the Barbasol cannon, obviously from Jurassic Park, that's how the embryos are going to be snuck out. And they're basically like dinosaur powers you can pick up.
Oh, nice.
And it's a D8 roll. You get a random power, and I'll just go through a couple of them. So you had the Velociraptor larynx. There was Tyrannosaurus teeth. It'd give you this vicious melee attack for D12 damage.
That would dope.
There was pterodactyl wings, so you could fly.
Oh, no way, dude.
A Dilophosaurus sack, so you could blind people by spitting in their face. and a Carnotaurus hoodie. So basically, you can like pull up this flap of skin over your head and turn invisible. It's like
wow.
the invisible
Sick.
cloak because Carnotaurus only in Jurassic Park has a chameleon ability. That's
Yeah,
So
it's
did
in the
you-
book. It's in the
so
second book. Yeah.
Each one of those you'd have to ingest. You couldn't just like hold it or whatever to.
yeah. You have to ingest
Okay.
those.
I
things.
just thought you'd be like, now you have cancer.
yeah.
I had a Parvusel can and I didn't open it because I was like, oh, it's just for smuggling embryos out. So,
Right.
yeah.
I don't know.
But then
why,
once
but I
you
was just like-
did that thing, I was like, what has happened? This isn't like grounded in Jurassic Park anymore.
Yeah. So
No.
it's,
Like,
basically at one point it's like it goes from Jurassic Park to like a total tonal shift.
Yeah.
Like the Doom
Yeah.
music
Yeah.
just starts.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're gonna want to edit this part in the beginning, so viewers know what the
No,
hell's
they-
going
that'd
on.
be a nice
definitely.
surprise.
Yeah,
I like
that'd be a
that.
good surprise. Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the whole thing. Mork Borg is this crazy game of craziness, and that's,
That's
what
awesome.
I love.
No,
this
that's
scenario.
It's so much fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I will say I've not seen the new Jurassic Park films, the new trilogy they made.
Yeah.
This, from what I've been told, this sounds better than that. So I was like, oh, they should have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
pretty much.
They
Yeah.
should have went with that type of story.
Yeah. I tried to watch the first one and was like, this isn't that
That
interesting.
one,
So I
the
never
first,
finished
the
it.
first one that's probably the best one. It's
Really?
it's okay, it's good, but then the rest are just
Of the
like,
Jurassic World series.
yeah, the Jurassic World. It's just like okay,
The hardest part about the scenario was coming up with, what did I want to include from the
Yeah.
movies, and ultimately, like, pretty early on, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go with like, it'll be like a reenactment of the first scenario, but
Yeah.
then what's the twist? And so that the twist
so good.
became
Oh, that's
this
good.
Okay,
super
yeah.
science.
Yeah,
guided-
because I thought we were just still following the story of the movie, and then
Me
when
too.
it turned, I was like, oh shit.
yeah, me too. I was like, what is happening here? Yeah.
the trying to like ramp up the gore level
Yeah,
too
yeah.
of
Yeah,
the deaths early on. With that was like kind of like the hint, maybe, like, oh,
Yeah,
this
well, as soon
isn't
as you're
quite
like the
tonally.
herbivores are just
Yeah.
ripping through people.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, I
going on?
assumed it was just InGen, just messing with things again.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
So
I didn't
I-
know that was gonna be like this.
So I could have worn the Velociraptor head after I decapitated it. Just as a
It would have been
Just have
insane,
like
yeah.
you're in
Yeah.
between the
With the
jaws,
bone and
like your face is in between the jaws.
Yeah.
you know?
You just make yourself into like
Me.
the predator.
Alright.
Just like
raptor.
Yeah, so this whole scenario, all the rules for it, I'm going to post it on my website.
Okay.
Yeah.
After once this airs, I'll post it on my website, timbannock.com, and people will be able to download it and remix it. It's going to be, I'm going to release it like totally so people can use it and build off
and the
of it.
Yeah,
website
absolutely.
again is
timbannock.com,
There you go.
TIMBA.
Nice clean
And
copy.
Tim-
Clean.
Tim actually made these like amazing.
Yeah, these maps.
these maps and the and the
Character
character
sheets,
sheets
yeah.
with all our stuff on it. It's amazing. And he's even got designed by Tim Bannock, rules based on Mork Borg and Maurice Reeder. So
Yep.
These are great.
so yeah, thank you so much, Tim. This
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
ama-
thank
yet
you.
again. What an amazing
Another-
Yeah,
They're
this is so much
great.
fun.
yeah, man.
Good times.
It was
good
great.
times.
Yeah, you're an awesome DM. Thank you for coming on and doing this with us again. We can't wait for the next one, man.
Glad to be here. Thanks for
Oh,
having
yeah.
me.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
So yeah, we'll have this up on on Spotify, on our YouTube soon, and please just let us know, rate, subscribe, comment, please. If you want to see us do something else, a different horror
type of game
RPG, something like that,
Yeah.
a board
Let us
game
know.
or something, let us know.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
or a different IP we could do.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Yeah,
Different
absolutely.
IPs, yeah. You want to take us out, Chad?
Yes. Thank you, as Stan said, once again, for listening to another episode of Enter the Nerdom. Please, if you aren't already, like, subscribe, share, comment, and follow us on all the socials.
Yeah, rate and review us. We have all our backlog catalog is now on YouTube. Thank everyone that's been checking those out and putting in the time to check up our old stuff. So I appreciate it. And come on by, say something online. Come visit our Instagram and let us know what you guys think of stuff like this.
Absolutely.
And as we always say here, enter the Nerdom, exit the Bannock-verse.
Do we say that all the time?
That's every once in a while. Yeah,
I love
for
it.
special
Thanks.
occasions.
Special occasions.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you,
Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you.
Cheers.